a very deep trance because I was not able to resurface out of that trance. Keeps like saying the thing and then reiterating again. I was in a trance because I was in my trance. When I got into the trance, okay, dude, come on, Donovan, move on from the trance. When Jeff came out to say he had put on his clothes that he kept in a drawer in Nicholas's room, and then he got his knife. Then he went downstairs and he proceeded to cut his face. He wanted to kill Heidi. Are you telling me right now that Donovan actually cut his face?
Yeah, there's a picture.
Donovan attempted to mimic the cuts Jeff made on his cheeks before enacting his plan. First using a knife, then opting for a small needle because it was too dull and hurt too much. Oh my God. Donovan, what are you doing, buddy? He explains how he kept repeating to himself that he wasn't crazy, hoping he could fully wake from his evil side. It was all to no avail. And Donovan, who will continue to refer to himself in court as Jeff, recounts the entire murder. Jeff then proceeded to hide between the hallway entrance door, and he called out her name to see if she would come downstairs. Heidi, Heidi. Jeff, when she came to the door, he hugged her from the front. I did not have a reason why he did this. God, that's so sad. It was either sympathy for her or sympathy for me, or maybe both. He did not hug her out of anger or intent. He hugged her out of some feeling that was not anger. And then when she started talking and asking about the cuts on his face, that is when he started to attack her. That's fucked up. Mentally fucked. Hops in front of her, starts hugging her. It's almost like a plea. Get out of here, Heidi.
Yeah. Or it's like remorse because he's like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, he's just, which I'll get to a question here in a second, but he stabbed his mother, Heidi, over 60 times, all over her body, from her arms, her face, and her throat. Heidi began running to other rooms in the house to escape. Blood stained the floor and walls wherever she moved. She eventually collapsed in the kitchen. Donovan recounts how tired Jeff was, making time for himself to grab a drink of water. At this point, Heidi awoke and began running upstairs, trying to find a phone to call 911. Jeff ran past her, got into the master bedroom and collected the phone so she wouldn't be able to call 911. Jeff then saw Heidi Taylor collapse on the bed. And then that is when Jeff's own good side, very twisted good side, started to show. And he saw her suffering and in pain. And then he still wanted to end her life, but he didn't want her to suffer no more. And then he recalled that my father kept a gun in his nightstand. He got the gun out and loaded it, and then he shot. My fucking word. Once Jeff was at the kitchen, he did not remain out for long, because when me and Jeff do a switch, it feels like running a marathon. You get tired, you get exhausted, you get drained. And then when he noticed that he stabbed himself on the leg, he was so tired and exhausted that he didn't want to deal with this predicament no more, so he let me resurface and handle the situation. And we have a picture of the kitchen here, basically just covered in blood marks and stuff. Pretty fucking brutal. Soon after, he called 911 to explain what Jeff had done in a panic. From the call, it seemed that Donovan accidentally stabbed his leg during the confrontation.
911, where's your emergency?
I just killed my mother, and I need to go to the hospital. I'm sorry, this is going to be really hard to explain, but I kind of have another person inside me.
Okay, are you okay?
I know. I stabbed myself.
He told the operator that Jeff was at fault and that he did it because Heidi constantly ignored him, did drugs, and even hit him at one point. He also states, quote, I didn't want to kill her. I hate Jeff so much. He's going to make me die in prison. This is fucking sad, horrifying. This is the question I had. Do you think he really actually believed that Jeff was there?
It's hard to say because whether he has some kind of personality disorder or something, I think he believed it in a sense. Like, he made up this thing where it's like, this is to explain his anger and stuff. So to him, he's like, Jeff came out, but really, I think it might have been like, I'm angry. And
he has no idea how to actually process his emotions.
Yeah.
I think that he believes that it is a character, but at the same time, I think it's like, I hate when people use the excuse or whatever, oh, I blacked out. I blacked out, I don't know what happened. I just very rarely believe that, which maybe it's true, you know, maybe there can be instances of that, but it's always just like to mask usually something horrible that somebody's done. So to me, it feels like he's trying to get to that of like, oh, I blacked out, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. But it feels like consciously I did this, but it was this alternate person that I am. Like, I wanted this to happen. And now it's this thing of like this other side of him that he consciously knew what happened. And now he's like, that side of myself, I'm going to rot in prison for what happened or something. It's very sad. Not only, I mean, like, Heidi could have been abusive, all this kind of stuff. No way a human being should be fucking over 60 times stabbed and then shot. Just so tragic. And then to have a child here just be like, constantly ignored him, did drugs, and even him at one point. It's just a buildup over time. Also shows you how receptive children are. It's just like, oh, whatever. Like, he's fine. It's just sad. Also, where's the dad in all this is what I want to know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if he's just gone working or doing what, but the amount of friction between Heidi and Donovan is crazy, which, you could say like, oh, it's not my real mom or whatever, but I don't know. I've had tons of friends who they consider their stepmom their real mom. It's like, it doesn't have to be that way. I don't know.
I did like the fact that once he realized he was hurt, Jeff ran away. I don't want to feel the pain anymore. Come back, Donovan.
Yeah. There's also a comment on the 911 call, the video, which we'll have, make sure we'll have linked. I don't know how true this is. This was just a comment, which it says, this kid's locker was right next to mine in 8th grade when this happened. Never really said anything to him other than excuse me, but did notice pentagrams in his locker. He was new at our school that year and definitely the quiet kid. Still pretty crazy to this day to think that he did this when he was 14. Which, 100% a person lashing out for attention, wanting desperately attention. And if it is true that if he was the new kid, even harder for yourself socially. Now you're the outcast, you're trying to like fit into friend groups that have probably been together for a while. It's brutal.
Well, I mean, he even said it. I like Jeff because Jeff has power.
Yeah.
And it's probably just like, nobody likes me. Also, him talking to himself. He's so lonely. He needs like...
Yeah, he needs himself to be his friend and his only other person that he feels connected to. And, there's the sexual aspect to it. I mean, you're going through puberty and you're having all those feelings and stuff, whatever, at 14.
Yeah.
But even then, it's like Crystal is his only other connection, He doesn't see that he has any other friends. Or if he did have friends, he'd probably ostracize them because he was just like, hey, I idolized Jeff the Killer. Hello?
I bet they both like Jeff the Killer, talking about it, and then she made up her personality, and then he's like, I kind of thought the same way. Yeah.
Like if she introduced the alt personality thing to him, and then he was like, I think I have that too.
Exactly.
You never know. Yeah. Who knows? Moving into the court and jail time arc of this story, there was a massive debate as to whether or not Donovan truly had an alternate personality. One psychologist addressed that he had many symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, but unlike most patients, he was much more aware of the actions taken by his alternate personalities. As much as he claimed to be out of control, Donovan's own testimony revealed that he indulged in fantasies about the murder and that, if he decided to do it, he would take on the role of Jeff the Killer. Well, that doesn't help your case. You do have a paper trail. Come on. This language gave the impression that the split personality was all a front to shift the blame. Furthermore, Donovan did not seem to experience the extreme childhood trauma that is often linked with DID. Dr. David Spiegel, a Stanford University psychiatry professor, became skeptical of a DID diagnosis when he found out that Donovan wore the same outfit as Jeff the Killer wore during the murder, stating, quote, when you're really experiencing it, you don't need the props. The conclusions were split. Some health professionals believed he was legally sane, while others were convinced that he was severely mentally ill. Donovan was ultimately sent to a juvenile detention center where he was visited by family often. Todd Taylor, Heidi Taylor's other son, would express his deep anger towards Donovan, asking how often he thinks about what he did, and Donovan told him, quote, I can't even sleep. Most of the time I curl up in the corner of my bed crying and screaming. And days before his 16th birthday, Donovan was given a life sentence, with 28 years in prison before he could be eligible for parole. Donovan repeatedly appealed this decision, believing that he shouldn't be tried as an adult. Things went in his favor, as the court justices agreed that Donovan required a better chance at rehabilitation. His case was sent back to juvenile court. He ended up walking free on his 21st birthday after pleading guilty for aggravated assault, a decision that appalled many of his family, especially Todd, who couldn't find it in his heart to forgive him. As they rode home together, Todd recalls breaking the silence to tell Donovan, I don't want to hear your name unless it's for getting Citizen of the Year.
Damn, he had to ride in the same car?
I would not ride in the same car, dude.
No.
That was my mom, whatever. I don't give a fuck how that would be too much. Many people from Heidi's family made statements regarding the type of person she was. Someone far different than evil woman that Donovan described during the trial. Her close friends stated that if she was ever hard on the kids, it was because she knew that they were a lot of potential to accomplish great things. Heidi's two children would talk about the wonderful weekends they spent together, the hikes and the family camping trips. Donovan's image of Heidi seemed to be far from the truth, according to them. While Donovan felt that there was no effort to help him when he was self-harming and dealing with depression, Heidi's daughter, Alyssa, revealed that both parents were constantly being supportive. They would do their best to make sure he was never alone and even push him to get proper counseling. After his release in 2023, Donovan continued to receive support from his father. His siblings, however, decided they wanted nothing to do with him, no matter how well his rehabilitation progress went. Wow. It's crazy. I did not expect him to be free. He is a free man. Donovan is walking the streets as we know it. It goes to show, first off, you never really know. Who knows what happened, right? People say one thing, another person says another thing. You know, Donovan says this person was neglectful, all this kind of stuff. Her family and friends say that she was awesome and that she was supportive. We don't really know. All we know is that in Donovan's mind, he perceived it to be this thing. I think he was, and I mean, maybe still is, mentally disturbed. I think when people get into a very negative, hard part of their life, I mean, God, dude, being 14, such a hard age. Like, everything's kind of collapsing around you. You have to go to school, but you don't really, I mean, it's just, it's all these things where it's like, you really have like no freedom and you're kind of stuck with people and you have to kind of like make friends, and if school's hard, then you're stuck there every day. It's like a prison sentence. It's very hard. I think Donovan did something horrible, irredeemable. You're going to live with that for the rest of your life, and you did when you're 14. Now you're 23. There's probably a lot more mental clarity. You're probably able to move past some of the things you were struggling with when you were younger. That's a weight you're going to have to carry around forever. And I think too, like the family not forgiving him, I mean, like, obviously the Jeff the killer angle is funny. That's just no getting around that. It is funny. People will latch on to anything for a semblance of identity and like purpose, or, you know, friendships, or anything that will like fill these like little voids and stuff. And it's just insane that, I don't know, a kid did this. It's truly horrifying. You see it with the Slenderman stories. You know, this video is kind of ending on the same note, except this time, you know, the victim didn't make it, which is horrible. You know, I don't know if there's a lesson here to be said. I don't think I'm a smart enough man to articulate that lesson, but I will say this: if you're a youngin', or if you're at any age and you're mentally struggling with something, just seek help. Ask for help outside of your support system. Even if it feels like the world's collapsing on you, seek help. Find somebody to talk to. There's good people everywhere. I'll say that much. There's a lot of dickhead people out there too, but there's, I would say, more good than bad is what I would say. Is that a good way? I don't know. I feel depressed.
I mean, it's kind of depressing. It's a child.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too. Like in the thing, they were trying to try him as an adult at 14. He just turned 15. But it's just like, he was obviously mentally unhinged.
Yeah, he's clearly mentally ill.
Yeah.
Even if he's using the DID as a coping mechanism for what he's doing, I still think that like it takes a truly disturbed individual to enact such a horrible thing. The person's not mentally well. It's a gray area. Like I feel like the people are going to be on a side where they're like, he should be in bars the rest of his life. Oh, he's just a kid. It's like a gray area, like a moral gray area of how he should be punished or whatever. And it's just truly the only people affected are the family members that have to deal with it forever, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. Like I said, you fuck up when you're young and it stays with you forever. The biggest thing we can take away from the story is fucking seek help. If you feel like you're totally alone and stuff like that, just see a counselor. Find ways to better yourself, and then just try to like insert yourself into people's lives, like friendships and all that kind of stuff too, because it's out there. And horrifying. Jeff the Killer's a terrible story, by the way. It's really bad. If you wrote the story, though, please I want to hear from you, please. So that's our episode of It's Been a Long Time of True Crime Meat. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day. Please don't stab anyone, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. So it's just accumulation, a ball of people like early infected and later affected, just strung up in the air by the well. What is going on? They keep mentioning the well. That's probably the source of it or something. I wonder if it's water-based, maybe? A number of specimens of non-human life forms, such as deer and bears, are also visible within the mass. Oh, dude, being stuck forever with a fucking deer, bro. The entire sphere of flesh pulses at roughly a 5-second interval, and with each pulse emits a ring of spore-like material from its equator. This material floats to the ground and appears to be absorbed into the converted environment. I love that. Almost like its heartbeat is, every time the heart beats, it's like a little Febreze blast, little tss. One of those automatic Febreze things. You ever sit in a bathroom, you don't know they're in there, like tucked away in the corner, and it scares the shit out of you when it sprays. You're like, oh! And it does a little click. DI-3 begins to douse the sphere with the provided gasoline, and when questioned by a panicking DI-1, explains this looks as good a thing to burn as any. Yeah, ain't no shit. DI-3 doing work here. At this point, perimeter control has ceased giving commands due to the rapid deterioration of events. There is no reaction from anything within Site C to any of this activity until the precise moment at which a lit emergency flare is applied to the spherical mass. I fucking knew that was going to be used for. I called it, dude. Did I not? Which immediately goes up in flames. Hell yes, it does. The remote feed plays back a noise from an unknown location that seems to come from a location far outside Site C, but was reported as being heard even at perimeter control by Sites C and A. This noise is described as both explosive and alive. Ooh! So basically, somewhere else is the actual hive, and it could feel the pain here. So that kind of sets up something cool where if you shot something far away from the hive, it would still be able to feel it. So it's just kind of growing, and it still has neurons and feeling receptors. It's able to feel all these different things. I bet this thing's gonna get pissed, dude. Within 15 seconds following the sound's dissipation, Site A reported that a series of explosions had occurred within the village. 5 seconds after the report, the spherical mass in the middle of the Site C explodes. Multiple explosions, so maybe different spheres exploded with one of them being burned. Both Class D personnel are thrown by the blast. DI-3 confirmed dead by DI-1, who was dragged off screen and then thrown up in the air, presumably killing him. 3 seconds later, an unknown creature steps on the video equipment and destroys it. Oh! Perimeter control remained on high alert for a full 24 hours at all locations without any incident following this event. Yeah, right. Perimeter control remained on high alert for full 24 hours. Yeah, fucking right, dude. They sat by and watched a video camera feed part-time. Oh, that was crazy. I don't know what happened there. That is pretty sweet, though. Are they trying to insinuate that after the explosions and after that thing, it triggered this creature to come out and protect the area or like get rid of the nuisance?
Yeah, like antivirus.
Yeah, like an antivirus, exactly. The body is signaling to this area like, hey, there's trouble here. That thing immediately moves out. This weird creature that we've never seen before, some weird mass that doesn't look human, picks up DI-1 and just fucking chucks him. Brutal. DI-3 was the man, though. He didn't give a fuck. He was just like, I'm burning this thing. I don't give a fuck. Which log 3! Initial discovery of the tunnel entrances at Site A. So Site C is possibly just gone. It might just be, oh, so okay. That's what they meant by scorched earth, is that it's actually just burnt completely to a crisp. The Immobile 610 infected rapidly shriveled and died along with all the flesh material spread across inanimate objects within the village. Interesting. So, dude, fucking DI-3 is the man. That motherfucker, I don't know, well, hold on, we don't know what he was in prison for, though. If you're in an SCP prison, dude, you're probably like,
Your death row inmate, probably.
a death row inmate, but I'm like, you know, to me it seems like to be in the SCP prison system, right? It's like you ask too many questions or something. Fucking Snowden. I'm gonna say DI-3 is Snowden.
Oh, Epstein didn't actually kill himself. He's a Class D personnel.
Epstein actually went to, he was DI-3. So actually, no, DI-3 was a bad guy. We're digging ourselves quite the hole here. Well, let's crawl out of this hole. All right. The Mobile 610 infected proceeds to enter an upper-class building, which collapsed, revealing the presence of a sinkhole beneath it. Okay. Evidence suggests that something pulled the building inside with the intent of exposing the hole. And the hole is approximately the size of 3 grown men standing shoulder to shoulder. So definitely there were 3 people there, and something from underground pulled them inside and broke the foundation of the hole on the, like, basically the foundation of the building. It's estimated that it goes down more than 1,000 meters. God damn. It's like the fucking ocean. 1,000 meters. How is my American brain's trying to? How long do you think 1,000 meters is? Are we even close to a mile? I don't want to say that and it sounds stupid.
It's 0.6 mile.
0.6 mile. Half a mile. Not that far up, dude. You can't be that mad at me. Half a mile underground. That's pretty crazy. Infected that did not evacuate into the hole died above ground and quickly became shriveled husks. Oh, interesting. Fuck! Stop saying interesting, Hunter, dude. You sound like a fucking idiot. How long do you think 1,000 meters is? So some of the infected actually fled for their own safety. So they were cognitive enough to know that. I like how some of them are just like, I can't escape. And they just shriveled into like a raisin. Research teams began collecting and testing samples in the vicinity of Site A. And seismic activity began occurring at Site A. And immediately following this event, a torrent of 610 spores erupted from the hole. Ooh. Basically a giant queef gas enveloped the area. I'm telling you, dude, I really like the idea of this thing being underground, especially seismic activity, weird earthquakes basically happening. That's sweet. As the eruption was being reported, both teams at Site A came under attack from the aerial life forms infected with SCP-610. It is impossible to tell what they mutated from to this present state, so we have no idea even if they're animals or human or what. Many of the avian creatures attacked by splitting their heads in half and clamping them against research members. That's awesome. Pulling them into the air and dropping them into the hole when possible. What if these fucking birds, dude, what the fuck? They clamp down on you like one of those little clip things that keep the chips fresh, and then they just lift you up in the air and drop you in the hole. How fucked up is that, dude? I'd be like, dude, just kill me. Don't drop, just crush my head. What the fuck are you doing? These avian infected proved vulnerable to small armed fire. In dispatching them, a total of 2 research staff were lost to the hole and 1 injured due to crossfire. The injured staff was put down immediately upon showing signs of infection due to a suit breach. Yeah, so they were trying to shoot the birds and it proved totally ineffective. One motherfucker got shot. He got shot twice. He got shot once in the leg. He's like, I made it out. And they're like, oh, there's a tear in your suit. He's like, no, 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 no. And then just gets shot in the head. A second seismic event began to occur and a second spore burst erupted from the hole. During the rising seismic activity, new unseen 610 entity began to emerge from the hole. The only footage captured of this creature depicts an engorged human head approximately 20 times larger than normal, pressing itself out of the hole with no discernible body. Video and radio contact were lost as seismic forces increased. Further aerial surveillance of the Site A hole an area a hole. Come on, dude. At the Site A, I'm just gonna say hole. Fuck.
The things get me to say a-hole. Fuck! Site A-hole, an area depicts zero activity and no traces of the research teams or their ever having been there. All personnel and equipment are considered lost. That's the ends of the third one. So, okay, so the thing at Site C, that's totally scorched earth. Then they go to Site A because of the seismic activity. Turns out to be a giant fucking human head that pops out. It's basically queefing out spore dust that's infecting the area. What's cool about what's happening in log 3 is it almost seems like because the infection lost one of its areas, it seems like it's like compensating, spurting out more air and infectious material to maybe try to recompensate or try to regain some ground or newly affected areas that might be able to spread out once more since it lost such a pivotal area, it seems like. Especially because Site A is one of the older ones. It seems like the newer areas have more life. More actual humanoid people are able to walk around because they're not totally infected and like just a pile of liquid flesh. Like I'm assuming what's happening at Site A. Everything's been so infected that it's just boiled down to like folds and folds of skin, which are pretty sweet. Log 4 here says unmanned exploration of Site A tunnels. Unmanned, dude. Get some men in there. Or boys, dude. Don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask, don't tell on those tunnels, dude. It's a crazy thing the Army did that. Events regarding the discovery, research, and handling of 610 rapidly degraded to a point where fail-safe options were being considered. With the absence of activity at Site A, a remote drone dispatch was authorized in 2 parts. The first part was a drop remote relay device at the entrance to Site A sinkhole, and the second part would dispatch a drone into the hole directly to relay its data from the remote relay for transmission back to HQ. So basically 2 drones, both going to the sinkhole where the big fucking head and the queef gas was in the air. Also, this is some time after, so the head is no longer there. So it popped up and then we lost all radio control. And then when we come back, it's just a sinkhole again. So who knows what happened to the head? It could have crawled out, it could have gone back in. So I'm curious here. Attached is the video log recovered from Site A sinkhole drone before it's lost. Upon entering the hole, the drone illuminates a rough, okay, so there's no actual footage. Oh, that's fucked up to say that. That's fucked up to say attaches the video log recovered. Okay, so this is just the log. Attach the video next time, come on. Upon entering the hole, the drone illuminates a roughly dug shaft. It is not clear how the hole was made, but it would appear it was created by a single event rather than dug over time. Yeah, dude, it was probably because of the fucking, those explosions, right? One of the explosions earlier, remember from Site C, then it heard the explosion from Site A? It was probably just one of the giant explosions there. Probably some kind of weird defense mechanism where it exploded and dug itself deeper underground for safety, possibly? Traces of 610 material are attached to the walls of the hole. It is unlike the samples from above ground, which shrivel and dry rapidly. This material retains its texture and appearance. That forbidden flesh hole, dude. The forbidden fleshlight. At roughly 250 meters, which, like we said, the hole is 1,000 meters deep, so about a quarter of the way down, the bottom of the sinkhole becomes visible and movement is detected within the sharp tunnel holes. Lights on the drones are dimmed and weapons come online. Oh, sick. Lights of the drones are dimmed and the fucking miniguns become activated, okay? The movement appears to be coming from what appears to be a deer, uninfected, but wriggling in grip of tendrils composed of 610 material. The drone proceeds ahead and ignores the deer. Dude, put the deer down. God. The deer's like writhing in pain. It's like making weird sounds, and all of a sudden I like to think the drone's just sitting there and it's just like and just like moves off on its own. That's fucked up, man. Whoever's controlling that drone has no fucking heart, dude. The guns are, you know what's funny about that is the line literally says the guns are online. You could have put the poor bastard down, my God. Unless it's trying to hide itself by not shooting a gun and compromise its position, but it's a fucking flying drone. Have you ever heard how loud a drone is? Like, well, you can't be, what are you gonna be secret with that thing? Come on. After some time traveling through the tunnels, the drone stumbles upon what is assumed to be Site B. All right, here we go. But here's a quote from the log itself. The buildings here are coated in deceased layers of 610, and unlike other buildings in Site A and C, which were coated in 610, these buildings appear to be constructed directly from the tissue substance. Ooh! So Site A and C are just coated with the substance, the skin, the infection. This one is actually made. Site B is actually made with the substance. It's like its foundation is propped up on that. After a scan, it's determined that there is no life here either. So the drone goes back to the tunnel. And here's another quote. It says, upon descent into the tunnel, a deep roaring sound fills the audio and video feed, becomes choppy as something blocks the signal. During the periods in which connection to the drone is clearest, its camera and weapon are angled downward and propellers slow in speed to allow a faster drop. Rushing up forward, the drone from the area below is what appears to be a large human face stretched to 20 times its proportions with no features, save those created by the 610 material. There are eye sockets but no eyes, a mouth with no teeth. The drone fires upon the rushing massive 610, but the bullets do not deter it. Impact points remaining visible for several seconds before closing over themselves. There is no room in the tunnel for the drone to take evasive action, and it is swallowed by the mass. face, which that makes me think that's the weird giant face from earlier, but it kind of seems like it's deteriorating, like it's dying almost. Like, sure, it's getting shot and the bullet holes are there and it's regenerating, but at the same time, it's like it's losing its teeth. I mean, it's becoming less human, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's dying, but in a way with like, it's losing shit. It's not really gaining stuff. If anything, if it had like multiple eyes, more rows of teeth, you'd almost think that it's thriving, if that makes sense. Do I feel high? It's almost like a giant deflating jack-o'-lantern. It's kind of what I picture in my head. And now it's on the defensive too. Like it sees the drone and it eats it. It's kind of like it's burrowed itself into a defensive position. Our SCP-610 is considered lost until 3 hours later when the feed inexplicably returns. Yeah, these fucking drones. Dude, how many times are we gonna have a drone feed go out and then it just kind of turns back on? Whatever, dude. The camera pans around without instructions from the remote relays or HQ, capturing a vast number of shambling entities within the area. 610 material moves over the lens of the drone and the feed is permanently severed. That's the end of number 4. So it seems like it's almost even making a little army. It's multiplying down there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I was too quick to judge with the no teeth thing. It's hard to know. If only they would have put up the fucking drone feed, huh? Could have seen it. Instead, we get to play oopsie daisy here. We are on log 5. Like I said, log 6 is redacted. So this is the last log that we actually have of the video log and the actual transcription of it. So I'm curious to see where this goes. In the last log here, it's manned exploration of Site A tunnels. Why are they doing this to our boys?
You just asked to bring the men down.
Yeah, I did, but you know what? I feel bad now, dude. I'm thinking that it's like a guy, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, a guy who like, maybe he stole a TV. He was down on his luck and then he's just like, oh, by the way, you're getting sent to fucking SCP prison. He's like, what? Right? And now he's manning an exploration to the Site A tunnels. So here we go, log 5. Approval from Central HQ was granted for a manned assault excursion into the tunnels beneath Site A to try to ascertain the extent of S610 infection. Okay, so they're trying to, a manned assault, so they're trying to fucking snuff this thing out, or at least so they say. I don't trust these dudes. So they have a healthy relationship with the fucking Russian government. The Russian government's being like, hey, no, seriously, come over here and help us. That feels odd, right? The destruction of Site A and Site C have established that 610 can be contained and destroyed. Okay, so only Site B is left. Wow. Making the source of the infection top priority. The initial descent into the tunnels consists of 5 teams, 2 research and 3 assault, along with enough equipment to establish an underground base of operations. What do they do? Fucking camping down there? We're gonna make it's a condo. It's a mobile condo here, and there's Wi-Fi hotspot. We do have Helldivers 2. It's very, very cool. Yes! Assault teams were the first to descend, armed with flame units to clean 610 out of the area. All teams were able to descend without incident, and flame units took point, providing an undisturbed journey toward the water source where our SCP-610 drone was lost.
Just to our cousin in Florida. It's like, okay. I feel... Our cousin in Florida. So we had to mail him the gifts because he lives in Florida. And when she was doing that, the Grinch cut off her head. So I hate that mean old Grinch. I hate him. Which, yeah, you know, I don't blame him. I'd hate him too, but... yeah. But now she's like, we should go and tell the police officer about this. They go back to the police station, and basically the sheriff is like, listen, Sydney, you dumb bitch. That's a local drunk. Please, for the love of God, leave me alone. She's like, I'm not going to. And even the deputy who wants to fuck her real bad, he's like, I mean, come on, sheriff. She has another eyewitness here. So Sydney keeps manipulating and gaslighting him, really promising her strange to him. She's like, so I guess you're not going to do anything, I guess. He's like, well, I mean, it's out of my jurisdiction, but I'll see what I can do. So we cut to the next scene of him going up into the hills, and he just very easily finds the Grinch's cave, and there's just wallets everywhere on the ground. Like he's picking them up like a little bread trail or something like that. There's a sheet over something. He lifts it up. It's a dead body. The Grinch comes in. He has a really mishap with this little toy, and it's a big spooky scene. He leaves the cave after seeing this dead body, the Grinch doing his Jim Carrey impressions, and he runs into the drunk guy who has a gun, or he's getting ready to go into the cave and I guess kill the Grinch, and he's like, oh, hey, what are you doing here? And then he doesn't immediately just say, oh my God, I just saw a dead body. They have like a weird back and forth, and then the drunk guy's just like, well, I guess you just saw what the mean one's about. And he just gets in his car, and a bunch of like very clearly like recycled bottles just kind of fall out of his car to once again reassure you that he's a drunk. It's like, we already have that. But they don't go in and do anything. They both have guns. Go shoot him. He's right there. Whatever. Oh yeah, and that's also when we find out that his name, the drunk guy's name, is Zeus. But people just call him Doc. People just call him Doc. Dr. Seuss, do you get it?
Matthias Zeus. Zeus? Well, everybody calls me Doc.
Oh
Holy shit, it's so stupid. Oh my god. So the deputy and Sydney meet up, and he tells her that I think something is going on. Even though you saw a dead body. Yeah, no shit, you know something's going on. I think something weird's going on. It's like, didn't you just see a decaying body and a bunch of fucking weird wallets in a cave? Yeah, no shit, dude. Go back to your boss. Holy shit. Sydney takes a shower, and the deputy comes in and starts fucking her, but they both get hit by the Grinch again, or get attacked by him once again, just propping up another like dream sequence. It's like, it feels like it's doing a callback to like Nightmare on Elm Street or something. It's giving that vibe. And also just to say this as well, it feels like the Grinch is trying to do like an Art the Clown thing from Terrifier, but without any of the actual gore or any of the charisma from the actor and like the ambiance of music. It falls so flat, and it just seems like somebody doing like a Hollywood Walk of Fame Jim Carrey Grinch impression, and it's really fucking stupid. And that's another problem too with this film, is just like, no, so far all of these kills, you don't see any of it. It just cuts to like off screen, bam, and then like the result of the death afterwards, which is just the worst. It's the worst when you do that in a slasher, dude. But luckily it was just a dream. She wakes up and the narrator starts being like, she can't tell the dreams from reality.
Nightmares made it hard to know what's real and what's fake.
And it just feels like, no shit, dude, I just saw that. Like, are you trying to say us? Are you trying to say that, like, we can't start to discern that from reality? Are we doing, like, a weird dream sequence? Like, is this real? I don't know. It was just confusing. We get a cringe montage of she's gonna train to beat the Grinch, like a fighting sequence, like a Rocky training sequence, which it all goes along with, like, remember those, like, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, like, rock? They put that in the background, kind of, but to not use copyright either. They only use, like, a couple of the chord progressions, and then they're just like, this kind of sounds like holiday music. As she learns kung fu and how to shoot a gun really well in this montage, which there's no perception of time, so you have to assume that it's all in one day, so she did this in about like probably 4 to 6 hours. Pretty sweet training session. Doc grabs a bottle of Geisel whiskey and really is sure to turn the bottle around so you know what it is, which if you don't know, that's Dr. Seuss's actual last name. These Easter eggs are so sick! Oh god. Doc leaves and he gets arrested for drunk driving, but we cut to a diner, and at the diner, it's called Egg Heaven. It's in green font, green eggs and ham. Have you ever heard of that? Inside, the diner owner is mad because he got Jingle Bells in the mail and not the bell peppers that he ordered, which why a food company would get that mixed up, I don't really know, but it happened. And because of that, you know, the Grinch gets mad because there's some Christmas stuff and we get another death. He hacks away at his body, but it's like Spirit Halloween prosthetics and they're already cut, so he's just like slamming down on already cut objects, and it just looks very obvious. It was bad. I don't know. I'm just telling you. Which also, they're trying to incorporate some of Jim Carreyisms from the Grinch. They keep trying to do that in there, and it just doesn't work. One, because like he's so quiet. The only thing that you ever hear from the Grinch is he just does.
So you can get one giggle for $10. There you go.
Which I guess the Grinch does that in the original film. I don't know. We cut back to the Doc getting thrown in the drunk tank, and he starts spatting at the sheriff. He's like, I'm trying to help you get rid of a monster. The sheriff walks away, and he gets in an argument with the mayor, which that's when you find out that the mayor was once her deputy. She was a deputy to him at one point, and they know some kind of dark secret, and I think that this is when they reveal that they know there's a monster in town, which is very parallel to Willy's Wonderland and that sheriff too. So it feels like just kind of like, oh, well, they did that, so I guess we will too. But at least in this movie, the mayor says an extremely cringy line. She says,
if I burn, I'm pulling you into the pyre.
Sick. Sydney's sitting there contemplating how she's gonna beat the Grinch from the drawing she got from the Doc, looking at his chest, and she's like, are his shoes too tight? His heart is probably 2 times too small. By this point in the film, they are really committing extremely hard to making Sydney look like prime Ronda Rousey. Looks just like her. They're like, that's how the viewer knows that she's a fucking bad bitch now, for real. And the deputy comes in with his laptop talking to Ronda Rousey, and he's just like, listen, I cross-checked these walls I found in the cave, and all of them are hikers. Which it's all like photoshopped images, and he looks on their Facebooks, and there's just the Grinch photoshopped in the background of each one of them. And it's like, because this town town, which is called Newsville instead of Whoville, oh god, has a website that's like, come hike here, and the domain is owned by the mayor. And he's like, the mayor's in on it. She wants people to go up to the mountains to get killed by the Grinch so he doesn't come down here, I guess. Which, I thought that he only prized on people who do Christmas stuff, so she's saying in the website, like, go do Christmas stuff up in the mountains or whatever. It once again feels like a parallel between Willy's Wonderland, where it's like, oh, go clean up the pizzeria. But at least in Willy's Wonderland, it's like, it's to feed them so they don't break out and kill other people. It doesn't have like a Christmas correlation thing of whatever. The deputy, who still wants to have sex with Sydney, extremely bad, finds out that she has some guns upstairs, and it's a full-on assault rifle. And he grabs like this like red ornament, and she's like, oh, don't touch that. So you have to assume that's a bomb, and there's like an extremely childish like red thread connection like conspiracy board on the wall. And he's like, I don't want you getting hurt. I was trying to impress you. Please, I want to eat your pussy so bad. And she's like, maybe. Go kill the Grinch and we'll talk. We cut to the mayor. Her car breaks down. Uh-oh, the Grinch is there, and he strangles her with some of her sticker ribbons, which it's like, if you've ever had one of the sticker ribbons, the paper is so thin that I was like, how is it that strong to pull the whole body back? But anyways, he props up her head in the trunk of the car. I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's gonna be like a head smash scene. But instead, this like Toyota Prius trunk door just cuts off her head, and then we get a headless prop with one of her stickers on her mouth. It's so boring. Where are we even at, dude? The sheriff, or the deputy confronts the sheriff that, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. And the sheriff basically is like, you know, oh, these killings happen every time, every Christmas. We get a really stupid fucking flashback of the sheriff like walking up and seeing somebody named Stephanie. He's like, Stephanie. Kind of sounds like Chris Chan when he's beating off saying Julie, whatever, in that one video. Julie! Don't put that on the screen. Julie! We found out that the sheriff and mayor have been trying to save the town by feeding people to it. It's once again, it's Willy's Wonderland! It's exactly Willy's Wonderland. It's so stupid. Cut to Sydney, and she does like 12 different poses in front of the window. It's actually pretty funny. She's like looking at the window. She does another pose. She does one more. She does a fucking roll to get her knife. It's like, dude, just walk to the fucking knife, you extra bitch. Good lord. Turns out that one of her traps that she set off went off, and it's Doc. Uh-oh, he's hanging upside down. He's like, I saw your boyfriend up there going to the mountain to kill the Grinch. And then it has like this weird moment where she's like, oh my god, did he say that we were boyfriend and girlfriend? It's one of those things where I'm like, what is this movie? Are you trying to be cutesy and funny, or are you trying to be a horror film? Stay in your lane! My god! The deputy goes up to kill the Grinch. The deputy is singing like Christmas songs but doesn't know him because he's Jewish. And he does, you know, some funny renditions of that until he just sings the dreidel song, which that's when we hear the Grinch. And if we could ever hear the Grinch in this movie, I'm pretty sure they just use stock bear sounds. So it just sounds like It'd be really scary if it was just Jim Carrey sound bites. Somebody stop me! But the deputy gets his leg stuck in the bear trap. Ooh! The Grinch has a mistletoe and does a kissy face to him. Very, very funny. And then he gets lit up by the sheriff and then runs off. The sheriff like shoots him like 4 times and he's just like, "Rrr!" And it looks like it doesn't really affect him, but the amount of blood that comes out of his mouth, I'm like, this creature is dying right now. But no, he just runs off. The sheriff basically opens up the bear trap. He's just like, you'll be fine, kid. I'm gonna go kill this Grinch. He starts singing Christmas carols as well, and they tried doing a Saw shout out. Kind of like the scene in the first Saw movie where the guy takes a picture to illuminate the dark room. He does that with a gun, except it's just like, it looks like I'm doing a lot of references right now because I really want to piece together how I'm absorbing this film. So he's shooting in this cave to light up the room like in Saw, but the Grinch is dodging the bullets, kind of like the Emperor fight scene at the end of Chronicles of the Riddick, if you've ever seen that movie before in your life. The way he's moving. Needless to say, the sheriff dies. Uh-oh. And once again, they meet right outside the cave. Every time we go outside the cave, they're always just right out front, which makes me think that like they could only shoot in a certain vicinity outside. They couldn't show too much of the forest because there was like, I don't know, corporate buildings or something like right there. They're immediately right there and they're just like, we gotta get the hell out of here. So they drop off the Jewish guy who basically tells Sydney, he's like, it has to be you, baby. Please, for the love of God, let me lick the tip. Please, Rhonda. Take me to prom, Rhonda. Sydney goes back and she is luring the Grinch in. She turns on all of her Christmas lights and now it's real, dude. She says, it's time to roast this beast.
Time to roast this beast.
The Grinch carved the roast beast.
we cut to her in her house. She's sleeping. The Grinch sneaks in. She says some fucking cringe line and kicks him in the chest. And then that's when the Grinch like turns around and there's 2 laser pointers and he's getting sniped and the doc is shooting him, but there's no laser sight on his gun. He just is just shooting him. They can't find him, and Sydney has all of her guns are Christmas themed. Like she has like a candy cane shotgun, which if this was like a cheesy, fun, schlocky action movie, maybe that could be fun. But here it's just like, he took time to paint that. It just feels weird. The doc ends up getting attacked. Also, the Grinch gets shot like 6 times again. He's been just getting lit the fuck up. I mean, he's borderline immortal, invincible here, okay? The Grinch attacks Doc, which is kind of funny. He does like, please, no! Please don't do this, no!
Julie!
Sydney tries to attack him again, tries shooting him, but the Grinch just meh and runs off. Doc scolds Sydney. He's like, Rhonda, get your ass back inside and stick to the fucking plan. We go back inside. The Grinch and Sydney have the douchiest action scene of all time. They do like a little punching scuffle, like it's like a weird whatever. She takes that globe that we saw earlier and throws it in his face and it explodes. She then lifts up a rug in our living room and then lights, I'm guessing like Christmas decorations that lead to the Christmas tree, and it explodes. She had her tree rigged to explode. I don't know. I was like, what? Basically, after this, Sydney jumps on top of the Grinch. She's getting ready to stab him until she sees that he still has the necklace that she gave him at the beginning of the movie. And she's like, you get this? And he's like, and then she forgives him because towards the middle of the movie, or whenever the Jewish guy meets up with him, or whenever the deputy is talking to her the first time, he's like, you gotta learn to forgive. So then she just lets him forgive, but by doing so, his heart gets 2 sizes too big and it explodes. And he says, go away! Run! Go! He does like a scene from the Hurt Locker and rolls himself over and fucking explodes. So she won't die. So then the Grinch dies. And then it cuts to like some weird stock footage commercials where it's like, oh, is this creature real? Like the world knows about the Grinch now. And it brings all this tourist traffic to Newsville. Basically, the movie ends where it's like, oh, you brought all this infrastructure even though the Grinch is dead. People want to go hiking and hopefully see the Grinch. And then the deputy and Ronda Rousey make out. And then the narrator's like, oh, all is well until next year. But it's like, is there more than one Grinch?
And so ends our story with holiday cheer, and they all lived happily ever after, at least till next year.
So I'm guessing they're gonna set up for multiple Grinches, or did the Grinch survive, but he's still mad even though he tried saving Sydney there? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And also, if I was Doc, I'd be fucking mad that Sydney didn't stab him in the fucking face 3 times. And also, just because the Grinch, like, people were mean to him or called him a monster, it doesn't give him the right to go and murder, like, I mean, how many fucking people? Like, over 20 people? Oh, someone called you ugly, dude. Big fucking deal. It's like trying to be like, oh, well, you know, people were rude to him first. It's like, no. It doesn't justify anything. They should have just fucking put this animal down because it's rabid. It's absolutely fucking rabid. But lo and behold, this movie, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would not recommend it. I would, not even as a funny watch. This is a warning to anybody. Please do not watch this movie. It wasn't even like, oh God, it's so boring. So unbelievably boring. If you're gonna watch a Christmas horror movie, watch Krampus. Krampus fucking rules. Can we say that? I'm gonna say that. I want to put that out there. Krampus fucking rules. So does, I mean, Jack Frost is kind of shitty, but at least it's fun. That's a fun Christmas horror film. The beginning scene to Silent Night, Deadly Night is awesome. We should play a little bit of it here. That's the peak of the movie, though. So if you think the whole thing is like that, it's not. I'm just gonna put that out there. But anyways, that's The Mean One, the new Christmas horror movie for this year. So just wanted to sit down and talk about it and let you know to please avoid it if you can. Run away from it. It's not good. Watch Krampus. Krampus is a good one. I'd even recommend Ginger Dead Man over this movie. I don't think that movie's like awesome, but you know, Gary Busey voices the cookie. Do I need to say more, right? But that's all I got for you today. See you in the next one.
I was dropping down. You just picked this. Actually, no, you know what? You just have to shit in your pants. I'm passed out. Oh.
I'd wake up from the smell. Oh.
In 2024, in 2024, a first-time flyer got drunk before boarding his flight and repeatedly asked the flight attendants if they wanted to join the Mile High Club, and also repeatedly asked how he could enter the cockpit. And at one point, he got up and laid in the middle of the aisle like a child. And upon landing, he was arrested and charged with interfering with the flight crew duties. In a later interview, he admitted to asking about the Mile High Club, but claimed the charges were bogus. He's like, yeah, I asked about it, but come on, it's not a big deal. I'm surprised no one got up and was just like, dude, shut the fuck up. Especially the Mile High Club thing. I feel like I was on one flight where a man was sitting next to a woman. This was like a late flight, like a red eye. And I think he said something inappropriate to her because she was just like, what? And he like was writing shit on paper and like passing it to her. They were sitting right next to each other. Something happened to where a passenger it wasn't her, heard of the stuff that was said, got up behind him and like snitched. He got moved to somewhere else. And then immediately, as soon as we got off, cops were already there.
Was I on that flight? I feel like
you were there for that one too. Do you remember that? That was fucking crazy.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
Well, because we were walking through whatever, you saw the cops waiting there, like, what the hell? And we were kind of close to where the area was, and the woman was like, oh yeah, he was like asking for a blowjob and like all kinds of shit during the flight, like something fucked up. But it was, what I'm saying is this guy saying that the whole time, the person immediately behind her immediately got up and like helped. Didn't make a scene. The last thing I feel like you want to do, some guy who's doing that is fucking mentally unhinged anyways. So discreetly go up and be like, hey, by the way, there's this going on. And then he could be like, hey, actually, we're going to move you.
Yeah, tell the flight attendant.
Yeah, because he didn't make a fuss about it. I think he knew he was fucked. But to be fair, that was Southwest, not Spirit. So
we're classy on Southwest.
Yeah, we just have a little more class on Southwest. If there's one thing that Spirit passengers are known for, it's getting into fights. It is so common that the airline has earned the nickname the Waffle House of the Sky. In 2021, a drunk woman in Nashville named Amanda Henry had to be zip-tied and carried off the plane after assaulting the flight attendants on board. On more than one occasion, she had punched a flight attendant and continued to escalate the situation by pulling on another attendant's hair. God damn, dude. It got so out of hand that passengers had to restrain her and zip-tie her legs and feet just so she could be kept under control until the flight landed. Police arrived to the smell of booze and woman with bloodshot eyes, and Amanda resisted arrest and screamed at the cops to shoot her as she was dragged into the police car, though she stiffed her legs to make it extra annoying for them. The woman was charged with public intoxication, but the charges were later dropped. Wow, the charges were later dropped?
Yeah, they tried to touch me.
Which I just want to say, I like how she's on the ground. She pulled a little Jurassic Park. Shoot her! Shoot her! She's on the ground like a velociraptor. Also, I want to make an argument for this, which don't get me wrong, I've had plenty of drinks on a plane, but should there be bars and alcohol anywhere near an airport? In the airport and on the plane? On the plane, should they be serving alcohol? I was thinking about this one time. I had kind of a buzz going. I think when we were going to Arizona or something, I had kind of a buzz going, drinking a screwdriver, and I was like, can you imagine if the pilot was just like, maybe I'll have like 4 or 5 screwdrivers. I'm like, should there be alcohol access on the plane? I feel like no. I feel like people can live without a drink on a plane.
I guess maybe the thought is that maybe a little alcohol can help calm people's nerves.
Calm your nerves. I guess so.
I think 1 to 2 drinks.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Anything in moderation is fine, but it's just there's the potential for tragedy.
Well, you don't know. Like, you could literally go bar hopping in the airport.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, should there even be? I'm just saying, as a whole, do we need to have that? I mean, whatever. The amount of drunk, belligerent people in airports is fucking crazy.
The scary thing is, like, once you're up in the air.
Well, so where do you go?
Exactly.
Also, do I want some belligerent asshole to start fights, whatever? Hey, we have to land the plane early, which, don't get me wrong, I don't want people getting hurt, but I just mean like the thing of like, oh my God, now we have to like, it's just a whole thing.
With if he just have alcohol, exactly.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I don't know. Passengers who made it off their flights still weren't out of the woods. They then had to deal with Spirit Airlines' infamously bad customer service. Spirit consistently ranked near the bottom as far as an airline customer service was concerned. I don't think I've ever had like an actual bad experience on any other airline. Besides like delays and stuff, like I fucking hate American Airlines to death. I probably hate American Airlines more than Spirit, if I'm being honest. I fucking hate them. Ooh, sorry, we're delayed again. Ooh, flight's canceled. Oops. Fuck them. Versus Delta is the best because they have a built-in TV in the back of the headrest, which it does. It's psychological help.
It does. I never watch anything, but I watch other people's screens. I like to peer and see what.
How creepy. What a creepy thing to say. What do you mean? Why don't you just watch your own thing?
Well, because I usually fall asleep, but I wake up, I go, oh, who is this person watching? Oh, Korean drama?
It just feels so invasive.
I like to judge people based on what
also,
they're watching.
I was going to say 100% you're judging there. You're like,
I saw some kid watching Mr. Beast. His family was in first class.
A first class Mr. Beaster?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be me, Daddy. You're damn right, Joshua. Among these complaints were customers not arriving on time, being delayed, or missing their luggage, something that occurred quite frequently. What really drove people up a wall were the random absurd fees that they had to pay before boarding. You were charged for bringing water onto the plane, and if you wanted to carry on, that was an additional charge. If you didn't have a digital boarding pass, you'd have to pay for a boarding pass to be printed at the airport. What? These fees stood for decades until 2024 when Spirit was bleeding money and decided to remove a bunch of their extra fees. They also increased the weight limit of check bags, hoping to attract more customers. All right, fine. You can bring your backpack. That's what it felt like. All right, fine. We'll print the boarding pass for free. Though people hated these extra charges, it was a key part of Spirit's business strategy to keep ticket prices so cheap. Some customers were numb to all these fees because their flights were hundreds of dollars cheaper, making it the best option regardless. And the CEO of Spirit was asked about his company's customer service, and he said, offering our low fares requires doing some things that some people complain about. He was fully aware of his company's reputation, but claims it was necessary to run an airline this cheap. It's gonna be shit. It's gonna be bad, but hey, you save $300, which, to be fair, when you hear it out loud, pretty good argument. If you own it on the chin like that, I don't give a fuck. What do you want, a gold steak with it? It's you paid $50 for a ticket to Vegas. Any airline is bound to have horror stories, but the things that went down at the Spirit Airlines were a unique form of chaos. The stories go beyond boiling hot flights and water pipe leaks that left people audibly crying from distress. One Spirit flight accidentally let a bat inside the cabin, where it was seen frantically flying over passengers and putting them into a panic. Eventually, someone trapped the bat between a book and a cup and locked it in the bathroom until the flight landed. Others recount flights where they watched multiple roaches crawling all around the cabin. Even children weren't spared of Spirit Airlines' god-awful service. 6-year-old Casper Ramos was a first-time flyer traveling from Philadelphia to Fort Myers to visit his grandma. Many airlines allow unaccompanied minors to fly with the help of a designated crew member that will watch over them throughout the process, which usually you've seen this, where they're talking with them, they're like, hey, you want to book, or like they have like resources to make it a comfortable flight for a kid who's meeting another adult at another airport. In this case, Casper incorrectly boarded onto a completely different plane that took him to Orlando. His luggage, however, was sent to Fort Myers. His grandmother went on a 4-hour drive to pick up the child in a panic, and the gate agent responsible was fired by Spirit Airlines, which that is fucking crazy. To not check the child? All right, so you're going, sure. Who are you? Casper.
A little ghost.
You a ghost?
Yeah, you're gonna be a little ghost.
You a friendly ghost? You dying on this plane? One of the most publicized stories that gave Spirit Airlines a bad reputation, however, was what happened to an innocent hamster by the name of Pebbles. After finding a concerning growth on her neck, Belen Aldacosi was planning to fly home with her hamster Pebbles to have it looked at by a doctor. She had called ahead twice to make sure it was okay to take the hamster aboard the plane as an emotional support animal. Over the phone, a staff member allegedly told her that she could take it on the plane, right? But when she arrived, they denied her entry. Belen claimed that one of the employees suggested she flush Pebbles down the toilet so she could board the plane. Unable to find a different flight last minute on Thanksgiving weekend, and able to rent a car because she was too young, Belen did the unthinkable. She bid Pebbles farewell and flushed him down to a watery grave. After Pebbles was flushed away, she sat in the bathroom stall and cried before boarding her flight. Spirit Airlines issued an apology after headlines blasted the company and stated that at no point did an employee suggest flushing the hamster. Following the event, it was reported that Spirit had never allowed rodents on their planes, and Spirit also claimed that they arranged for Belen to board a flight 9 hours later so she could find accommodations for her hamster. That's horrible.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Is it too suspicious of just like they told her they couldn't bring the rodent on, so she's like, put it in the.
Are you saying that she had some wrongdoing? Did she smash its head before flushing it, or did you just drown the fucking hamster? Well, that's what I mean. I'm like, I couldn't do it. I would tell him, like, go fuck yourself, and I'd leave. Hey, I'm not gonna be able to eat turkey this year. Bye. Click and go home. Maybe there's a little foul play here.
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering. I don't know.
But I could also see somebody in emotional distress be swayed to do something. Someone just being like, I don't know, you should just flush it. It looks like it's dead already.
Also, if it's a little child, they're very susceptible.
I don't know if it was a little child. I think it was just like, it seemed like it was like an 18-year-old. They said it was too young to rent a car.
I see.
So I'm guessing that, and also that they got there by themselves. I don't know. Or maybe it was a kid. Yeah, can you imagine telling an 11-year-old you should just flush it? That's probably what you would tell a child. Give it back to God. wants to swim to heaven. Go on, put it in the toilet. Regardless of how terrible Spirit Airlines could be, it's not like every single person experienced these same horror stories. For them, this was simply an affordable way to travel. One that is now sadly gone. While there are still airlines like Frontier or Allegiant that offer similar low-cost flights, it's understandable why some people aren't happy about Spirit's shutdown. Just kind of a shitty situation all around. But we need to pay respects to one of the dirtiest, greasiest airlines out there that I don't think is coming back. I think it's flown away and it's gone. Guys, if you're flying this weekend or if you're flying out today or tomorrow or anytime in the future, be safe, take a shit before you get on the flight, and don't have any drinks. We'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
And watch a private plane catch on fire while you're eating delicious breakfast.
We did watch a plane on the tarmac just caught on fire for probably an hour.
I was going to say, the entire time we ate.
It was
kept lighting up.
It was weird because, yeah, it would be like they put it out and then it would just get immediately engulfed back in flames.
No one was harmed.
That we know of.
I'm pretty sure.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? As we get deeper into the holiday season, I kind of have had the taste to get some holiday horror, you know? Maybe a little Jack Frost. Remember everybody saw that in the movie stores? Whenever you walk by, it'd make the scary face. I remember I would go down Hollywood Video and I'd walk by the aisle and I'd be like, and I'd like kind of run off. An instant classic is Krampus, and maybe even, what's the one with, it's not Hulk Hogan, is it Goldberg? Silent Night, Deadly Night? Or is it just Deadly Night? Whatever, he plays, it has one of the best intros ever in the rest of the movie is, you know, whatever. But those all kind of came to mind until earlier this year I came across something called The Mean One. I think I saw this like maybe a month after the Winnie the Pooh movie came out, and it's a Grinch horror film. Ah, God, why? Earlier this year, we were doing a lot of horror movie reviews and stuff, but I could not find it, to save the life of me. Wasn't on any streaming platforms, couldn't find it anywhere online, but luckily, I was able to receive a copy from a source. I don't know which source it was. I won't tell on the person that gave me said video, but I was able to see it. Finally, we were able to watch The Mean One, which is essentially, if I had to give you an upfront idea of what The Mean One is, I would say it's like they tried to do Jim Carrey's Grinch as a horror film, but they also wanted to just kind of do the plot of Willy's Wonderland is kind of the idea. It's the worst movie I've seen this year, I'll say that. It's not the worst movie ever, we're not gonna go that far, but it is by far the worst movie this year, which this year has been stacked. Right, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
This is one of the worst horror films I've personally ever seen. This, unironically, might be one of the worst movies I've ever seen. It's also one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
This year has been fucking stacked. I mean, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, the Paul Bunyan horror film, Children of the Corn remake, holy shit. The Little Mermaid. I would honestly say that the AI-generated Little Mermaid movie was more enjoyable than this. But without further ado, obviously spoiler warnings in case any of you are deranged enough to put this on during your holiday festivities. Don't want to ruin this one for you. But without further ado, I had to watch it, so now you have to listen about it. Let's chat about The Mean One. Okay. This movie starts off, and throughout the whole movie, there's like a narrator, which I'm pretty sure they're taking that from the cartoon. Well, I guess it's also in the Jim Carrey Grinch movie too, right? There's a narrator the whole time. It's in this context, it doesn't work at all. It's always kind of random, and you're like, oh shit, why the fuck are we doing that? But I digress, whatever. It starts off, and we get the classic scene of Sidney Lou Who, but in this movie, they call it Sidney You Know Who.
Remember that story about Cindy You Know Who?
And you're like, okay, I immediately know what kind of fucking movie this is gonna be. As soon as they start introducing, like, I mean, it's the name, but it's slightly different, okay? So it's like trying to be cute. And that's another thing with this movie, before I go too much into it, is I don't know how intentional the comedy's supposed to be. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, it's like, obviously they're trying to treat it as serious as they can with a horror movie, and it feels like they're doing that here too, but there's so many intentional, haha, this is supposed to be cute funny, that I didn't know if like, oh, are other parts of this movie supposed to be a comedy or a horror? I don't know, but it was bad. It wasn't funny and it wasn't scary, so I don't know. So it starts off with Sidney meeting the Grinch at the beginning, and they kind of establish that this is going to be a different version of the classic tale. It starts off with Sidney giving the Grinch or as she calls him, Santa, like a Santa Claus necklace, and his heart grew 3 sizes too big. But time stops, and then the narrator's like, well, that's probably the story you remember, but it's actually far darker.
But what if I said that's not how it went down?
And we get a nice cut of the mom immediately coming in and just being like, Sydney, watch out, that's a monster! The mom and the Grinch get into a scuffle, a scaff as you were. The mom trips, falls onto a spike. The actress they had for Sydney lets out a very monotone, monster!
Monster! Monster! Monster!
That's the beginning of our movie. Until we cut to the future, apparently, and Sydney and her dad are driving back to town to just enjoy the holiday season, even though it's like your mom was grisly murdered during the holiday. It's very odd. And we get a lot of weird dynamics between Sydney and her dad. I mean, he's like really, really over the top, and there is a funny line where as they're driving up, Sydney and her dad are singing, and like they're laughing because they finished a song, because apparently that's funny. And she lets out a sigh, and the dad immediately says, are you okay? Because I can turn around right now.
You're gonna be okay? Because we can turn around right now.
Which, don't really know what elicited that response, but she's like, nah, it's fine, it's whatever. And then this is where we start getting, okay, now we're getting into extremely schlocky, low budget, new, like, bad director kind of filmmaker vibes, when there's some shots that are snowy, and then there's some shots that are like, this is just Southern California or Northern California. I want to say that their home is probably in Northern California. That's kind of what it feels like. But while they're driving, they get pulled over by a cop who is absolutely rock hard for Sydney. He is flustered. He's like, what's your name? And she's like, oh God, Dad. And the dad's like, I wish you would get in here and fuck my daughter. Would you climb through this window and fuck my daughter? She's like, Dad. She looks at the cop and she's like, if I skinned my dad alive and cut off his cock and killed him and shot him in the back of the head, would you help me with that? And he's like, well, I'm sorry, I gotta go. And the cop just leaves. We started to notice that during this interaction, the movie is like extremely quiet.
I'm Cindy.
Abnormally quiet. Like there's no real score behind it. There's no sound effects. No, like let's take this right here. If you had this be absolutely quiet, it wouldn't feel like a live room. Versus if I wanted to make it feel more cinematic, I might put in room noise like this. And now it feels kind of like a full space. It doesn't feel like I'm just like staring into the void and my ears are just like, are we dying? Is this what death is? Is this what it feels like to die? Because that's how it felt watching this movie a bit. It was so silent, I felt like I could hear my brain just fossilizing inside of my head. But Sydney and her dad arrive back to the house. This is the place that her mom got killed. It's a very sensitive subject. She immediately walks inside. We get an obvious jump scare of some bats coming out of a chimney. The dad immediately comes in. He's like, what's wrong? The next scene, Sydney has a nightmare of her getting choked for a split second. She screams again. The dad immediately sprints in. What's wrong? Except this time he's holding a bat. And in this part where he's like trying to like console her and he's like, oh, it's okay. The actor to the actress was just extremely kissy. Like to the point where I'm like, maybe if it was like your younger daughter and you're trying to be affectionate, you'd be like, it's okay. And like kiss her head, and do whatever. He kisses her head, her hand, and then her shoulder. At what point I'm like, am I on the hub? I feel like this is the beginning of like an intro to the hub, if you know what I'm talking about. They go into the coffee shop the next day where they're sitting down. We get introduced to the mayor, who her name is Mayor McBean, which is coincidental because I was like, isn't that the name of a Dr. Seuss character? And we were like, oh yeah, well that's probably a coincidence, but it gets so much worse. Essentially, the handsome sheriff that Sydney wants to fuck is there as well. He comes up. There's a guy that they've obviously, like a younger actor that they've tried to age. He kind of looks like Negan from The Walking Dead. He comes up and she's like, oh, hi, Sheriff. And he's like, you remember me. And we get a nice quick flashback of Sydney as a little girl trying to show the sheriff a drawing she did, which is just a picture of the Grinch. And he's like, well, we found this outside and it's a green ski mask. And he's like, so I'm going to need you to be a brave girl and draw what he actually looked like under the mask because monsters aren't real, right? And she's like, sure. He's like, okay, sweetheart, I'm going to really need you to say monsters aren't real. Can you do that? Are you a big girl? Can you do that? And she's like, yeah. Yes. He's like, no, sweetie, please, I need you to say it. Please say monsters aren't real. Okay, monsters aren't real. Okay, sweetheart, now go ahead and draw that perp. I know you're 6 years old. Go ahead and draw that perp again to perfect detail so we can catch this guy. We cut back. The dad is obviously still pissed at the sheriff. So as they're leaving, they have a flashback. Turns out also the guy's Jewish, and there's like a really weird anti-Semitic joke about him being like, what is it, my nose?
Oh, I light the candles 8 nights a year.
You're Jewish.
Was it the nose?
Could you tell that I'm Jewish from these big fucking schnoz of mine? I thought that was I thought that was a bit weird. Where it's just like, no, I just, I don't know. I just put 2 and 2 together. He's like, I bet it's this big fucking nose of mine. Hey, follow your nose. Am I Toucan Sam? I might be. I don't know. I don't know if any of these are landing. Okay. And as the scenes transition, we get one shot of an old man taking a swig from a whiskey glass, which I think they're trying to set up that somebody is watching them, but there's no other previous shot to show that like Sydney is being watched. So it just cuts to the interior of this man's truck and he's just drinking and then we just leave. So we're like, what? Who is that? But it doesn't matter because now we're having fun. Sydney and her dad are doing probably one of the cringiest montages of people faking having fun and putting up decorations, and it's so painfully quiet. We'll have to play some of the clips here, but just them kind of like being like, oh, cool. Here, come here, give me that. It feels like I think you should leave sketch in real time. That's kind of what it feels like, which immediately they do rock, paper, scissors to see who has to take out the trash. Sydney has to take out the trash, and oops, her dad dies. And we have one of the most jarring edits where I couldn't really tell if it was a dream because she finds her dad and then we cut and she's in a hospital with blood on her hands and she's screaming, and the narrator's like, Sydney had horrible nightmares of blood on her hands.
Cindy's nightmares continued about the blood and the beast. If she hadn't lost her mind, she's misplaced it at least.
And you're like, oh, so this is her like thinking that she's gone crazy. And it's like, oh no, literally the next day she's just still in the hospital. And it's like, so how long she been in there? Because they kind of just let her out, which is weird because if every character in the movie so far has been like, yeah, Sydney, she's fucking crazy. It's like Michael Myers. It's like a young kid kills a family member, comes back and kills more people. It kind of reads like that to where I feel like they would be more alarmed, like, oh, well, this person has been around, their mom died, now they coincidentally come back, and then now their dad is dead. I guess we'll just let her go. Mayor McBean shows up, and she gives Sydney some flowers, and she's like, hey, nice to see you're awake, psycho. And she's like, I'm not a psychopath, the monster's out there, please. And then, basically, the Christmas killer's back. We get some of that stuff. The voice narrator says something again, I can't fucking remember. It's like, it's just so fucking bad.
The last of her love had been stolen away.
Gooning with the boys does not make you gay.
Sydney is taken home by the deputy, and you can definitely tell that the deputy, his dick is rubbing against the zipper of those pants real bad. He is bricked the fuck up. She's like, I'm not crazy, I saw a green monster head fur, okay? He's also like, I think he's super new to the Force too, and he's just like, I don't care. I want some crazy head. I want some crazy lady pussy, like, bad. Did I mention I'm Jewish?
Proudly Jewish.
The mayor goes to the sheriff to tell him that they can't go through another Christmas killer thing again. It's bad for the MO in this small town. We can't keep having all these Christmas killers, sheriff. I'm a 33 millennial mayor, all right? I have to get reelected my entire life. I get paid $12,000 a year to be mayor of this town. And she does like a very sassy Karen thing as she walks away. She's like, okay, sweetie, all right. You can tell that, I don't know. She's a bitch. We cut to Sydney's house where she's inside cleaning her dad's blood off the floor, which we'll do a fact check now, but I'm almost positive that like the forensics keeps it there to take photos, but I'm pretty sure someone like cleans it up. Like they get someone to come and clean it up for you. I don't think they're like, that's a bummer. There's the blood. We shouldn't have left it that long, but we did. Sorry, man, for real. But Sydney luckily says, I'm tired of cleaning daddy's blood. I want to go for a hike. She goes up the hike of the mountain and she starts drinking some of the Jewish tea that the deputy gave her, and she looks like she's really content. It kind of almost, she's like has the composure that she's just like, I'm totally fine with my dad being dead. But luckily enough, while she's taking some pictures of people kissing under a mistletoe on the mountain, like, that's a weird place to do it, but okay. There's the Grinch, and he starts attacking them with his claws. And we get one of the funniest scenes of the movie where Sydney runs up the hill, turns around, and there's the Grinch's face. They're definitely doing a Jim Carrey Grinch. It's becoming very, very clear. And then we get probably the funniest scene in the movie where she takes a bunch of rocks, and she's throwing it at the Grinch, and she's hitting him every time in the face. And she just keeps screaming, "You're real." And I don't know I don't know if this is supposed to be funny. You would think like maybe after one you kind of cut it quits, maybe two. So many rocks are thrown. It's an obnoxious amount of rocks. So the Grinch runs off. The paramedics are there now. Sydney's in a big hissy because she saw the thing she saw when she was 6 years old. She's definitely not insane. She definitely didn't go up to the hills and assault these people. I promise you. But you know the paramedics are like, "Who did this to you?" She's like, "Well, I don't know. My glasses fell off. I couldn't get a good look at them." Which is like, I'm pretty sure even if you had your glasses off, you could see a giant green furred man in a red Santa Claus suit. It might be blurry, but you'd probably be like, it was like a red Santa Claus suit with a fur guy. Whatever. That's just what I would think. Sydney shows the sheriff some blur pictures of the Grinch's cock, and the sheriff says, "This is a federal land, so it's out of our jurisdiction," which it's pretty funny. He's like, "What the heck is this? What is this, Sasquatch? What is this?" He says something else. He's like, "Is this a cowboy?"
Hellboy? Bigfoot?
Pretty sure he says this is a cowboy. And I'm like, what? No, it's just monster. Look at it. Sydney puts up flyers of blurry images, which is just stupid. I mean, like when you look at the flyers, it's like, "Have you seen this man? Green fur and claws." And it's the blurriest compressed fucking JPEG you've ever seen in your life. And that's when we cut to, which once again, the edit makes it look like we're cutting back, or like it's like a flashback, but no, we're just cutting to a group of Santa Clauses on a party bus who are driving into town. But the edit makes it look like a flashback. It's so fucking weird. The group of Santa Clauses that are in something called SantaCon, Jesus Christ, roll up to a bar and they're all gonna, you know, get sloshed up. And it's cute and hilarious when one of them tries assaulting the waitress. Really funny. Because usually when horror movies do this, they're setting it up to where the bad guy gets his comeuppings. He slips off to the back while all of his friends are laughing, and I think that he's gonna go grape the waitress, and she just elbows him in the face and she just, "Sorry." And it's like, wasn't he about to just like assault you? I feel like you should probably be a little more, I don't know, not as like, "I'm a bad bitch." You know, I would be like, "I'm gonna kill you with a fucking frying pan." But luckily the Grinch comes in and we really get to see this guy, whoever the Grinch actor is. He has a little candy cane, he's doing a twirl, and he bashes one of the Santa's heads in. He's, you know, very Jim Carrey here. And all hell breaks loose. I mean, he's beating people up. It's total pandemonium in the bar, which you wouldn't really know because there's no music really at all. So it feels very silent, and like I feel like they just forgot to add sound effects in. Like, it feels so empty. There is a funny part, though, where it's once again, a terrible edit, but the Grinch jumps up and he immediately lands down, and it's just like a wig that has like some cherry pie filling on the floor. That was pretty funny. He stabs an inflatable tree, puts someone in a meat grinder, and he just beats the shit out of people. So the waitress who hit the guy on the head, the Grinch like drug his body into the freezer, and she went in after him and got locked in the whole time. But after the whole Grinch murder fest, the freezer door just like randomly opens and she's able to walk out and see how crazy this bad SantaCon, which also I don't know why they had to make the SantaCon people just like, I don't know, it's like it felt like a biker gang, like a movie, you know what I mean? Like when it's like, oh, the biker gang comes in, they're like, "We're not paying for anything, fucker. You know, go get us a beer. You sweet tits. Yeah. Let me see that pussy. I want to see that Cyclops eye between your legs." They were just people dressed up as Santa. Just felt weird. Whatever. Also in this movie, they reused the same B-roll of like clouds passing by the moon, but it's on like 12 frames a second. It looks really like, maybe even 8 frames. I mean, it looks like really jagged. Like almost like the render got fucked up, but they keep reusing it. It's gotta make me laugh a little bit. At Sydney's house, the Grinch comes and turns her lights off. Someone breaks in and it turns out it's not the Grinch. It's the old man who was drinking the whiskey in the truck. Remember him from a while ago? You don't? I barely did too. Sydney punches him in the face and he does like a creepy line. He's like, "You gotta punch harder than that if you're gonna beat up the Grinch.
You're gonna have to learn to hit harder than that."
It's like, okay, what? They go to Horton's to get a drink. You just kind of see what's happening. By now, we're like, oh God, he's gonna keep putting in all of these Dr. Seuss references. McBean, Hortons, it gets so much worse. The local whiskey fat old man drunk shows a drawing to Sydney, which looks like a pencil drawing that a third grader would do at school, which is fine because it's not, he's a professional artist, but it's just funny because he just carries it around with him. "What does that monster look like?" "Well, let me show you." And he pulls out this drawing. And then she's like, "Well, what am I seeing? What's his name?" And he's like, "They call him the Grinch." And as he says it, the waitress or the bartender is like,
"Finch! Order for Mike Finch!"
It's a really clever way to get around copyright. But then the drunk guy is like,
"But to me, he's just the mean one."
Wink!
Wink! It's the name of the movie! We get exposition about the lumberjack, how the mean one hates anything Christmas, how he doesn't like the mean one because his wife was mailing. This is kind of funny. This is like just such a stupid backstory. He's like, my wife was mailing Christmas package. Order the lobster Caesar. And I was like, what in the hell? What is that? He's like, oh, I don't know. It's just a thing on the menu. It's there. So then when the nice waitress came over and she's like, what would you like to drink? I'd be like, let's do a round of waters and then can we just try the lobster Caesar? And then she did. Huh?
Are you talking about a drink or?
Yeah.
It's a drink, but I knew it was gonna
It is. It's
like
on the margarita.
And then I looked at Jacob and he's like, it's on the website. We were chatting, having a good time. We ended up getting the fucking Red Lobster like margaritas or something.
There's the two.
There's two of them, a passion fruit one and like a coconut one. Oh my God.
They're good.
First off, did not realize how large they were. They came out and they were in these giant fucking chalices, but then they also gave you little Red Lobster necklaces. How hot is that?
A+.
All this food started coming out. All the food was amazing. And then I started noticing this. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's breaking bread. Everyone's laughing and talking. The staff's coming over. We're all laughing. People next to us. Children are singing and laughing all around us. And I just realized is this not the family environment that I want? If I had to, after church every week, if I had to go somewhere, I think Red Lobster would be a place. And after it was all said and done and we left, granted the bill was $119, but it was also, we had 4 giant drinks. So I'd say it's probably comparable to I would say it's cheaper than Yard House. I'd probably say that. And as I was finished the check and I was walking out, stumbling around with my giant leg rot, gamer rot, diabetic rot ankles, I thought to myself, this place, this heaven.
I'm giving this motherfucker a 9 out of 10. Waitress was awesome. Staff was awesome. Shout out my boy Benjamin Ronian. Show his picture again. Hey, motherfucker knows how to run a clean ship. All right, 9 out of 10. That puts him on top so far in my book. They say good things only happen once in your lifetime. I think one of the good things that happened to me was going to Red Lobster. Boys, I don't think we're getting much better than this. I got f***ed up off that margarita. Come on.
If we would have not gone to any of them and this video could just be about Red Lobster, I probably would have done it. It was that good. Also, too, they have a nice fucking bar. Those cocktails, god damn, dude. I would love to just sit in there and watch like a fucking baseball game and just be like, I'm gonna get day drunk, eat cheddar biscuits, and eat shrimp Alfredo, whatever.
That lobster dip, oof.
The lobster dip was fucking insane. Also, Harry, my adopted son, he can't have shellfish.
But we fed it to him anyways.
No, but he had cheddar biscuits and chips, and even he was like, it was amazing. So you tell me, all right?
And a margarita.
And he did have the margarita, the passion fruit one. I'll tell you, both the passion fruit and the coconut one, you seriously got to go up there and get them. And we were riding a high. I mean, after this point, what's funny is we had Red Lobster, and then right across the street in the parking lot was also our next stop, which was Olive Garden.
Olive Garden on 3. 1, 2, 3. Olive Garden!
Olive Garden is interesting. You walk in way fancier than I expected. It kind of felt like a set piece to like White Lotus, that show on HBO. Like a resort or something like that. You get a little touch of Italy in there. I've never been, but...
You've never been to Olive Garden?
No, Italy.
Oh.
It's just, I kept saying this. Let's say you're 65, you're retired, and you're just like, I got a 2017 Mercedes. That's the kind of guy going to Olive Garden and getting wine drunk. And also, the only other experience I had with Olive Garden before this was we have a meteorologist here in Kansas City. His name's Brian Busby. Love him to death. Channel 9 News. He's gay. And after work one night, I went over. I used to work at this place called, well, whatever. I don't want to keep doxing all these places, but after work, across the way, there was an Olive Garden, and in there was Brian Busby at the bar with his mans. They were macking on each other, dude, and that motherfucker was wine drunk. And I sat there, and we noticed that he had his hand down the back, I'm not even joking, down the back of his boyfriend's pants and stuff, and he was like, I don't know if he was fiddling or doing whatever, but I was like, God damn, and I walked by him, I said, hey, Brian, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow, bud? And he looked at me, he said, I think there's going to be a chance for rain. Lips all fucking stained red and his teeth are all red from their wine. It was awesome. Because I don't remember anything about the food. That's the only, every time I remember that. That's the only thing I remember is that there's going to be some chance for rain. So what now, because everybody talks about the appetizers, whatever, we just did the breadsticks. Because everybody's just like, oh, the breadsticks. So good. Breadsticks are so good. I mean, I don't know.
All right.
It felt like some fucking like middle school cafeteria shit. Is it just the quantity of breadsticks you get that people like?
I think it's free.
It is free, but that's what I'm saying. Is it free and you get a ton of them?
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
It's just carbs. Just load up on carbs.
Load up on carbs. Well, at Olive Garden you have to, because we got the fucking tour of Italy, which is like chicken Alfredo as well, and then like another dish. I can't remember what all was on it. It's a sampler kind of thing, but it's like one of their most popular dishes, if not their most popular one. Lasagna. The dessert, we got the black tie mousse cake, and for the drink, we got the Italian margarita. It was whatever. Here's the thing. All the staff was really cool. I like the vibe of it. Once again, it's one of those places where I'd be like, is there a cricket game going on? Because I'd love to watch some cricket and get wine drunk at Olive Garden. The staff was cool. The atmosphere was kind of nice. It was nice and big in there too. But the food, I mean, I would never go back to be like, oh, I have to go back. I got to get the tour of Italy again. I don't think I'd ever say that. That being said, people always told me, oh, Olive Garden, it's like the fancier side of whatever. You expect it to be like, oh, this is going to be much more expensive. $45.
To be fair, the appetizer is free, so I'd probably add another 15, 20 bucks.
Oh, true. Yeah, we didn't get the deal. So you probably could add, yeah. Let's just say conservatively 10.
Yeah, so 55.
55. It's still, I would say, I bet you'd be cheaper than Yard House.
Yeah.
Not Cheesecake Factory. God damn, dude. Cheesecake Factory. Drop that motherfucker to a 6. Seriously, that. It's too expensive. You know what? I'd give it a 6
altogether. I think the atmosphere is fine. The food's okay. The service was nice. It's kind of one of those strong senses too, where it's like, do you want seafood like Red Lobster, or do you want it Italian? And I'm like, I don't know. So all in all, I mean, I'd probably give it a 6. I wouldn't take a lady of the night here. All right, this is for wives, right? I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I think it's like right in the middle. Would I do it every week? No, but it's like on a blue moon. Take your girl there, or go up there by yourself. Some fucking short khakis, some cargo shorts, and a nice polo tucked in with socks and sandals. Get wine drunk. Make some mistakes, dude. Why not?
We did make a family of 4 leave.
That I don't entirely know. There was a family of 4 behind us. Well, Jacob was up and he was like cutting the food for us. He was cussing up a storm and swearing and sweating all over the place. And I couldn't tell if there was 2 kids. I was like, God damn, dude, calm down. There's 2 children over there. And there's like their like bald father who was just like, but I couldn't tell if he was mad because the wife showed up late and he was like, and he got up and left. So I think he was just like, let's just fucking go. One of those things. Which whenever I have a litter of pups, I can't wait to do that. You know what? Let's just go home. Let's just go home. They were there for a while too. And then she showed up late. I don't know what happened. All I know is I'm like, there's some bad blood happening. The Olive Garden extravaganza might have been the straw that broke the camel's back is all I gotta say. But then we went to
Chili's. Whatever, it's not fucking working. Okay, Chili's does have some good branding. Look at the peppers. Look at the chilies on the deal. Look at that. Hey, right up top. Right up top.
It's not the most popular, because I think the most popular on this list is Texas Roadhouse now. But I would say Chili's is probably the most well-known, at least. Or I feel like everyone's probably been to a Chili's at once in their life. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, baby back. Chili's baby back ribs. Right? Which, Chili's, there's a couple things going for Chili's. They have a giant chili out in the front, which is kind of nice. There's chilies on the doors. And you get inside and you're just like, what the hell even is this supposed to be? I kind of like when restaurants have a little bit of a theme. Even sports bars have a bit of a theme, even if it's just like TVs everywhere. It's a sports bar. When I go into Chili's, the first thing you see is a giant baby back ribs text on a wall. And you're like, okay, I know the song, but then there's like weird witchcraft stone, like a hut, like a fucking hobbit's den. And then it branches into like, I don't know, borderline alt-right propaganda shit all over the wall. I don't know. It's so odd. I'm so confused by Chili's. The most popular appetizer is the boneless honey chipotle wings, because at every place it's just fucking boneless wings every time. And then the dish, we got the baby back ribs, of course, because that's there's the fucking song. And the dessert, we got the skillet chocolate chip cookie. And then for the drink, we got the Presidente margarita, which let me tell you, the fucking El Presidente margarita was insulting. Jacob's sitting there like a giant toddler. He has his spit bib and his hard hat on, and this guy comes over and he's just like, here, let me pour the first one for you. Hey, if there's any mess, it's my fault, not yours.
I'll pour the first one if you don't mind. That way, if anybody makes a mess, it is my fault.
I was like, what are you talking about? What the fuck do you mean? You don't think I can pour a margarita thing into a cup? I'm like, what kind of clientele are going here? It was all, I tell you what, baby back ribs, not a goddamn piece of meat on the bones. What the hell happened there? It was a half rack. I was like, where, hello? Barbecue sauce is tasty. But I remember a day and age when them ribs were thick with meat. Do you think we just got a young calf?
Yeah, probably.
Or do you think they're skimping down?
They're skimping.
I think they're probably skimping too. Everything was forgettable. I mean, I don't know. Like, once again, do you want to be the guy who's like, I'm probably gonna go up to Chili's and get drunk? As a meme, sounds funny, but as like your normal ritual, if I was single, if I was divorced, I feel like I'd just be sad going to a Chili's. Also, all these places are blaring like pop music. And that was a plus for Olive Garden, was it was like a little, but at the same time I was like, okay, well, I get it, we're fucking in Italy, dude. But it's like whatever, like some Italian music. But everywhere else it was just fucking Katy Perry. I kissed a girl and I liked it. And you're like sitting there looking at these like baby back ribs with no fucking meat on them, and you're like just biting the bone, because what else can you do?
I give it a 5.
You know what? Fuck it, 4. It's a 4. I would go there over Applebee's any day of the week. I mean, Applebee's, don't ever go. Seriously. I don't know what else to tell you. I just wouldn't go.
Unless they had beer pong tournaments.
No. No. Chili's and Applebee's, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm so disappointed because I went through life being like, oh, I love Chili's. Not anymore.
We've given out so many gift cards.
We have. That's kind of been the meme. Is we'll give you a Chili's gift card. Now I can't anymore. I have to figure out a new one.
Red Lobster.
It's gonna have to be Red Lobster, but then they might go fucking belly up. So then where am I supposed to go? Red Robin. We'll switch the whole operation over to Red Robin. We'll be okay. Next up, we went to Texas Roadhouse.
Dad, it's time to go eat.
Your dad's having a diabetic episode.
Dad, it's time to go eat. Time to eat again, come on.
Jacob, give Pop a hand.
Get his insulin while you're at it.
Get off me. Ow! 1, 2, 3. Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse, first off, I think it's literally like the most popular restaurant in America. Did you know that?
I didn't.
For sit down, I think it is the most popular.
It's them cinnamon biscuits.
It's the fucking sweet rolls, dude. People love the sweet rolls. First off, Texas Roadhouse does it kind of smart. Those motherfuckers don't open up till 4. They're like, who gives a fuck about lunch? And what was crazy, we got there at 5. They'd been open for an hour. It was packed. Packed on a Wednesday. It was fucking crazy. Yeah. I expected like 6 or 7 to maybe be like, oh yeah, sure. 5 o'clock, packed. We thought we couldn't even get a seat. Well, luckily there was a booth open, thank God. But we went in there. We got the rattlesnake bites. Oh God. The rolls, the entree, we got their Dallas filet, and then dessert we got the Granny's Apple Classic, and then drinks we got cactus water. Here's the thing. The rolls pretty good. Those rattlesnake bites kind of heinous. I mean, it was kind of like a weird cream cheese kind of thing. It was too much. To be fair, by this time of the day, I've had so much cheese and everything I want to die. So I'm still trying to be subjective over it, right?
Yeah, subjective.
Subjective. I don't know if you thought this was weird too. They give us a sampler of like corn.
Yeah, that was weird.
Like green beans and mashed potato, like a weird plate of like condiment cups full of that. You think that's normal? Why would you do that?
I'm guessing so it's just like, try,
pick
so you
know
side.
What side you like.
Yeah.
So you just try it. I like that. I want that with this. Oh, I mean, that makes sense. It's still kind of weird how they did it though, right?
It's very weird.
It's just odd. Also, it's just like it's mashed potatoes. If somebody's that surprised, kick them out. Anyways, we got that shit. Listen, the appetizer was whatever. The atmosphere is pretty, like, that's another place I'd be like, I would go up there and watch like a game or whatever. The bar's nice. Has like a nice vibe. I don't know if I'd bring my family as so much as just being like boys' night. Because it's kind of rowdy. It's loud in there. The steak was good. I thought the steak was great. It came out fast too. I was like, God damn, dude. How many you got prepared back there? Holy hell. Because it was fast. I thought that, it was fine. For a chain restaurant steak, I mean, I was like, I'd be perfectly happy with that.
Allison complained is a bit salty.
Who cares? And then I think the highlight though, that Granny's apple pie was fucking sick. And I don't even like pie really. Like I'm not a big pie crust person. That ruled. It was great. We were sitting there being like, I'm borderline impressed. I mean, I was sitting there, I was like
7.5.
Didn't like it as much as Red Lobster, obviously. But I was like, this is better than the other stuff. But then the worst thing on earth that happened. We were paying, and then they brought over a saddle on a piece of wood, and a large 12-year-old child got up on it, and a woman was screaming.
Oh my God, we're so close to the finish line. Oh shit.
It was a happy birthday announcement. It soured me so much that this Texas Roadhouse score went from a 7.5.
Drop it to a 6.
1.5 point.
Or dropping it to 6.
1, 2, 3.
But But the reason I justify that, listen, do I care that the large boy got to be like, you know, happy birthday, yeehaw? Sure, this place is fucking packed with families. I bet you anything, every 15 to 20 minutes, you're gonna hear that. Fuck that. To me, that justifies it going down to a 6.
Yep. I'm trying to watch the game.
Even if I was in there not watching the game, like that's insane. That is crazy. I give gratitude to all of the people who have to work there and endure that. I would fucking start a union and fight back against that rule. I'd be like, no more saddle and yeehaws. We're done. It's fucking with everybody. It's fucking with our money. That's what I'd say. Come on! Which actually, that doesn't make any sense because it's packed in there constantly. All I'm saying is God bless you and good luck.
Good day, mate. You think that's a knife? This is a knife. You like that one?
I love Crocodile Dundee.
You like when Dad jokes around like that?
That's funny.
Look up. Look up. They're disciplined boys. That's why I love them. Can't wait to eat the blue and onion with you guys. How about some shrimp on the barbie? Huh?
This is the most you've walked in a couple months.
You know what? Actually, it is, huh? 1, 2, 3. Good day, mate.
Just worried about you, Pops.
Don't worry about your dad. He's been through a lot today. Trying to figure out what's... Don't. Try to figure out where exactly we're gonna have our permanent Sunday spot. Our permanent Sunday spot where we can have our lunch every Sunday.
Yeah, I'm
okay?
excited.
All right, buddy. Go in there and get in there. Nick, come on.
Now, next we went to Outback, which became our final one. On our way over there, we were dead. I mean, we were pretty much exhausted. And the last two are Red Robin, which is basically just burgers. It's good. I've had it, but it's like, it doesn't have the variety. And then 54th Street Grill, but we were just like, get 8's fine. So we stopped at Outback Steakhouse, which is another staple, right?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't probably been to an Outback in maybe 8 years, probably a decade. Because last time I went, I had horrible, horrible diarrhea after I left because of our opening item, the Bloomin' Onion. I think the Bloomin' Onion should be, like, there should be someone who has to pay some kind of war crime for the existence of that heinous piece of culinary terrorism. The Bloomin' Onion is fucking terrible. We ordered the Bloomin' Onion, we got the Outback center cut sirloin, we got the chocolate thunder from down under, and for our drink, we got a Croctail. Which every time the word Croctail was said, Allison bursted out into an autistic fit, like a laughter. I don't know why.
Can I also try your Croctail?
Croctail, yeah, for sure.
It got her again.
The Bloomin' Onion is, I think it's probably my least favorite thing we've had, not only today, but I've ever had in my life. People that say they like it, you need to distance yourself from them. And if there are people who are like, dude, you're fucked in the comments, unsubscribe and leave. I can't have Bloomin' Onion fans here. I'm sorry, I can't. Nick, my hands are tied.
They're pretty heinous.
It looks dry from the outside, but then you touch it and then the layer, the crispy layer of batter and fat turns into a Listerine strip that just dissolves on your fingers and it leaves this caked mess. And these thick cuts of onions that you're supposed to pluck off and you dip it into this toxic sulfur bile that they probably fucking dug up from a septic tank in the back. It's so sour and disgusting that I could not continue. Horrible. I couldn't continue. It was horrible. Am I exaggerating? It's fucking terrible.
It was bad.
Yeah. Nick is still, he's out of, you look like you're about to fall asleep. I think yesterday took everybody out. I mean, I'm just going to go on to, I mean, like, listen, the sirloin was...
Oh, sad. It was sad looking.
It looked like a, I don't know, like a kind of like a brownie. I mean, it was just depressing and it tastes like shit. It is what it is. The chocolate thunder from down under, you know... It's chocolate. I'd say the highlight, I'll give it this. Mac and cheese was good. Nice cracked pepper, mac and cheese, and a little skillet. That was nice. The Croctails were too sweet, but you did get to keep a little crocodile.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop.
Comes with a crocodile toy, and I thought that was fun.
A+.
So all in all, I'd give it
4 out of 10.
I'm going to put it on par with Applebee's. I would never go back. I have no desire to ever go back to Outback Steakhouse. This is what we have to say here. Red Lobster is the king. And if it goes out of business, it's America's fault. Nothing that Red Lobster could have done. The cheddar biscuits are there. It was wonderful. But you know what got me thinking? This whole list feels like a dying breed. Who knows how many years in the future from now, but like these chains, it doesn't feel like this is going to be a thing in the future. Something just deeply from the past. Oh, it felt nostalgic going back to some of them in a way. Because it used to be this exciting exciting unknown thing, right? Before the internet, before all these other things came out, you would go, you'd rent a movie with your family. Maybe you would go, it'd be a special thing to go to one of these chains. You've heard about them. And maybe your friends have been to one that lives in a town over or whatever. It was like kind of a mystical thing that has now transformed into just like garbage. And maybe it's always been garbage, but it at least had this mysticism about it back in the day that I feel like is totally squandered and lost. So I'm glad we got to do it while it's still here, but it feels like these ponies are riding off into the sunset. The moment Red Lobster goes is the moment this channel dies. Just kidding. Don't hold that against me. That's our ranking for today. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Dad, your feet stink.
Stop. We're going home and I'm blistering that ass.
No. It already hurts.
Oh, he's in shape. Yeah, he doesn't eat at this place.
So it's like pushed way to an extreme, but yeah, you have to give him credit for at least going that far. But it is daunting. Like, I mean, after sitting in there for a bit, you see that bald son of a way too much, and you're like, I need to get out of here quick. But a couple little things too. There's been many deaths, which is really fun when you go in and sit down to eat at this place that you might not be making it out. Like in 2011, the spokesman, Blair River, died from a pneumonia, partly due to him being 570 pounds. So they would have spokespersons for a while. They don't do it anymore because they all drop like flies, which you could just say, you know what? Bad luck. It's bad luck. But in 2012, a year later, a patient, a customer, died from an actual heart attack while eating a triple bypass burger. Reportedly, customers thought that this was some sort of staged death, and according to Dr. John, who is the CEO, I actually felt horrible for the gentleman because the tourists were taking photos of him as if it were some type of stunt. Even with our own morbid sense of humor, we would never pull a stunt like that. Other customers in the restaurant were like, oh, that fatty's having a heart attack. And the guy was like, probably like, can you imagine dying? And people were like, it's a bit. And that same year, a woman in her 40s collapsed to the floor, unconscious after consuming a double bypass burger while smoking a cigarette and drinking a margarita.
Were you watching other people eating? There was one guy who grabbed like the mayonnaise and he just squirted it each bite, like oozing.
The whole thing too is that it is, once again, it's like a joke restaurant. It is like supposed to be stupidly unhealthy, but man, it was a sight to see. Also, I think they use like hospital lighting too, so it's very like sterile. It's just like the whole thing just feels kind of cold and I don't know. Also, one of them was a fan of mine, one of the waitresses, so I just want to say shout out you, appreciate you. And our waitress was really nice too. But let's get to the actual food. I want to say this, not good. When I say not good, I want to say my God, atrocious. So I got the octuple burger and it was, I'm not even joking, it was like this big because they were all half-pound quarter patties, so it was 4 pounds of meat. They give you 40 strips of bacon and there's 3 pieces of cheese on each burger. I tried to eat one of them and I was like, I feel sick. They were all definitely like frozen burger patties, like the thick frozen burger patties that you would find at like a wholesale. Not fresh at all. It was so dry. I knew that I was not going to be able to finish the food, okay? But then I have to look forward to my waitress spanking my ass. They had like different degrees of like, do you want it soft, medium, or hard? She chose the hard one. And that last one stung, which is odd because it didn't have the biggest snap, but it did. And my ass was blistered for quite some time. I was also wearing basketball shorts, dude. Brutal. I mean, if I had to put the Heart Attack Grill on anything so far, I mean, food, it doesn't even compete with Hooters. If Hooters is generic, I will take generic every day of my life. The atmosphere, while being fun, it's too much. I mean, it's insane. And then the waitresses and stuff, I guess for the flirty aspect, like it's a restaurant of like, it's scantily nurse outfits, but I didn't think it was actually that crazy. It's like, yeah, your tits are up and they're like short skirts, but I didn't think it was anything too revealing. Yeah, I would say it's fairly modest. I don't know if that's changed over time, but I will say just compared to the Hooters thing so far, I would say this one is just way below. Way below. Does it feel too bad to just put it at last place immediately? Why don't we, just to be fair, I'll put it at 4th. You never know. But that takes us to our next place. That was our first day in Las Vegas, and after that, the Heart Attack Grill about broke me, so we had to wait another day. But after that, we were able to start our day off with Ojo Locos at 11 a.m. right as soon as they open. And let me tell you, Ojo Locos is Spanish for crazy eyes. It's a restaurant and cantina created in 2010 in Dallas, Texas that incorporates the idea of waitresses wearing revealing clothing, black miniskirts, and low-cut shirts that show their midriff and cleavage. Ojo Locos, I want to say this is just referred to as Mexican Hooters. I didn't say that. That's just what people say. That is in quotations. Someone has said that before. And markets itself to that demographic. Servers are referred to as chicas.
Chica from Fortnite?
Chica from Fortnite? Or Five Nights at Freddy's. It was created by one of the original creators of Twin Peaks, Randy DeWitt. We're getting ready to hit 2 properties by the same guy. Pretty good. When we went into the Ojo Locos thing, we didn't realize well, first off, I just want to say we took a taxi there, and the taxi driver was like, I've been driving taxis for 20 years. I've never heard of this place ever. I've been driving taxis in Las Vegas. I've never been here before. And not only was it a restaurant, but it's also a casino, which we were like, oh, okay, that makes sense because the first place, the Hooters, it had the, it's just like a restaurant in the casino. This was just a giant restaurant, and then like very sadly, it was just split with slot machines. There's just something about people playing slots that's just the saddest. It has to be one of the saddest things, like going into hospice in a hospital and then watching like veterans in wheelchairs hit the slot machine doing like a little Hector Salamanca, like, you know what I mean, in their wheelchair, tapping the screen and shit. We walked by the bathrooms. We were like, I don't know if this is the right spot, because we didn't realize that we were going to be the first customers that day. We were going to be the first customers today, and I don't like that either. I like coming into a place and there's already some people, you know what I mean? I feel like I can kind of hide. Now it's just going to be, there's the one people here, and that makes me nervous. At 11 a.m., the waitresses were doing like a meeting in the morning, and they did like a chant.
I was going to say like morning prep.
Kind of like a get ready for work, like, yeah, let's have a good day. And then we saw them, and I mean, to say lingerie puts it lightly. This was revealing, okay? Revealing. It blew Hooters out of the water. Woo! My God!
Easily, by far the most revealing outfits. Also, I feel like I can't look anywhere besides down. I feel like a 4th grader.
And I just want to say, the ambiance so far, before we actually sat down and got into it, I was like, this feels like one of the worst ones so far. But as we got into it, and as we got our server, I can't remember her name, Gretel. That's her name, is Gretel. It was, I was flustered. I was like, I cannot, this feels wrong. My wife was here, which I did tell her I was doing this, so you guys can't be mad at me. But I was definitely like, thank you. Once again, Nick with that camera.
This is like a kind of place, in terms of like also all of these are, I would say, sports books so far.
Watch out, dude. And also, you know what was weird? By the time we had Ojo Locos too, it made me think about like the early 2000s of when these things were opening up. This is the same era as like Girls Gone Wild being out, and like the kind of like weird tapes and the Howard Stern show of people coming out and showing their tits. And I'm like, of course, this is a bastion that would be popular back then, but it feels so weird now. Like I kept thinking about how odd this, like I'm like, how is there not more people just being like, this is like, we can't be a part of this. But then it really shows that that's like such a small voice in the void of men coming out and just being like, I just worked a hard day. I just want a beer and to watch a game and have some tits in my face. And in a way, that kind of felt like the American dream.
One thing I don't get is it's a lot like strip clubs where it's like I'm watching a woman be naked and like am I supposed to just be hard and like get up and leave? Unless it's just like there's babes, wings, and this. It's a vibe. I'm not gay. Which I guess more power to them, but it feels like such a weird concept to me.
I know we talked about the sad demeanor of the restaurant and stuff and the extremely revealing. I mean, a girl walked by, I swear to God, I saw her. Look. We were having the cocktails, which were delicious. We're going to get more in that in a second. I was having a cocktail. We were talking. I looked over and I was like, almost looked like if like Homer Simpson's lip. I was like, God damn, put that thing away, dude. And then it made me even more nervous because I was like, our food hasn't even gotten here yet. All right, now we're gonna have to eat at this place. I got two lips hanging out and all that kind of stuff. You can basically see a girl's as she walks by. It was looking a little alarming. Yes, the cocktails were good, but you could throw sugar in any kind of alcohol beverage and it'd be fine, right? But then the food came. We got the wings, a burger, just to make it consistent, but then also we got street tacos, like Los Polos. Like it was just like a giant chicken that came with like rice and tortillas and that stuff. And I gotta say, the food was dynamite. Good. I mean, to the point where I don't know if it's just because we had the Hooter sauce and we wanted to put a gun in our mouth, or if because we had the heart attack grill and we wanted to throw ourselves in front of a bus. All I know is that the Ojo Locos food was awesome. Even like just standard buffalo wings, it's insane how you can taste the difference between frozen meat and fresh meat, or even if they were using frozen, you better hide the secrets to that frozen meat because it is delicious. But then also even the regular chicken, I would never with the wings again. I would just get that shit. They had like the spicy green sauce. It was awesome. Even the burger was good. All in all, it was a phenomenal lunch. I mean, to the point where I was like, I felt scared for the other competition. I was like, this is, that's how they get you a little bit. They get you hooked in on the good food. You have a couple of cocktails and all of a sudden you're just like, why the f is this place so cool? They had a weird soccer ball drink that was just a giant tube. And you put your own beer on tap. All I know is after some drinks, some good food and the environment, and then even the women walk around with their and their hanging out and their and everything, it just becomes normal. And it became a very pleasant experience, and it quickly, almost immediately, dashed my way to putting it at #1, outranking Hooters in a goddamn heartbeat. Not even close. Unbelievable. If anything, it shifts Hooters down to 3 for me. I'm gonna put Hooters down in the middle of the pack now. I didn't know what was possible until this point. here we are, Ojos Locos at number 1, Hooters number 3, and I'm putting Heart Attack Grill at 5. The 4 was a mistake. That should have just been at a 5. But we let hours pass. We left that place. Hours and hours and hours passed, and we went to our 4th location, the Tilted Kilt, which the Tilted Kilt is just a Las Vegas chain as well, opened in 2003 as a Scottish-Irish themed restaurant and sports bar. As per the theme, waitresses wore skimpy plaid kilts and tartan bras and were primarily female. And aside from the theme, the Tilted Kilt is essentially the same as Hooters, except it achieved much less worldwide notoriety. Here's the thing. We went into the Tilted Kilt. It was supposed to be, I was like, oh, it's going to be Hooters, but plaid. You know, there's going to be some bagpipes playing. I don't even know what to say. The Tilted Kilt was so forgettable. Was it not? We went into the Tilted Kilt. It's right by the Flamingo Casino.
What the fuck is all they do, stand?
We went in, and it's basically just a pub. I love the aesthetics of a pub. Nice hardwood everywhere. You have a nice bar. They were playing Linkin Park in there. I was just like, dude, this is kind of my vibe. And then the waitress was kind of snooty.
Very short.
Very, very short-tempered. Also, all the waitresses and staff were eating. Did you see that? They were eating on this table, like munching, and she was like, what do you want to drink? Another thing too is with the menu even, there wasn't really anything that made it notably like a Tilted Kilt menu. Like Ojos Locos, it's like, sure, it might just be primarily Mexican food, but they deliver on the bare essentials, and they have specified cocktails that make it themed around the restaurant. Same with Hooters and even Heart Attack Grill. Whereas Tilted Kilt, it was just, it's just a pub. If you want that, that's fine. But to me, I'm like, if you're gonna be doing this gimmick, where's just the little other pieces, right? Like a Tilted Kilt cocktail or something, right? And I remember being like, hey, do you guys have any Tilted Kilt like cocktails? And she's like, no, we have Guinness. That's the Tilted Kilt cocktails, a Guinness. That's fun. So we did order a Guinness. I'm not a beer guy. Just want to put that out there. I know Guinness is, you have to let them sit there for 7 years before you can drink it, which we did let it do. And I took a drink of it. Horrible. We ended up getting the pub nachos and the wings. Oh, and the burger, just to kind of get a sample of it.
I'm ready to leave this place.
It was all cold. Like it was, you could tell it just got made, but it was cold. Like the nachos were, it was definitely cooked, but it was like room temp or a little less.
Our service was really slow.
The service was unbelievably slow.
That was like an appetizer, and I feel like they made it and they just waited for the burger to be done.
Yeah, and I'm like, why don't you bring out the nachos, you moron? You know what I mean? God. So we said that we ate everything. I mean, the burger was like, okay, I guess it wasn't anything to write home about. The nachos were cold, and then the wings were just like, kind of remind me of a little bit of Hooters, except Hooters wing sauce, I would say, is probably better.
I think I disagree. I hated the Hooters sauce.
Well, I don't know. At least it had some character. I don't know. It was just like generic, which is like, it's fine, but it just lacked any kind of personality with it or any kind of like distinctive thing that made it the Tilted Kilt thing.
They were wearing jackets too.
They were all wearing jackets, which to be fair, it's cold. It's cold right now. We'll say that. It's plaid and you have your cleavage out. All I know is that Tilted Kilt, I mean, just very forgettable. I would say that like the food, much better than Heart Attack Grill. So I think for that alone, and for the fact too that like I could just sit in there as a pub and just like have a drink. If it's between Hooters and Tilted Kilt, I'd probably just still go to Hooters just because it's better branding. You know, it's just the name of it. But there's no way in hell I'd go there over Ojo Locos. Are you kidding me? So I think it earns its place at the 4th spot here. Not bad. It goes Ojos Locos 1. We have an empty 2 spot. Hooters at 3. Tilted Kilt at 4. And then Heart Attack Grill at 5. Which we did end up going to our last and final place that evening, that night after some more shits and some more, you know, time to pass for our digestive tracts to clear out.
You can go to the bathroom and wash your hands.
Where's the bathroom?
How would I know? I've never been here.
I'll check the bathroom out.
Twin Peaks. We almost made this just a Hooters Twin Peaks video, but with the other stuff going on in Vegas, and since the one in Kansas City closed and we were already leaving, we were like, we might as well include everybody else. But it was just supposed to be a nation chain of Hooters versus Twin Peaks. And Twin Peaks opened up in 2005, so it's definitely inspired by Hooters, let's just say. But let me tell you something. Twin Peaks was kind of dynamite, all right? It's like weird mountain theme, like Alaskan theme, I would say.
See, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Go big or go home. Right?
Yeah, it's like a lodge.
Exactly. Makes me feel like I'm up in Alaska, curled up with my sweetie. But there's other big women there.
Because like the whole thing is like the girls are in like busty lumberjack plaid shirts and like cut off jeans. This is gonna be a controversial statement for men, I bet. I was never a fan of like the Daisy Duke shorts. I don't know if I like the jeans like riding up and like being like, hey, I'm gonna be just like tucked in your.
It's another peak.
It is a peak. You got the front peaks and the under peaks. This feels weird. I don't know. It's like just unpleasant. I don't know why. It's fine. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not like. throwing up, but I'm just saying. By 2014, the Bloomberg called it one of the nation's fastest growing chains. This growth continued even into the pandemic. Today, Twin Peaks has 100 plus locations across the United States and has been exceptionally popular. So this is an interesting thing, is where Hooters has failed, I feel like Twin Peaks has succeeded. And I will say, the ambiance. Each booth had their own little TV. So you just put whatever game you want on there, right? That was kind of sick. Tons of TVs around there for the games and stuff. It was cozy. That did feel like I was in a fucking Alaskan movie. It was kind of nice. Taxidermy all over the walls. Not bad.
I felt like a man in there.
I felt like a man. And I think that's what we needed to feel like. That's one thing that we didn't think that we needed until the last one, was I felt like a man. All right? Sorry, liberals. Twin Peaks wins. The food was awesome. We got the burger, and we got the wings, and also they had their own kind of cocktails. I got like an energized Red Bull cherry limeade thing. It was delicious. My heart rate was definitely over. Way too much there. But I think that was an accumulation of everything that's been happening on the trip so far. But it was amazing. Nick, which one did you get?
I got like the fruit punch.
Got like a Twin Peaks fruit punch thing. It was really good. Service was fucking amazing. They touched my shoulder.
Give me a little belly rub.
They gave you a belly rub? It was the first place and only place, because I expected it as I went in that all of them were gonna do the everything okay? And then you do. Yeah. That was the only place to do it. So everyone thought I was a disgusting monster, except for the people at Twin Peaks.
Also, I will say, I do like that their outfits, it's like, you know, it's revealing, but it's not literally just a thong.
I'll be back.
Hello?
Hey, Allison, I think Hunter's been talking to the Twin Peaks waitress. I think he's trying to get her number.
I don't think he could if he wanted to, dude.
Oh.
Like, I don't give a shit. It's not gonna matter to me, because it's not gonna happen.
I think maybe places have stopped doing the touchy-feely, because I know that was a big thing. I think maybe they stopped doing that for liability reasons.
Yeah, you can't touch anybody anymore. I mean, to be fair, it's like if you touch them, they're gonna touch you back. So good luck. All in all, it's weird because by the end of this voyage, we had seen this gimmick done so many times. But what's odd is it feels like the Twin Peaks experience was it all perfected. Not only is it done well, but it's also nationwide too. A lot of these, I mean, 3 of these are only in Vegas. But to me, I was like, the food was great. The atmosphere was great. The outfits were revealing, but I also didn't feel like I was like, the lips were popping out and I was like uncomfortable. Like I could see myself in the future being like, hey guys, want to go to Twin Peaks? To me, it fits the new role of what I thought Hooters was in my life, which was like a gimmicky, silly thing that has decent food. I can watch a game. And the thing too is that the food here was good. The food here was so good where I'd be like, I would just go back just to get the food again. It was not bad at all. So I think for that reason, I got to put Twin Peaks at numero uno. And the only reason why is just because it has tons of locations. And then 2, it didn't have the depressing casino side to it. That's where I was like, and also the hanging out was too much. Like I thought I couldn't even look up. So, you know. But that's my ranking of the restaurants. It is a dying breed, my friends. Dare I say, I don't think Hooters is going to be around like a long time. I think it's on its way out. All right. I mean, for good riddance too. I mean, do something with the menu. I don't know what you got to do. Get somebody in there to shake things up. I don't know. All I know is that if you have a Twin Peaks by you, I don't give a fuck if you're a girl or if you're just like this. I'm saying that the food is great. You got to check it out. I mean, for real. We got the Nashville hot chicken sandwich, whatever. Unbelievable. It was really good. That's our video. We got to get our company dinner, so that's nice, I guess. But until next time, guys, we will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Hey, Margaret!
Hey, Hannah!
I have wonderful news!
What is it?
We're selling a toy of your likeness! Sure! Sure! We're selling this toy because I need to make money because you don't cook, clean, or do anything. I'm basically an at-home dad that hates his life. We're selling them now. You can get them at softmeat.toys right now. If you want your own personal Margaret, I don't give a fuck what you do with this. You can stick it up your ass, you can come on it, you can piss on it, you can shit in it. I don't care what you... Once it's yours, it's no longer mine. That's how this transaction works. You got anything for him, Margaret?
Buy me! Play with me! Touch me!
I'm leaving. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about online moderators. Moderators, whether that be on Twitch, Discord, or Reddit, are often the butt of the jokes across all of the internet. Fat neck bearded, fedora wearing computer janitors are usually the image that comes to mind, and it's been hard for them to shake it off. Everybody's picturing some kind of troglodyte, gatekeeping, safeguarding a precious community on the internet, whether that be on Twitch, Discord, Reddit, wherever, it's become almost like an urban legend. They're as infamous as like Sasquatch. That's the kind of image you get in your mind. Amelia, just a little tip of the fedora. But is it necessarily true, Nick? Are all moderators like that?
A lot of them.
I beg to differ. Online community moderation is a very important job, one that many of us would hate to be without. So why is it that people taking on this role, which is very often completely unpaid, end up subjected to endless ridicule? As it turns out, the conversation surrounding Discord mods is less mindless bullying and more so a window into what happens when introverted shut-ins are given absolute power over a group of people. They're given an iron fist to rule. There are countless stories of power-tripping mods turning on their communities and being exposed as complete degenerates. So, with that said, let's look into the egotistical world of online moderators.
I am not a Discord mod.
It's literally impossible to talk about mods without first going into the hilarious events that took place with the former top mod on r/livestream fails, which by this point, for some online avid internet dwellers, is old news, but to the rest of us, it's still kind of recent. The subreddit has essentially become a place to not only post streamer clips, but a home for internet drama between content creators. The former top mod, Stale2000, posted a video calling out the Reddit CEO as well as moderation team for removing him from his position. It's a big deal.
Well, that's his job.
It's his job. Is he paid?
No, but he is paid with karma.
You're paid with karma and updates. You're also paid with, is it just perceived power? Is that what it is? Is the reason that it's such a big deal is just being like, because I care about this community that much. I care about internet drama and streamer drama that much.
It could be just like depending how long it's been, it's like, this is my legacy, this is my baby, I've been curating.
This is what I'm gonna be known for. This all started because Stale was told about an upcoming streamer show called $1 Million Fan that was supposedly set to air on Amazon Prime. The show was pitched to him by Mythic Talent, a top streamer talent agency, as a Survivor-style competition that would feature well-known streamers and have a prize of $20 million.
Damn.
What? $1 Million Fan, goddamn $20 million fan. They also told him there would be a way for fans to be on the show by entering a paid sweepstakes. Thinking this could be a good opportunity for the subreddit to branch out, he reached for a collaboration and they agreed. Immediately, people pointed out that the show was likely a scam because the domain for the show's website was registered in Iceland, and the mansion photo on the front of the page was an AI stock photo. Now it makes a lot more sense. Okay, so he was duped. All right. Upset by the subreddit's reaction, Stale began to delete comments that were calling it a scam. But when creators like Moist Critical started calling it out, the fire was too big to put out. It was just a goddamn firestorm. Charlie talks about it. It's over. Everyone on Earth has seen it. This caused most of the streamers who agreed to be on it to drop out, and the organizers to reach out to Stale and ask him to delete the announcement post. Shortly after the post's deletion, Stale was removed from the moderation team for violating the Reddit TOS by promoting a scam and deleting comments about said scam. Stale remained adamant that there was no indication it was a scam and that people were getting refunds, even though at the time there was no evidence to support that. People are getting refunds. Really? Can I see? Well, your money's coming, all right? Just trust Stale, all right? Have me not moderated for you well enough, me lord. This video boils down to Stale claiming Reddit abandoned their previous mods, despite doing all this work for the platform to keep it safe, to keep his community safe, right? I'm a moderator. He goes on to say that moderators should be treated on par with influencers or celebrities since they have real power over the website. And this extends to giving them layers and even talent managers for sponsorships and events. Well, let me ask you this. Would you say like streamers and YouTubers, are those actually, would you say those are celebrities? Like, are we in a status of celebrity?
Micro celebrity, I would say.
Like a micro celebrity.
Different form, it's evolved now.
But I guess what I'm saying is it actually unrealistic to be like a Redditor mod? That's a celebrity. Is that a celebrity?
No.
So basically it's just you have to be well, what if he was well known? Oh, you gotta watch out for that mod. Would that be he's famous?
He's famous, yeah. He's somewhat of a celebrity. On the
I guess that's true. I guess you wouldn't say like the executioner at a prison is a celebrity, even though it's like you have all this power and you're ending someone's life.
Like celebrity comes with fame.
Is it just fame and just some type of recognition?
Yeah, adoration.
Adoration. That's what it is. I guess no one really admires to be a Reddit moderator. I want to be an actor. I want to be a moderator, Mom. Would you put your child down?
Yeah.
I would go up to them. They're sleeping. I'd be like, I love you. And I put a pillow over their face. I wonder if younger people believe that moderators are, it's like a full-time job.
Some of them think that for sure.
I'll tell you what's a full-time, being my moderator on my Twitch stream, on my Reddit. Those are real heroes and they get paid generously. Put up their salary on screen. That's what you get. Can we get some kind of testimonials to make sure that I'm not lying?
Yes.
Play it now.
Not only does Hunter not pay us, he actually actively roots for our downfall.
So the money's rolling in and it's going out. The people who keep my community safe, thank you, is what I say. But as soon as this video was uploaded, it instantly went viral for all the wrong reasons. People called it cringe and made fun of Stale's appearance, being referred to as the biblically accurate Redditor mod. Brutal. Part of the video was to announce the Sub-Alliance subreddit for the purpose of uniting mods and creating moderation tools. Today, it is now a barely active subreddit used to roast Stale for his embarrassing video. People started digging through his social media accounts to reveal all sorts of painful Reddit cringe humor, like a Harry Potter parody video he posted years prior. Which, you know what? Who doesn't fucking, can a guy not have some Harry Potter cringe? I mean, albeit, don't be wrong, the thing about being like, we need to be celebrities, we have the power, we are the resistance, or whatever this video is, it is cringe. I mean, come on, dude. You're telling me everybody has a little bit of cringe online.
I think it's just the dog pile and make him
You
feel
gotta
weak.
have the dog pile, yeah. You gotta attack his looks. You know, I'm gonna ask you this, Nick. Do you think he's an ugly guy? I mean, don't get me wrong, it is a unflattering photo.
Him balding is not doing him any favors.
No, the balding doesn't help. But at the same time, I don't think he's definitely not a bad looking guy to me. He's a normal looking man. I think people are being a bit harsh. Not everybody can be fucking beautiful, man. I'm not beautiful. I got a big fucking pig body, hog nose. I got a bulbous nose, looks like a goddamn Edison bulb on my face. 4 days after his first upload, he uploaded a shorter video directly addressing Moist Critical's critique on his views and essentially doubled down on his previous statements. A bad one. You don't do that. In this video, he claims people should thank him for speaking out. Tried to prove the show wasn't really a scam by showing heavily redacted emails and said a string of other cringe and uncomfortable things that only made the situations worse, which I'm not gonna say that.
What if Extra Emily purposely runs a red light and crashes a car? This could be very funny.
The internet continued to clown on him, but Stale wasn't going to take this shit sitting down. Instead, he uploaded a third video titled, "Am I serious? The 4 layers of irony."
I feel like that's when you lose the argument.
Ooh. You lose the argument after the first video. Honestly, once there's a court of public opinion, you're fucked. You gotta just keep doing your thing, and after a while, just be like, I mean, it is what it is. What the fuck am I supposed to tell you? In which he explains that the whole thing was ironic and that he was exaggerating in order to bring more attention to a serious problem. Regardless of his initial goal, Stale has cemented himself as a poster boy of Reddit moderators. And ladies and gentlemen, that is just a tip of the moderation iceberg.
Reddit moderators have power.
And you know what's weird though? Is that on the surface, to 99% of the world, this is going to seem like nothing. Who cares, right? But it is that 1%, that is a huge 1%, that affects their daily internet going lives. Someone's also probably, I would say a large scale of people have been affected by moderation in some kind of way, or a moderator in some kind of way. People raise their fist at rules.
My TikTok videos on my personal account get removed all the time for moderation, and I think that's abuse.
I feel the same. Wait, so you are uploading videos to TikTok?
Mm-hmm. Little secret.
Really? Oh, okay. Stale is far from the only person that has chosen to focus a majority of their time and effort into their favorite online communities. For many, this is just another day in the life. The duties of a moderator often includes cleaning up spam posts, reviewing posts to make sure they're adhering to their community's rules, and banning users that violate them. They're often described as internet janitors or hall monitors, right, in online communities. You know what? I want to ask my moderators, what do they think of being called that? If I sat there and you said to them, Hunter said that you guys are glorified fucking internet janitors and hall monitors, what would they say?
The correct term is internet custodians.
If I said that they're a fucking grimy internet custodian, what would they say? Put it up now? Put up the conversation? While moderation is obviously important to make communities less chaotic and bot heavy, many seem to have an unhealthy obsession with the job. A study led by computer scientists at Northwestern University in 2023 revealed that around $3.4 million of unpaid labor is done each year by Reddit mods alone.
That's a small country's GDP.
Yeah. Well, we could be giving a small country's GDP to online moderators, which in some cases, if it's that insane and it's something where like if a creator is being like, can you do this full time? I need XYZ. I think you should be a paid thing. If it's a thing though, where it's like a person that's always in your server, like my moderators, they could attest to this. Put the testimonial afterwards.
Hunter actually beats me.
My moderators, it's people that are in there already hanging out, whatever. So then I'm like, hey, if you want to, if you see anything, just clean it up, or just be like, you know, just keep an eye on shit. And then I talk with them and they tell me if anything's going on, blah, blah, blah. I think that they should be paid if they do a lot of work, if it's a real job, because that's only fair. I mean, I'm fucking getting all these ad deals, dude. I'm rolling in it.
Hunter? Hunter, what's wrong? This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep.
Are you saying if there's Helix Sleep here?
No, unfortunately not. Don't cry, Hunter. March is National Sleep Awareness Month, which is why we're...
I've heard of that.
Did you see it?
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah. March is National Sleep Awareness Month.
Which is why we're so excited to be partnering with them to discuss the importance of good sleep.
Yes.
1 in 3 adults do not get the right amount of sleep they need per night.
I'm one of the children that doesn't get good sleep at night.
Sleep is very important for your health. Did you know that sleep...
Oh, it is.
Did you know that sleep is important for your health?
What?
Sleep deprivation raises the risk of obesity, depression, and heart disease.
No.
And lack of sleep prevents your immune system from doing its job.
I feel sick all the time.
So it's important you get your rest, and nothing feels as good as waking up on a mattress that's made for you. So many of us are getting it wrong from the start. Good sleep starts with a better mattress. Helix has 20 unique mattresses that are all set to serve a specific purpose.
Like what?
Like lower lumbar support.
No. Oh, I love lumbar support.
So how do you know which one is right for you?
How do I know?
Well, Helix says you fill out a quick sleep quiz. Helix says you fill out a sleep quiz. Yeah, to
establish what kind of sleeper I am?
Yeah, what kind of sleep you are.
Right.
And your specific needs.
Right.
Are you a side sleeper?
No.
Do you get hot at night?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I couldn't tell I was a hot sleeper until I took the sleep quiz.
Each of these personal details allow them to find the right mattress for you.
For me?
Yeah.
Here, watch me do my sleep dance.
The quiz they have you take is very quick.
It's really quick, Nick. The quiz is so fast.
And your answers lead to your dream mattress. I am getting my best sleep on my Dusk Luxe mattress. It serves my practical needs and it
Stop fucking backing away from me, man. Listen, I use the Dusk Luxe mattress because I love it.
I love it too, we share.
That's right.
It serves my particular needs and it provides deep, restful sleep each night. I'm getting more work done and all it took was a few minutes to find out what I was missing. With better sleep, I can have more energy and more focus, allowing me to stay productive throughout the week. And I'm not the only one. 82% of participants in Helix Wesper's sleep study saw an increase in their deep sleep cycle when using their mattress.
Oh my God, I didn't know sleep until Helix was here. Thank you, Helix.
If you're not in the market for a new mattress right now,
82%. 82%.
But wish you could improve your old one, Helix offers the perfect solution with a range of mattress toppers.
Mattress toppers.
They extend the life of your old mattress and upgrade the comfort while not having to worry about replacing it. Or maybe you've got a Helix sleep mattress already, but you want to improve your guest bed, grab a mattress topper and tell them.
Do you have a mattress topper?
Yeah, I do.
Look at me in the eyes and say you have one.
I have one.
Stop looking at the fucking camera screen. Look at me in the eyes. Do you have one?
I have one.
Why are you smiling? You're as happy as I am?
Yes. Get the sleep you deserve. Head to helixsleep.com/papameat and start sleeping your new mattress today. To take advantage of the Sleep Week sale exclusive partner offer and get 27% off site-wide. Now, what do we say to our sponsor?
Thank you.
Thank you, Helix. Thank you.
No, hold on. Let me say it. I'm just tired. Thank you, Helix.
Hunter, wake up. Wake up. You're falling asleep on the Helix sleep mattress.
Oh.
You're flying.
Despite the fact that some moderators have to sift through and remove gore, porn, and other heinous things, they still choose to do it for the love of the game. Which begs the question, Nick. If Reddit makes over $1 billion in annual revenue, should they be paying moderators? Realistically, if it's $3.4 million a year, right? Theoretically, they should be able to be like, this is a thing you can do. The problem though is that if it was a paid gig, they would have to like do it themselves and then give out moderators to communities who aren't gonna care. I think the moderation only works by people who are actually give a fuck.
Yeah. I think if it's like a big popular mod, like this was a huge thing years ago, but this one girl who worked there, Ask Me Anything Reddit, who organized a lot of popular celebrities, she got removed. She was like really popular and she was like, wasn't getting paid for this, but it was bringing a lot of traffic to Reddit. And then they just like dropped her with a drop of a hat because it's just like, oh, we don't need you anymore. We'll find someone else.
That's a lot of jobs too, though, isn't it? What's fucked up is that you were never paid to begin with. There's so many large corporations that are just like, you realize there's a line of people waiting to do this, right? You're lucky. I'm just here to help, Dick. I don't know why you're doing that. No, you should be pretty grateful that you're in this position where you get to delete comments. Most mods, especially within small niche communities, are just hobbyists who like fostering a welcome place for like-minded people. They typically aren't thinking about monetary gains, right? This is already something their community they're already interacting with. This is just something that they're excited to do too excited to help out in any way. And also, it just makes everybody's experience better. That's what my mods do, right?
Your mods keep banning me every time I get into Twitch.
Probably because you say bad things, Nick. You say bad things that will get everyone in trouble, so shame on you. Regardless, many mods will post detailed stories recounting their struggles being a moderator. One Discord mod creates a detailed list of all hard work that goes into his volunteer job, complete with photos of anime characters sitting out under the rain of the night. Did you understand the emotional subtext to his image?
Yeah, sad.
No one understands me. I'm such a lost spirit. Actually, this is a good question. Of all the mods, what do you think online people say is the worst mod? It's got to be Discord, right?
I was gonna say Discord.
I feel like they get clowned on the most. I feel like Reddit mods and Twitch mods, people are just, see that people are like, fuck this. I can't even post anymore in there, blah, 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 or something. This fucking mods are power hungry. Versus Discord mods are almost always, they just say they're creepy. That whole like Hello Kitten thing, that was the first time I ever saw that was like a Discord mod thing.
If you want to be in my server, you're gonna have to send me some pictures.
What server is this? And he's
this is like a Genshin Impact server.
If you want to be in a Genshin Impact server, you're going to have to take some pictures of your toes.
Put some jam between your toes,
baby. Put some jam between your toes. Have your dog looking out. It goes without saying that there are seemingly endless amounts of cringe moments surrounding any sort of moderation team. It just comes with the territory. There's something incredible that often happens when a Discord mod starts to feel cool and popular among their community of fellow dorks. And the result of this can be perfectly illustrated by looking at what occurred when a woman entered the Pummel Part Discord server in 2021. The now infamous message that goes as follow, quote,
"Hello, Eva. I noticed you have a profile picture of a very beautiful but also intelligent looking female. And I am under the presumption that this goddess is you. It is quite astonishing to see a female here in the Pummel Party official Discord. I am quite popular around here in this server, so if you require any guidance, please throw me a mention. I will assist you at any hour, day or night. And before you are mistaken, I do not seek your hand in a romantic way. Although, I am not opposed in the event you are interested in me, as many women often are. I am a man of standard, and I do not bow to just any female that comes my way. Unlike my peers. So rest assured that I will not be in the way of your gaming and socializing experience. Consider me a player too."
Oh my god. Oh my god. I've been trying to hold it in so long.
"Consider me a player too, a companion, a partner, and perhaps we can enjoy some video games together sometime. I see you play Pummel Party, and you are good at minigames. I am a minigame aficionado, so I would be happy to assist you in games. Platonically, of course."
What does that mean? Platonically? How else would it be? Actually, it's probably a good reason to say that. Because if there's a guy online who's just like, she says she's going to play video games with me, she likes me.
He's trying to put that out there of like, don't worry, I'm not going to be that creep.
I'm not going to be that creep. Even though if you want to be, then I could possibly be a boyfriend.
I will not break my vow, though.
I have the honor of a knight.
Platonically, of course. Unless you, like many others, change your mind on that. I look forward to our future together. As friends, of course.
I have to say this, at least. I have to commend his confidence. I will say, if I was on the receiving end of that message, I really don't know what I would do. I would probably, I would shrivel up and probably cease to be. I would turn to dust. That's how dry I would be. The amount of fake swagger of like, all the friends, even though they just, a lot of them decide to change their mind. Yeah, I get pussy a lot.
Is that a Chad move, though?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm wondering is it a Chad move to just like the level of confidence of being like, well, we could play this little game of cat and mouse, but we all know that the rat always gets the cheese.
And the cheese is stinky.
Cheese is stinky. I like, but legitimately though, if I got that message, I would seriously be like, it would turn me off from every Discord server. It would make me nervous to interact with anybody. Hey, you want to play this game? Why? You know, like I'd be defensive now. If anything, this is a perfect warning for stranger danger.
That's a bomb you have to defuse carefully.
Oh, I have a feeling if you don't respond to it, you're gonna get a follow-up message. You're gonna log into Discord. There's gonna be that little red icon.
I see you're online, but not responding. That's kind of weird.
Moderators meeting streamers at conventions can create some of the most cringe-inducing moments possible. In 2017 at Kansas City Comic-Con, Amaranth was streaming at her booth wearing a Black Widow costume when a group of greasy-looking men approached. Amaranth, do you recognize me? You know who I am? One in particular, wearing a backpack and a flat cap, stood next to Amaranth, awkwardly glancing at her and making one-off comments every time she spoke. Yeah, he would.
I agree.
I'm gonna start doing that at conventions, dude. It'd be like that.
God.
Is that horrible?
I mean, I feel bad.
I do too.
The guy just wants to join in.
I will say in this clip, I'm at the same time, I was just like, someone just say something to the guy. After talking about a display she made for a booth, the man raises his hand and says, "You nailed it," only for Amaranth to repeat what he said and leave him hanging by walking away. Which I was gonna say, could you hit the high five? Yeah, I gotta say that at the same time, I don't feel obligated that I have to fucking make skin on skin contact with you. Do you feel obligated to hit it when I do this?
I would, yeah.
Nick, you nailed it. When she came back and stood next to him again, she mentioned that the chat was being mean. In response, he proudly replied that he doesn't care because he's a mod.
Chad, dude. I don't care, I'm a mod.
I don't give a fuck. Got kind of thick skin. Also, you're left hanging. You know that you look silly for everybody. A lot of men would walk away, Nick. A lot of men would say, "Ooh, that's uncomfortable." He doesn't care.
For me, I would just lower down, but is it more awkward to be like, hit him on the shoulder and like do one of these?
I think he did the correct play of, she missed it, it's gone, the opportunity's gone. Because yeah, a lot of people would be like, wait, hold on a second, dude, fucking slap this shit.
Don't leave me hanging.
Or like grabbing one thing, Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. If you meet someone at a convention, never touch them. Never, ever touch them. It sounds silly to say, but I will say, the amount of people that come up and like grab my arm, turn me around, pat me on the back, or like hug me. You know how many people have hugged me without me being like, oh, yep. And then it feels weird because what am I gonna do? Be like, oh, nope. You feel bad. Only the guy that kissed me. That's the only time when that was bad. That got bad. That was physical. I'm just saying, the guy did a good job. He could have sat there and be like, hey.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
This is slightly off topic, but at Papa Murphy's, we had a guy who he would go up to the girls every time he was leaving or he'd come in. He'd always stand there with his arms open and be like, "Where's my hug?"
An employee did this?
Yeah.
Oh God, did they give him a hug? Did you have to give him a hug?
Sometimes. He definitely had like a Redditor nice guy vibe to it, where he's just like this persona, like I'm a nice guy, but secretly he's like totally wants to fuck every chick that works at his place.
Are you saying that he's targeted you at one point?
No.
A streamer known as Sup Caitlin brought her mod, Dilly the Mod, to her home for a stream that essentially boiled down to humiliating him for about an hour. She had set various stream goals like letting him sniff her laundry, do a shot out of his belly button, and even kiss her, which she painted as her most putrid and disgusting goal of all, that's pretty harsh. You have to think with these things though, where it's this blatant, the motherfucker's gotta be in on it or whatever. All right, I'm gonna be rude. Because if not, this is just cruel.
It's kind of like Pokimane and her new neighbor. Really, it's like everyone's like, that's your boyfriend. Just say it's your boyfriend.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Oh. I think I'm just upset that Pokemon.
I think you are upset that maybe there is some psychological stuff going on with you. Yeah, it's like Pokemon talking about a new neighbor. It's like, just say that you're getting railed by some other guy. It's like some of us are just tired of being lied to, I guess. God damn it. All right, here's a tier 3 sub. You bitch. Before the kiss, she was taking shots to prepare her for what would ultimately be just a tiny peck on the lips before sprinting to the bathroom to wash her mouth. It's a bit excessive. You can't lay a little fucking chicken peck on somebody.
He must have had some stanky kimchi breath.
She's hyping it up because she's like, oh, look how pretty I am and look how gross he is. Ugh, how would I ever do this? Ugh, yeah. Someone else do the same fucking thing. Can I get a peck for you? Oh my God, actually, that was the worst thing imaginable. Shame on you, dog. Women are the worst.
They truly are.
This video went viral, and people started to interview Dilly to discuss why he let her act like this. Dilly mentions multiple times that it was all content and downplays what happened. But most people can't help but feel like it was a genuine humiliation stream and pity him. Which, you know what? who fucking cares what anybody else says? If Dilly's like, you know, it was content, it is what it is. Motherfucker's in the stream all the time. You think he doesn't know what's content, what's not content? Come on. I mean, I guess I have to ask you this question, Nick, because you're obviously an avid Pokemon watcher. Are you a mod for her?
No.
If you were, would you, if she did this in front of all these people, even if you knew it was content, would you feel comfortable with that?
What, kissing? Oh, kissing me?
Doing the kissing thing, but then being like, ooh, even if you knew it was.
Yeah, if I knew it was content.
Yeah, you'd be like, okay,
yeah,
come on.
Then I'd, you know, because off stream I'd get a real kiss.
Yeah,
we'd kiss for real.
We kiss for real. And probably make out and hold hands. So, like what people don't know won't hurt them.
I'd do anything for Pokemon.
Pokemon, if you're watching this, run, hide, and never come out.
If you're single and that is just your neighbor, here's my number.
Run. To some people, their position as a Reddit mod is everything to them. In fact, there are many cases of people becoming full-blown moderation addicts. Many relationships have suffered due to the toll that aggressive Reddit usage has on them. Wow. One man ran to Reddit to rant about how his wife, who he'd been married to since 2015, started to become a full-blown Reddit addict. She was big into posting about politics and modding her own political subreddit. Her online activity ramped up drastically. 5 years of non-stop Reddit addiction took its toll on their relationship, greatly reducing the time they spent together. This all accumulated in her losing her job in 2020, which had her delving into daily Reddit sessions that lasted as long as 17 hours. God damn.
17 hours is moderating, then she's got 4 hours of casual Reddit scrolling. She's enjoying Reddit.
Oh.
Yeah.
The man started working overtime to make up for her lack of job opportunities. Meanwhile, she became sedentary and started gaining an unhealthy amount of weight. Preach, sister. Me too. By 2023, he was drowning in work and struggling to afford feeding for two. Not only that, but their conversations were now reduced to either politics or Reddit. That's it. I'd kill myself. You see what happened in politics today? Yeah, there's the cutest little dog. He was forced to break the news to her that if she didn't reduce her Reddit usage, they would have to get a divorce. And in response, she chucked her dinner across the room and threw a tantrum. In the end, he left and had to live at a coworker's house for a period of time, only getting calls from his wife to complain about how he shut off her Uber Eats account. I just want to say, dodged a bullet. Stay too long.
I was going to say, yeah, 5+ years of that. Yeah.
Do you think that a person that's on Reddit 17 hours a day moderating, you think they're reaching out to people being like, oh no, I'm going to phone my rent?
Oh, I bet they do that.
Yeah. Here's my Venmo, Cash App. Anything helps, guys. Yes, I'm making this a safe space for everybody.
Well, you could DoorDash me food.
You can also discount me some vanilla shakes and some Chick-fil-A sauce. Thank you so much. The Power Hungry Reddit mod is a tale as old as time, and many public Reddit spats have shown time and time again that some of these people get a sick kick out of being in control. Just recently, for example, a Reddit mob for the r/aviation deleted an incredible photo taken by veteran NASA astronaut Don Petite. Don posted a photo of a plane taken from the point of view of the International Space Station. Pretty sick. Despite one of the oldest active astronauts posting a breathtaking photo sharing something most people have never ever seen before, it was probably taken down by mods for being low quality and too blurry. Oh god, we can't even see the plane. Just enough. Which the internet quickly freaked out, leading to different mods to come out with an apology and put the post back up. I am so sorry.
To be fair, that's nepotism. So an astronaut gets to take a shitty fucking picture? This is a subreddit. Read the fucking rules.
Hey, listen, Don, how about a higher quality fucking photo next time? Yeah, we get it. You're on the space station. Discord is no different when it comes to moderation drama. In the large and active Discord server for Helldiver 2, one mod created tons of friction after posting their personal art depicting their persona dressed in Helldiver armor. They're gonna love this. Many people, whether it was an attempt to troll or voice genuine disgust, reacted to the image with puking emojis. This led to the mod posting rants about how disrespectful this was to her art, threatening to ban further use of the emoji with a 24-hour server timeout. The vomit continued to fly, and so did the angry mod posts. People who didn't want the ban were now opting for clown emojis, something that was not also a bannable offense. Somehow, the story blew up and escaped its own orbit, being talked about all over the internet. Cringe gamers started blasting the mods for becoming too woke, while others claimed the entire server was anti-furry. However, furry art had been posted on the server in the past, often without pushback, but in this case, hundreds of users were being nuked from the server every day, alongside mods posting edgelord response to the criticism, like this one.
Man, watching you all cry amuses me so much.
Editor turned me into a furry. One of the biggest subreddits on the platform, r/art, also suffered from power tripping Reddit mod recently. A user named Hayden Clay Williams posted a piece of art that was getting a lot of positive attention. And at one point, someone commented about how they would love to have it in their office, to which he responded, "I have a whole miniseries called Clear Boundaries, with prints available. The subreddit has a clear rule against self-promo, as the mod team feels like allowing it could essentially turn the community into, quote, Etsy with extra steps." That being said, simply revealing that you sell prints isn't enough to cause this much of a freak out. One higher up mod, however, didn't give him a warning and remove the post. Instead, he permanently banned him. He voiced his frustration to him, only for him to dig his heels in deeper by removing his entire history of the post on the subreddit. Hayden gives light pushback and is then told he's been reported for harassment, something Reddit agreed with, which led to a 3-day-long site-wide ban. The story went viral on Twitter, causing a stir as other users told stories of their miserable experiences with the mods. People started to fight back, spamming the word, quote, print, all across r/art and other subreddits. The mod team couldn't keep up with banning everyone, so they gave up and locked the subreddit entirely. When they opened it back up, the spamming resumed until they had to force lock it again. This ended with a post that read, "We out," and a comment from a mod stating, "You win, we all resign." But all 14 moderators didn't resign. It was a mod that removed everyone on his own accord, including himself. In the end, a brand new mod team was brought in, and multiple people who were unjustly banned were brought back, which was over 5,000 people. Their mod responsible eventually deleted his account entirely. There are many selfless people who volunteer their time and energy. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about all of the movies that are coming out this year. I was looking through on YouTube and I just couldn't believe the amount of trailers that kind of piqued my attention, and I just wanted to do a 2023 movie prediction video. Just look at some movie trailers. We're just going to react to some movie trailers today is what we're going to do. Our little barometer here is going to be smells like dog poopy, because, you know, don't want YouTube guidelines to be too upset. Poop, sand, Old Spice, and roses. Which roses don't even smell that good either. I don't know why we have that. Starting off with Evil Dead Rise.
Mommy's with the maggots now.
Evil Dead was the cult classic B horror film that came out in like 1980. I think is when the first one came out, directed by Sam Raimi. He made the Spider-Man movies that we pretend that we like. Remember how we all pretend that Spider-Man 2 is really good? He directed those. But Evil Dead is probably like one of the best B horror films of all time, one of the best independent movies of all time, and it's like been born into this collection of amazing independent films. Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, we have the spin-off show, Ash vs. the Evil Dead, etc. And what's fantastic about these movies is that they all follow like basically the same format of somebody stumbling upon a book, they say a spooky little prayer or something, and it summons a demon. But it's interesting that this one seems like it's completely new characters. Sure, they might summon the same, you know, evil prayer thing and the devil shows up, but the introduction of children into this is pretty brutal, because all of these movies have always been very, very violent, like very like fun violent and cartoony and over the top. But they haven't really been into child death, and I'm excited to see some child death. I've seen a couple different Evil Dead Rise trailers, which the interesting thing about the Evil Dead Rise trailers is that some of them are not good. I don't think they make the movie look very good, and then some of them are like, oh, this looks fun. Anytime that you have a trailer where eyes are open and then a fly lands on the eyeball, I don't know. Also, the whole thing about in trailers now too, where I don't think that it translates really in the movies, but like when people are like crawling or doing this and they do like the whole crunchy like sounds, I feel like there's tons of trailers that do that, and then when you watch the movie it's never that intense, so I think that they just like alter the sounds there to be like, ooh, sounds like somebody digging through like a bucket of like KFC bones, just like. There was one trailer where the lady puts like a cheese grater on a leg and she's getting ready to pull down, and it looks so twisted. I do have predictions that I think this is going to be my favorite film of 2023. If it can deliver the same way that the 2013 one did, I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see it. I'm going to say, for me, predictions, Smells Like Roses, and I'm going to say favorite movie of 2023. That's my predictions. Next up, we have a remake of Children of the Corn. 2.2 million views 3 weeks ago for the trailer. Didn't know there was such a Children of the Corn fan base out there.
Prepare to witness the next generation of evil.
The guy who did the old versions of the deep voice trailers of like, it was like, in a world where serpents crawl inside cats. Remember that old guy from back in the day? In a world. I think he's dead. Now they have like this weird like Native American guy He's like, prepare for a world of unspeakable evil. It sounds so cheap.
It sounds like a parody.
It does sound like a parody. This looks like a fan film. I saw a comment down below in this comment section that says looks like a fan. It does. Also, dude, any time that a trailer of any kind does the slowed down version of a popular song, KYS. To see a Children of the Corn remake in 2022 is baffling. First off, the Children of the Corn, the first one, it's okay. I remember like my mom said that she saw it in theaters and she was like, I was so scared back then. But that was like in 1904. My mom was just like, I don't know, older than fucking time itself, so who knows. I remember my mom saying that she was afraid of a movie called Grizzly Bear.
The deadliest jaws on land belong to Grizzly.
And she was afraid of Cujo. Have you ever seen Cujo? A mom and son locked in a car trying to stay safe from a St. Bernard from Beethoven, essentially. Okay. Children of the Corn series holds nothing in my heart. I'd never really liked it. Yeah, you have the creepy, like, Amish kid, Jebediah, or whatever his name is, and I think that he has, like, the Gary Coleman disease or something. So I think that when they filmed that movie, he was, like, 30 or, like, 25 or something. But he was, like, you know, very nosy, and he was like, man, I'm tiny. But this one, it's like, oh, wow, this one's so much different. They got a little girl leader instead of a little boy leader. Ooh, this movie's gonna be a big flaming pile of dog poo, of dog dookie. I want to make sure that I don't cuss too much because of the YouTube guidelines. Okay, YouTube?
I know. It sucks.
It's gonna be a movie that is gonna be released and easily forgotten. It's not gonna be fun bad, it's gonna be forgettable and awful. That's my prediction. I imagine it's gonna be overacting beyond comparison to any other movie that we see this year. The script's gonna be terrible and it's going to be a big stink. That's, I mean, just easy peasy. That's what I have to say. Stinks like poopy. YouTube guidelines, keeping it real. We love it. I love having to censor myself, which honestly at the same time, why do I need to cuss so much? I get energized and I want to cuss. See, I almost said it. I did. That is not a cuss word, YouTube. Come on. Next up is Malum.
You saw something you can't explain.
Malum is a remake, once again, 3 for 3 so far, kind of, in a way, of a film called The Last Shift. I think came out in the early 2000s or like 2010s or something. It was okay. I'm excited that they're making a new one, or I think it's the original director too, gets a larger budget. If you haven't seen Last Shift, go ahead and do it. It's pretty good. I don't want to spoil anything, but, you know, spooky paranormal stuff following an officer. Should be cool. Kind of like the little cult stuff as well. It's fun. I don't know. Malum I'm kind of stoked for. I will go see it. I would say it's an Old Spice for me. I'd say it's middle of the road. I'm not like, you know, jumping for joy and doing one of those heel kick things in the air, you know, woo-hoo! But I think it is something to check out. It should be on everybody's radar. So, but all in all, the trailer's just kind of forgettable. I mean, I don't know. It's an Old Spice, you know? It's not Children of the Corn, but it's Old Spice. What they should have done is they should have just played that Marilyn Manson, Sweet Dreams Are Made of These. See, then there would have been roses all day long, baby. Next up, we have Beau is Afraid. I'm actually very excited for this.
Are you at the airport?
I'm on my way. It's not safe, is it?
Beau is Afraid is the newest film from hit A24 director Ari Aster, the guy who did Hereditary and Midsommar and stuff like that. And this is supposedly supposed to be a comedy film, like a horror comedy, black comedy. I'm stoked for this movie. This is the way to do a trailer. Introduce a little bit of mystique in there.
Feeling sad about going home, Beau?
It doesn't slow down the song or anything. It has a nice upbeat thing with this old Joaquin Phoenix who's afraid to step out into the world, probably some family trauma stuff. And it just looks like an odyssey. It looks like almost like a folk tale of a person trying to go see their family that he hasn't seen in a long time. It looks weird. It looks trippy. It's everything that I want in a movie. I love it. Also, anybody who's like, A24, Hereditary is the most overrated movie. A24 films are so bad. Fuck off. They're great. Ari Aster is great. Make love to me, Ari Aster. Make love to me. Don't put that in there. I think it's awesome. Ari Aster is awesome, and it's exciting to see a mixture of comedy. It could be even a career trajectory thing. Maybe he does more dark comedies after this, or, you know, I don't know. But it's a pretty huge follow-up to a very, 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 very popular director right now who hasn't made something since 2018. So it's a little overdue as well. So I think it's going to be a movie, though, that's misunderstood. Or it's going to be, like, weird and trippy, and people are going to be like, it wasn't as good as the Joker. What? low-key, just stick with the Joker next time. I think it's gonna be one of those things, so I'm gonna give it roses. I'm excited to see it. The next movie up is Gale, Stay Away from Oz. I swear to God, if this is a Wizard of Oz movie, it's gonna be a Wizard of Oz movie.
Your grandmother is? And what did you say her name was?
Please don't say. Oh my God. I didn't know that they were making a Wizard of Oz horror film. What's your grandmother's name? Dorothy? You look at the camera. That's what it feels like. It feels like such a...
I didn't know she had any family.
What? In the movie, they show that Dorothy had family, right? Tons of family.
Can I? Sure.
Oh my God, the acting in this is terrible. They did not just show a picture frame of the dog. There's a framed picture of Toto. Jesus Christ, dude.
Stay away from us! Stay away from us! Stay away from us!
This is the movie theater employees. This is the movie theater employees when people are like, yeah, I'll take a ticket to buy Gale, please. And I want a 9:30 time. Stay away from us! Stay away from this theater, please! And they're all wearing like red heels and like clicking them together and shit.
Stay away from us! Stay away from us!
I haven't seen this. Oh my God. Oh my God. How have I not heard of this? Look back at the reflection. It's going to change. Did you hear that demon squeal at the end? Wow. So far on the list, Gale has been the most surprising. That got me good. Oh my God. There's nothing I love more with like really bad acting in a trailer where you can tell that maybe the director was just like, oh my God, that is gold. Based off of the trailers, I'm gonna say that it is sand on the barometer, just because I do think this may fall in the levels of kind of funny. I think it's gonna be a better Winnie the Pooh situation where it's like, it's really stupid and it has its novelty because it's a Wizard of Oz remake, but I think that they have a little bit of a budget, and I think that they're actually trying to make like an angle with, I'm assuming, the witch. It's gonna be something involving the witch, and I think that there's gonna be a lot of annoying jump scares, I mean, as you can tell at the end, but I think that there's gonna be some funny moments where they try to do a lot more with their budget than what they could. I think it's gonna be kind of funny. And I'm gonna put a prediction that it's going to be the... I think it's gonna be the funniest horror film of 2023. It has to be. I cannot believe this is a real thing. And especially to call it Gale as if anybody remembers Dorothy's last name. Fuck off, dude. God. They should have just called it like Red Heels or like something like that, right? Because if you did Red Heels, at least it would be like, ooh, blood. Gale sounds like either like a race horsing movie or like a sports film about a Down syndrome kid. Gale. Trying to be a soccer player. That's what Gale would be. Gale, they don't want to play nothing but football. But this is football, Dad. I'm gonna pass out. I actually am almost passed out. I just got so lightheaded. I almost fucking passed out. Holy shit. If I would have passed out right there, that would have been so funny. Holy shit. The next movie up is The Pope's Exorcist.
Whatever you do, you only do because God allows it.
Did he allow that? Have you seen this trailer? Oh my God, it is so funny. Super fat Russell Crowe is attacking demons, and he's doing an Italian accent the whole time. 14 million views 2 weeks ago. Was it like a cappella? It's like, fuck off.
I call it evil.
I have to take my insulin. I wish I could have played this. I could have the perfect body type. I literally would have fit perfectly in this movie. The Fat Pope. Russell Crowe is the fat Pope exorcist. I think this movie is going to be totally dog shit. I think that the trailer makes it look funny. I bet you it is a slog to sit through. I'm gonna go on a limb and say that I think the Pope's exorcist is going to be worse than Children of the Corn movie. It's gonna be some stupid thing where they're gonna try to do like some twist ending or something like that. I fully expect a twist of some kind where by researching or going into doing the investigation, Russell Crowe summons a demon or something like that, and then God is in his or something, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's able to defeat the demon. It's gonna be something like that. He's gonna get some kind of spiritual energy and be able to defeat the demon. I think it's gonna be something like that. It's gonna be like Russell Crowe has superpowers or something. That's how I see the ending happening. Is it gonna be worse? Do you think it's worse than Children of the Corn? No. I would, you know what? I can't say it. The Pope's Exorcist is gonna be the second worst film of 2023. I feel comfortable with that. Children of the Corn, there's just no beating that. That's gonna be terrible. The next movie up is Scream 6. Wow, another Scream movie, except this time. Wait! This is Hunter from the Past. I just wanted to say that I just got done seeing Scream, and one of the trailers during the film was Renfield, the new Nicolas Cage film where he's like Dracula.
Renfield.
It feels weird. I don't know what to think about it. It looks like an action film, kind of like they're trying to do like a John Wick Dracula thing. The biggest thing that I have that I don't like about it is that I feel like there's going to be an actual very small amount of actual Nick Cage in the movie. And if you're going to dress Nick Cage up to be Dracula, I want to see him a lot. You know, I want a lot of Nick Cage. It seems like a fun movie. It seems like it's going to be something cool, but I have this horrible sneaking suspicion that it's like Jared Leto's Joker. Yeah, I mean, he was like in one scene. I feel like it's going to be one of those things. So I don't know. I mean, I'm going to see it. The barometer, I'm going to put it at Old Spice. I don't know. I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical. But they could at least afford Nick Cage to say lines on like Willy's Wonderland, everybody's favorite movie. The next trailer up is Followers. I hope this isn't a hot take on social commentary on social media. Dude, having all these likes with people are bad. It's going to distort your fucking brain. I haven't seen the trailer yet. I'm going to assume that he's a serial killer for likes.
John Jesus College vlog number 1.
We did it, guys.
Wait! I gotta tell you about something very important. We got new merch! That's right. You ever, you wanna lie to people and tell them that you know somebody who died from Ozempic? Now you can. Buy this shirt right here. It looks really good. Tell them that this is your uncle and that he died from Ozempic and that this is a public safety thing. I don't care. It's new merch! How about all my girls out there? Huh? All the girlies playing Morse code with whatever when they're reading them spicy books. This shirt's for you, huh? Time to buy that new shirt. I don't care what you're doing down there. Just buy that new shirt. Also, we got the Margaret shirt. Finally, some merch for our girl, Margaret. Business in the front, party in the back. It's a double-sided.
Come back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about family chain dine-in restaurants, extravaganza, brewery, fantasticons.
Wow, that was a mouthful.
That's the title. We are almost primarily a food ranking channel at this point from the amount of food that we consume and rank on this channel, albeit from maybe items from your childhood, nostalgic items, everyday items, into disgusting doomsday ending items as well. But one thing that has been a constant source of debate, at least here at the Meat Canyon Studios, is what's the best family dine-in chain, right? From your Applebee's to your Cheesecake Factories, which one's the best? I had to know. So I took the crew out along with my beautiful, beautiful wife, and we decided to go out and try all of them in one day. Mistake number one. The list of places that we decided to go was Cheesecake Factory, Yard House, Applebee's, Chili's, Texas Roadhouse, Outback Steakhouse, Red Lobster, and Olive Garden. Ladies and gentlemen, have sympathy for I and us, we. By the end of this excursion, it wiped us out. That's all I gotta say, it wiped us out. So, without further ado, we're going to take this as a what's the best place for your weekly after church meal. Roll the beginning.
Hey party people, it's the Hancock family coming at you with another Sunday vlog. We just got done going to church, Jehovah's Witness, right? And we witnessed the Lord today, and boy oh boy are we hungry. Now every Sunday I'd like to take all the fam out,
smile, say something,
to go and get a nice Sunday lunch.
Okay, it's happening.
We're sitting here asking ourselves, what's the best? Oh, I said don't do that. I said stop that. What's the best place to sit down and have a nice family meal?
What does your shirt say, Jacob?
It says bruh.
Bruh.
A frog on it.
What's so funny? Stop it. Don't touch that. Don't touch that.
Today we're going to be ranking every family sit-down restaurant chain. So come along and stay hungry because we're about ready to get into it.
Okay, so first we went to Cheesecake Factory.
1, 2, 3, Cheesecake Factory!
Right? And before we went to all of these places, we had our items already chosen just to save time because just even commuting between these places is going to take forever. I think the whole day was like 10 hours, 9 or 10 hours, something like that. Okay, long time, which pretty much means that between each place it's going to take almost a minimum of an hour. Okay, didn't think about that. I don't know why that, probably because we've done nothing but fast food before. So usually it's just go through the drive-thru, bullshit around, and then go to the next place. No. You're in it for the long haul here. But we started off at Cheesecake Factory.
Smile, Jacob.
Hi. Cheesecake Factory, I am so excited. For our appetizer, we ordered the fried mac and cheese. For our entree, the bacon burger.
Double bacon.
double bacon. For the dessert, we got the strawberry cheesecake.
Don't do that shit where you cover your mouth. Let's see it.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
And the drinks, we got a factory peach Bellini.
Scimpanzini bananini.
And the entire total was $85. This kind of became the idea of the rankings was we're going to base it on their appetizer, their entree, a dessert, house cocktail, and atmosphere. The general vibe of everything, right? Just to give context, the atmosphere first before you talk about any of the food. Cheesecake Factory, I don't understand. It's not really a factory. And there's a little bit of cheesecake, but not a lot of it. When I hear Cheesecake Factory, I either want industrial machines with like little belts of cheesecakes going around or anything. I mean, I don't know. I'm so confused by the aesthetic choice.
I feel you. I'm the same way with the Spaghetti Factory. I picture like Italians in a factory.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about Cheesecake Factory, so. On the walls, I mean, the whole thing is like, is it supposed to be like Tuscany?
Yeah, Little Italy.
It's like a Little Italy thing, but it looks like a weird mixture of like, I don't know, a fucking palace and Dune, the set piece of Aladdin. Like it kind of has a Middle Eastern touch to it for some reason. Did you get that vibe?
I didn't.
I got that. As soon as I was walking in, I was like, this feels like a Middle Eastern guy with a gold watch on. I'm like, that's the Cheesecake Factory to me. I haven't been to one of these in a long time. Don't get me wrong. Like we'll go to like Red Robin or like get food from there just because we have one close to us. But it's not like we're like, hey, let's go and hang out at Red Robin. Like that's not convenient for us. So every time we went to some place, I don't know if it was at Cheesecake Factory, but a lot of them had the general manager's name on a sign outside of the building. We're really going to be putting Benjamin to the test here. General manager, put a picture of him up. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Maybe if you can complain.
Yeah, well, I know who I'm supposed to talk to. It's just like, oh, of course it's him. Whatever, it doesn't matter. All I know is the vibe. I was just like, Cheesecake Factory does this thing where it's like, I want to be fancy, but at the same time, it's like, this is one of the trashiest things I've ever experienced in my life. It really is. I mean, they give you a pocket Bible for the menu, and they're like, actually, make up your own menu item, and we'll just make it. They're like, we have everything you could ever want. But because of that, you know that everything's going to be frozen, and they're going to fucking microwave it, whatever. But I gotta say, actually, I'll start off with this. I'll say the macaroni, the fried I mean, it's cheese and pasta. All right, and it came on some fucking like Chef Boyardee queefed out juice on the plate. It was whatever. It was fine. I'm gonna hog those down all day. I gotta say though, right now, the bacon burger, that was good eating.
That was good.
That was a damn fine burger. Albeit, and I had to dock some points here, it was soupy.
Yeah.
It was a sloppy girl. It's like a big old girl mud wrestling. I mean, that's what it felt like eating that son of a bitch. I mean, it was good. Don't be wrong. Hey, it was fun. We were rolling around the hay, but I'm just saying. That's everything. You take it. We had to cut it up into these micro bites, and you'd grab it, and you're fucking. And that's one thing about me. This is a personal pet peeve. I don't know if you feel the same way. I hate disgusting textures on my hands. That's almost why I never do like fried chicken or anything really greasy. I can't do it. All right. I know he's fat. I'm a big fat son of a bitch, but still, I have to work around that. All I'm saying, dry bun. That's all I wanted. Just a nice dry bun. I said it was soupy. What do you do? And I will say, god damn, dude. Going to the Cheesecake Factory and not ordering yourself a slice of cheesecake's like going to fucking Thailand and not having sex with a lady boy. The fucking cheesecake was incredible. I'd probably just go there just to be like, can I just have a cheesecake?
That's what they have the cheesecake counter.
Yeah, you don't have to sit down in there. You're just like, I just want to get a cheesecake to go.
It was really good.
Oh, God. It was probably the highlight of the meal. The cheesecake. Ooh. So good. And I will say, it is the first one, so I tried to be relatively conservative with it.
So all in all, I would say I'm gonna give it a 7. 7 hallelujahs out of 10 so far. And I think it's good. It's our first one. It could shift. I don't know. Guys, come on. Come on. Go.
A nice little 7. 7 hallelujahs out of 10 because we were doing the weird religious,
God is good and he accepts everyone.
Well, not everyone.
Everyone.
I know. He'll learn. The person you see there, that's not really me. This is a character, all right?
What?
Yeah, just want to put that out there. But, I mean, if anything, these can change. But for now, 7 out of 10. That feels good. That's above average. I guess that's another factor is the price. $85. It was fucking expensive. We know that we're going to have a bit of a hit because we have to get a cocktail, like the house special cocktail at each place. $85. We got 1 burger, 4 macaroni bites. There was 5 of us. So, you had to, split it up and divvy it out.
I look like Kojima, dude.
And then a fucking peach champagne slush. $85. Doesn't that feel steep?
That's a lot. Times that by 4.
Especially like in hindsight now, the Cheesecake Factory really feel that much fancier than, I mean, don't get me wrong, it is fancier than some of them, but like, it's not like I was like, oh my God, like the service is incredible or whatever, you know, whoa, you know, I don't think I was ever like Great Gatsby fucking party kind of like level of elegance.
Yeah.
A stroke there for a second. Next up, we went to Yard House.
1, 2, 3, Yard House.
You need to tuck it in. Tuck it in.
I don't like
Tuck it in.
I don't want to.
Hey, so here we are at Yard... Smile. Here we are at Yard House. Now, this is kind of a brewery. Can you say brewery?
Brewery.
That means beer, I think. We're going to be testing out to see if this is going to compete with Cheesecake Factory. I hear there's a lot of nummy things in there.
Stop! Stop it!
My turn.
It was on the list of chain restaurants that we had looked up, because also like a lot of the restaurants are like gone now, like TGIF, like Ruby Tuesdays, BJ's, all that they're all gone. Like a lot of this is a dying breed, which we did start the day at Cheesecake Factory early in the day, so it wasn't that busy. Yard House already though, it was kind of fucking bopping, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A nice energy to it. Also already, I like the vibe of Yard House more. I kind of based it also off of if I was like a divorced dad, would I go there and like have a cocktail?
This is where you come once you get your divorce.
Yeah,
You come and sit here.
whenever the woman's doing this, that's when you come here.
Which I know is counterintuitive to the family experience that we're doing. But in the back, I think of every man's mind, they're thinking, when it all goes to hell, where can I go? Where's my safe haven, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why you always keep it in your back pocket while you put on your happy face. Welcome to marriage. Yard House, the items we got for the appetizer, we got the boneless wings. The entree was the Korean barbecue cheesesteak. Dessert was the Oreo brookie. And then the drink was we got 2 of them because they're like a brewery as well. So we got their house IPA and the Long Beach tea. The atmosphere, 10 out of 10. I liked it. It felt like I was in a fucking like Tim Burton factory.
Oh yeah, with all the pipes.
With all the pipes and stuff. Kind of felt like I was in like, I thought Edward Scissorhands was going to come around and be like, cut up my salad or something like that. But otherwise, I remember the boneless wings on the appetizer. It was like octopus. You ever eat squid? It's like chewy, like that.
It's like all fat.
It was weird. It's like it looked like it had the texture of breading, but then when you bit into it, you're like, could not have come from anywhere but the ocean, is how I pictured it in my head. The dessert, the Oreo brookie, you have like a base level brownie thing, you put a fucking a la mode, throw ice cream on top of it, but then the fucking brownie cookie thing isn't even warm underneath. Listen, it's chocolate and fucking sugar. It's not like it's, hey, I'm not like John McCain in a cage fucking being like, like freaking out in a prisoner of war. But I was just like, why heat up the brownie? Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Okay. The highlight of it all though was the Korean barbecue cheesesteak. I don't know what kind of fucking Korean juices they put on that, but delicious. Put it on the fries too. I'd gladly get that again.
It was really good.
100%. And then the Long Beach tea cocktail was okay. Jacob said that he liked the beer, but I think Jacob and Nick are very much like, you can just microwave a diaper, like a baby diaper, and they'd be like, So it's hard to... They're easy people to please. I don't know. And I don't drink beer, so I don't know how good it was, but Jacob liked it, so there was points. And also the total was only $65.
Pretty good.
I thought it felt if not a little fancier than Cheesecake Factory. Once again, it's not the most elegant thing, but I wouldn't say, is it the same as like going to Chili's? No. $65 isn't bad.
And we got 2 drinks.
And 2 drinks on top of it, $65.
I'm just gonna shoot off the hip here, dude. It's kind of an industrial vibe. It's like a brewery in there. It was kind of vibe where it's like, guess what? You get in a fight with your wife. I'm chugging drinks at that place. For that reason, 7. 7 hallelujahs out of 10. Not bad. I was really praising the Lord with that one. You know what I mean?
On par with Cheesecake Factory, just because the cheesecake at the first one so good, and the burger. The food itself, like Yard House, I feel like I would probably be disappointed as a whole. Like if I tried everything, I'd be like, I was mostly disappointed with everything on the menu. Which I think we kind of by this point too, it was really settling in how long this was going to take, and I gotta tell you, it was creating a lot of not tension but depression. Like everybody's moods was kind of sinking to the bottom of the ocean, and that only got exacerbated by our next stop, which was Applebee's.
Quiet down! I've had enough! One more time. Let it happen one more time, or else we're not going to the other 7 fucking restaurants. Shut up! Stop playing with your shit back there, Nick. I can see you doing it. Would you ease it up on the fucking driving?
I'm trying
You're scaring me.
I'm trying to navigate.
All right, guys, come on. Family photo.
1, 2, 3. Applebee's. Applebee's.
Margarita.
Really fuck.
Now, when I tell you Applebee's, there's no way Applebee's makes it another 10 years. I went to my grandmother's funeral this year, and it was less depressing than walking into this Applebee's and having lunch.
Well, that's because your grandma was an evil woman.
Fair. For Applebee's, we got the appetizers, boneless wings. It's the same shit everywhere, too. Why don't you get some boneless wings? And then their entree, what they're known for, was a quesadilla burger.
Yeah.
The dessert was a triple chocolate meltdown. I just didn't tell you what it is. You're like, what is that? It's a triple chocolate meltdown. I was like in the seat having like a fucking panic attack thinking about it coming.
I forgot. What was it? Was it a brownie?
It's just a fucking hodgepodge of sauces and chocolate and stuff. There's really no discernible shape to it. It's like a brownie, ice cream, all the same shit as everywhere else. And then the drink, we tried to do the Dollarita, but then she promptly told us, no, we don't do that, even though it's on the website. That was confusing. So then we just got their House Marg, which tasted like something you would get off of like a Walmart margarita mix kind of thing, you know? Like off the shelf margarita mix, you throw ice in a glass and pour it in. That's what it was. And it was like far too expensive for what it was. Anyways, we ate all of it. It was all dog shit. I will say this, their boneless wings at least had some semblance of crunch to them. The quesadilla burger, it makes me sick to even think about it still now. The buns are quesadillas. It's just like, God, it's just haunting. Also, it was just so sad. It was just so sad in there. All these old women fucking like chit-chatting around. They're talking so loud, but yet it's so hauntingly quiet. They get up and they do that fucking old person walk where they really like, they have to do this. It's like the fat fucking old people and they do this. You know what I mean? When they walk, and they have like their bags out. Well, I gotta take this home to reheat. Need it later.
It's very depressing in there too.
Yeah, it was depressing. The fucking bartender had, what was it, his like name tag say good boy or something like that?
I tried to get it, but he was looking at me.
Do you remember what it said though?
No.
I think it said good boy or something, or cool guy. His thing said cool guy. He was just sitting there doing. But then anytime we would try to look at him, he'd be like, and he was like eyeballing us the whole time, which granted, my legs are a bit of a spectacle. I was being a little bit of a show pony, but still, you can't even see my legs behind it. We had a barrier, but he was still just.
He could hear us shit talking them.
Well, to be fair, it was rough. Fucking rough. They had like a weird homage to like the local area and stuff, and like a bunch of pictures of like hot rods. I don't know, like they do like a hot rod competition out in the parking lot. I don't know. The bill came, it was $41.31. Even the food, like listen, the idea of them are more disgusting than it actually was. Like the quesadilla burger, it's a fucking hamburger with a quesadilla bun. I mean, like you can eat it, it's gonna be fine, but is everything microwaved? Of course. It's gonna be microwave food. You can go. A lot of these places I think are designed for people to go and just be like, I'm gonna get drunk. It's mostly just a bar. The family aspect of all of them feel kind of dead as well. Like I remember back in the day, it was like Applebee's, Chili's, 54th Street Grill used to have like a bunch of shit on the walls. It was supposed to be like big and bombastic or whatever, which not that that's like any better, but now it's all stripped down. There's a cutout of The Rock in there because his tequila's there, and I was like, cool, dude. That was the flashiest thing. And then there's just pictures of motorcycles and weird frames on the wall. I don't understand it.
Applebee's, maybe the ugly duckling of the group. I feel like this used to be a very positive place. It used to be a place full of whimsy. It was kind of a place you used to go to escape with your family. That was one of the saddest experiences I've ever had in my life. Granted, it is during the day, but there was probably 3 or 4 old women in there eating alone. The music was played through a blown out speaker. The food all microwaved. It is what it is. You know, you're at Applebee's, right? I would feel good giving this place a 3 out of 10. I think 3 out of 10 is fair. I will say that was one of the most depressing dining experiences I've ever had in my life. Run away from this place. All right, we're almost halfway.
It's a 3. I think that's generous. You were even saying I was being generous with the scores too when we were out and about.
I was.
But, ladies and gentlemen, this was a huge breaking point. I mean, we were all shattered. I think it really set into stone too that was just our 3rd stop out of what was supposed to be 10 for the day, and that was very defeating. But then things started to turn around as soon as we went to Red Lobster.
Stop! Dad, stop! Stop! Stop it! I don't like it!
All right, family, we're at Red Lobster. Red Lobster on 3. 1, 2, 3. Red Lobster! Oh my God. Hey, under the sea.
I'm just kidding.
I would never do that.
You're the jokester of the family. Don't fucking do that again.
Red Lobster it's like looking at God. I didn't realize how much of a good time I was going to have at Red Lobster.
They're going bankrupt too.
Mark the day that this video goes up. It is now Papa Meat's Red Lobster Day. Go out and support a Red Lobster. Because I gotta tell you, this was just a delightful experience. We had the lobster dip and cheddar biscuits. They're going bankrupt. They're like, I don't give a f, dude. Here's some free cheddar biscuits still. Apparently they had to get rid of the all-you-can-eat shrimp or something. Motherfuckers don't need to be going into a Red Lobster eating unlimited shrimp. I would gladly take that off the menu. If it keeps the cheddar biscuits, get rid of the shrimp. That's what I gotta say. The lobster dip, oh, absolutely divine. Also, the ambiance of a Red Lobster is odd. It's like I feel like I'm Pacific Northwest, or like I'm on some kind of bay looking out into the ocean, even though it's a Midwest parking lot.
Just right at that window right there. Look out there. It's the Atlantic. You can hear the seagulls.
Or sometimes it kind of even has the vibe that you're in like you're in a boat, a dinghy. As it were. It was a nice little cozy vibe in there. The staff, it just felt alive. It felt alive in a nice way. I really enjoyed it. For the entree, we got the shrimp linguine Alfredo. And then for the dessert, we got the brownie overload. And for the drink, we got Jacob researched this thing and he's like, yeah.
Oh, I'm so old. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing?
There's so many words and phrases being thrown around on the internet and comment sections and other kinds of places in humor that I'm lost. I'm absolutely lost in my old age. Words like gooning, edging, canthal tilt. I don't know what the people use it in normal conversations as if this is normal nomenclature just for anybody. It seems it's odd. And when looking more into it to try to keep up with these goddamn youths, I found out that it's all kind of derivative of something called looks maxing. Looks maxing is a very, very popular trend right now on YouTube and TikTok and all these other places, and it's kind of embedded in male culture. Yeah, the females, they do looks maxing too. Who gives a shit, dude? We need to talk about the real fucking juggernauts of this. The real people who hurt and suffer more than anyone else. Me and the boys, aka the incel community. Hey, if you're an incel, stand up, be proud. This one's for us, guys. There's level of obviously irony and other kinds of humor in it, but it is a very real thing. And it's something that I am going to take into consideration moving forward with my own looks, because I'm a morbidly obese piece of shit. I even got my my face evaluated by a Giga Chad, and this was the score. Not good. Looks maxing is the practice to maximize one's look, and most importantly, when you're a looks maxer, your goal is mogging, which means to be more physically attractive than someone else. It's very petty, and that's why I love it so much. Looks maxing is actually a pretty old trend from around 2015 that popped up on a forum called lookism.net. It was mostly associated with incels trying to blame all of their problems on not being attractive enough to get some pussy, so the idea of looks maxing was born, which is kind of interesting because I will say in a lot of incel communities, usually there's no kind of self-growth happening, which is the opposite of looks maxing. They're upset. I am upset. I am married, and I'm upset I get no pussy. All right, dude? And nearly a decade later, looks maxing has now spread to TikTok and YouTube, and the toxicity of the culture has been growing absolutely rampant. Which, some people say toxicity. I say the good word. Because to mog is to live, is what I would say. If you're not mogging, what the fuck are you really doing? There's a prominent forum called looksmax.org where young, insecure people, like myself, will desperately try anything to increase their SMV, aka sexual market value. It's like Wolf on Wall Street. All over again, baby. There's a guy named Wheat Waffles who will rate your SMV for a very small price. And I think it's actually worth it. Which I want to say, I paid the fucking price, and this is what he had to say. Thanks, Wheat Waffles. Men just got it, dude. Honestly, can I just be real for a second, Nick? And just cut the bullshit. We don't have to include this in, honestly. I'm just saying, just cut it if it's bad, but I just want to talk about men because they just have it harder. I don't know. I'm tired of I go on these forums with women and they're like, oh, I don't look at it. Dude, I hate women! So let's take a look at some of the techniques to increase your SMV. And if you're a woman, get out of here!
Get the hell out!
Today's video is sponsored by Fume. If you have any unhealthy habits, maybe consider trying Fume. Once you form a bad habit, it's hard to break, and usually quitting cold turkey is the absolute worst thing someone can do. Let Fume fill the void in a natural, guilt-free way. You can still get your fix, just with healthier options. Fume's innovative, award-winning device is a sleek, lightweight, and can help you kick your habit. Fume is completely natural and replace vapor with flavored air. Instead of harmful chemicals, users can enjoy Fume's refreshing flavors like crisp mint, sparkling grapefruit, orange vanilla, and raspberry lemon. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 150,000 customers and has thousands of success stories, and there's no reason that can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code and use code PapaMeat to get 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. And Fume's base was just launched in January. It's a weighted stand to rest your Fume on when not in use, with a magnet inside that keeps your Fume attached. The Fume device can be spun around on it, which is good for fidgeting. That's tryfum.com and use code PapaMeat to save an additional 10% off your order today. Thanks Fume for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. What's first on our long list is soft maxing. These are lifestyle changes that include basic care to your hygiene and aesthetic presence, such as going to the gym, getting a haircut, and moisturizing. That's right, I said moisturizing. It's no longer considered gay. Back in my day, if I would have brought some lotion, or if I would have told, hey, I got some aloe vera, I'm gonna put it on my arms, people would say you're gay. And I think that actually drops my SMV. Correct? Nick? Thank you. It's basic hygiene and wearing clothes that fit you. No longer do you have tight, if you're a big guy like me, dude, you go buy clothes, you're not a medium. I've been there, dude. Hey, I'm living it. When I had to take the step from 2X to 3X, sad day. Sad day. Now we're gonna be talking about some techniques that will alter your physical appearance in some unusual ways. So please, come with me. Come with me. Come on, it's like a back alley deal. No, come on, seriously, no one's looking, come on. Starting off with the jaw and face, AKA your moneymaker. The first category is improving the fucking jawline. You've probably seen people on the internet, you know, do the thing where they show off their Giga Chad chin and stuff like that. It's like basically saying, hey, are you in the club? Look at me, dude. See this? I'm working on it, dude. I'm not saying that my SMV is high. It's on the rise, but it's not high. So I'm still working on that. I have to lose about, it shouldn't be that bad, about 120 pounds. Mewing. You're probably thinking, Pokemon. Wrong! Looks maxing 101, dude. And it's named after its creator, Dr. Mike Mew. This is a facial reconstruction technique that involves placing your tongue on the roof of your mouth to change the shape of your jawline. Some of the benefits include this: realigning your teeth so you don't have no buck-ass teeth, improve facial aesthetics so you get that chiseled Giga Chad jaw, and it stops you from becoming a mouth breather. If you're a mouth breather and you're a fucking uggo, back of the line, get the SMV up, you're not a Mog man yet, Mew immediately. I have sleep apnea, and that does not help my SMV. I want to see some before and afters, dude. 20 months mewing plus hard mewing. Oh my god, it's unbelievable. Beautiful man. SMV way up. You know, I would say that he was a pretty handsome guy to begin with, but that jawline now, unbelievable. Next up is gum chewing. The practice of gum chewing is to strengthen and sharpen one's jawline, which you're probably like, is that mewing? Dude, no. Were you listening? Some people recommend chewing gum for 16 hours a day to get chiseled jaw. And they make very hard gum. You can buy extremely hard pieces of gum just for this exercise, just to get those fucking muscles right here nice and buff, dude. Mastic gums are considered to be the best, which is 8 to 11 times harder than the normal gum. Look at that. Looks like fucking, I don't know if I think I'll just stick to mewing maybe. But there are some drawbacks, which you can develop TMJ and grind down your teeth into baby teeth. When you're trying to become a god, there's always going to be some bumpy steps along the way. But the people who persevere and who don't end up getting baby teeth or TMJ, they're the champions. Next one up is gua sha, which I feel like I've seen people roll these on dogs' heads and stuff. Which gua sha is a traditional Chinese healing method in which a trained professional uses a smooth-edged tool to stroke your skin while they press on it. You ever been rolled around by a Chinese guy? Well, you can do it yourself, or
I still like getting mine from the Chinese guy. And my SMV, like I said, it's on the rise. Where's your SMV? Your SMV pretty good? This may reduce inflammation, reducing chronic pain, but it's mostly used to get sharp jawlines once again, dude. You think there's just a couple tricks in the books? Of course not, dude. Whenever Da Vinci made David, did he just slap the stone around a couple times? No. You gotta roll around. You gotta treat it right until it becomes absolutely perfect. David, the statue, definitely was a mogger. I can't speak for Da Vinci. Yes, Da Vinci was a good artist, but from what I saw in some of the pictures or paintings of him, old boy SMV was low, and I don't really know if he was a mogging man himself. Next up, we also have thumb pulling, which thumb pulling is a technique that involves inserting both thumbs in the mouth and pulling the palate apart against the back third of the palate. So it's going back. Oh, you pull your mouth open? The goal is to create more space in the mouth and stimulate maxilla bone growth, dude. Your teeth are essentially like a bird, right? You want to pull those bad boys out. And of course, there is belt pulling, which you bite down on a belt and then lift it up. You lift it up over your head. And, you know, there's some drawings of how to do this too. Let's just look at some of these. They're pretty good. This is haunting. First off, he put a lot of time in those eyes. That is fucking crazy. Dude, when we did the medieval torture device video, this is exactly what this is. Look at the fucking, like the scribbles on there too. This is a madman. This is Da Vinci. This is what Da Vinci wanted to be. I thought that was his asshole for a second, where he's bent over, but no. So that's him. And that's him. You put it around your knees and you also pull that way too. Oh, this is the artist before and after images. All right, here's before one. What's this guy's? He's a good-looking guy. He's got kind of a bit of a dud chin. Let's see afterwards though with the belt pulling. Is this the same man? This is the same guy? You know what? I think the old boy just should have grown his hair out. Because I think the long hair also accentuates. No, it was the belt pulling. I think it was a good deal, dude. I'll tell you a quick story about how I fucked my face up 5 years ago. I took a fucking belt, bit down on that shit, and started yanking it from my face with my arms. It didn't feel very good, so I lifted up my legs and put the ends around my feet, started pulling hard as possible, and felt a pop. I looked in the mirror and my face appeared forward as fuck. I was ecstatic. I finally found how to ascend hard. Praise be to you, brother. A true mogger, no matter what he says through and through. The SMV is way up, and his belt chewing is only proof of that. I tried this for a week and then took a break. Within 2 fucking days, it all collapsed and reverted. Whoa! It was worse than before, and I literally looked like my face had shrunk. Don't pull your maxilla. Just get a expander or MSE. Wow. Next up, we have carrot maxing, which is a practice of consuming extreme amounts of carrots and foods with beta carotene in order to get that orange glow. It is recommended to eat around 7 large carrots a day, or about 7 pounds of carrots.
You know, you want to hear something? Like 10 years ago, I was doing that.
You actually, like, literally, you were eating tons of carrots to get a glow? It just makes you orange, though.
It's supposed to make you look a little tan, but...
Well, why don't you just tan? Well, is it because of the damage that UV rays do, so this is a more holistic way of going about it? Okay, well, I can see the Mog aspect of that. Let's move on to the eyes, which the eyes, windows of the soul, dude. Very, very important when you're thinking about doing looks maxing, all right? Have you ever heard of the Canthal tilt? Oh, wait. This is the angle of your eyes are oriented on your face, dude, which we have a thing here, which is positive, looking more assertive, more dominant, neutral. You look like, you know, not intimidating, but you could be passable. And of course, negative, you look sad. And that's going to take your SMV down just a couple points. Definitely. Okay. Is my Canthal tilt, is it positive? Editor, put like a line to see. Is it positive, Nick?
I was going to say it's either neutral or negative.
It's negative? Those with negative Canthal tilt, apparently me, are called prey eyes. These make you look weak and vulnerable, which I don't look weak and vulnerable, dude. I bet you there's been so many people who watch my videos and are like, I could fuck him up. And you know what I have to say that to? I'd be like, stop. Outside of surgery, there's no way to change your Canthal tilt, and that doesn't mean people aren't trying. Here are some exercises that are paraded around. To help with your eyes, you can do squint maxing, which do 100 partial squints before bed and try to hold squints throughout the day to train your eyes to strengthen those muscles, which I'm going to start doing fucking tonight. I'm going to do one of these. You can eye pull, which pulling the corner of your eyes to change the orientation of your Canthal tilt. Here's a video of that. I don't see how that would really work, but I'm going to see it anyways. Negative Canthal tilt. Here we go. I think it's good. I think I'm done. we've done the jaw, the face, and now we've done eyes. But now it's time to move on to hard maxing, which going to more extremes and changing your appearance via cosmetic surgeries, limb lengthening surgeries, and steroids. Come on, boys. Make the tough decisions. You know what, can you actually do it without help? Sometimes you need a fucking doctor's hand to help, you know what I mean? So spent 100K hard maxing to go from ugly to average. I spent most of it on multiple jaw and chin surgeries, had a very recessed chin, but a very wide jaw and hypertrophied masseter. Jesus Christ, dude. And hair transplants to bring my 6 head down to a 4.5 head. I also got 2 rhinoplasties and a full body liposuction. God damn, dude, this is Ken. We're talking about Ken right here. I always told myself I just want to be average. If I can get to average, it would all be worth it, and I won't have any more surgery then. Well, now I do believe I am average. I'm very happy about it. Thank God for modern medicine. But now I wish I were attractive. I spent so long thinking I'd be happy being average that I never expected to be somewhat dissatisfied when I reached my goal. But now I see how attractive girls are treated, and it just looks so much more fun. However, my body can't take any more surgery, nor can I tolerate it mentally. So average it is. Has anyone experienced the same thing after hard maxing? Whew. The man's MOG is so high, and it's a shame that he values his SMV so low. That's a fucking crazy, that's like a Greek tragedy. Teddy Roosevelt had a great quote. He said, "I have never in my life envied a human being who led an easy life. I envied a great many people who led difficult lives and led them well." That wasn't the quote I was thinking. It should be something like, envy is the thief of joy. I think also part of mogging is self-confidence in yourself and raising other boys up, dude. Making sure the men feel good around you, man. You know what I mean? I wish I could give this guy a hug. I'd buy this guy a drink. Some of the other ones for hard maxing, there is leg lengthening surgery, which is during a leg lengthening procedure, the bone is purposely broken. Surgeons fit a support device either on the outside of the leg or inside the bone that can be stretched 1 millimeter, 3 inches, or 0.03 inches every day. That's from Business Insider. What the fuck are they writing about over there at Business Insider, dude? Jesus. Another issue, if the leg becomes over-lengthened, the patient will struggle to walk and certainly cannot run. It is also costly, with the prices starting around $30,000 per leg. How fucked is that? Dude, don't give me a fucking, I'll just do one this time. Just fucking price it like it's both your legs. You're not gonna just do one, dude. Which this guy went from 5'11" to 6'6"? Oh, dude. That is crazy. Kind of reminds me of this episode of Tales from the Crypt where this rich old man keeps buying body parts from this buff guy because he wants to impress this bitch, this woman. That wasn't very... Was that Mog of me? Is calling a woman a bitch, is that Mog? 5'3" to 5'9". Yeah, the 5'3" to 5'9" looks pretty natural. I'm just thinking about my legs. Like, I wonder how bad that hurts. I would actually, you know what I'm going to say? Actually, yeah, if you feel insecure about yourself, get a very expensive procedures done. You'll feel great. Bone smashing, which this one's free, but if you're a professional maybe, but I don't know about this one. Which bone smashing is the practice of hitting yourself in the face with hammers, bottles, massagers, and other blunt objects in the pursuit of beauty. This is based on Wolff's Law. It states that bones in healthy animals will adapt to the loads placed on them. An example of this is if a bone is loaded more, it will remodel itself over time to become stronger in that way. So yes, you can mew and stuff. You can also take a hammer and beat your face until it forms something that you're liking. Facial fractures can result in a whole array of issues, from damage to the brain, detachment of eyeballs from muscles and eyelid structures, collapse of nasal airways or the cheekbones, injuries to the ear canals and hearing, and more. That's my boy, Dr. Is this a woman? If this is a woman, if we're quoting a fucking woman in this Mog video, I'm going to be very upset. I'm just going to, you know what? It's from a doctor. It's from a doctor. I'll put it on the screen, but I'm not going to say the name. Next up after that, we have starve maxing. I need to take a fucking page out of this book, dude. Good lord. This is essentially starving yourself, and this is nothing new, you know, but the new term in looks maxing take over the internet. It is weirdly being praised where it normally would not. Many men in comments congratulate the people starving themselves and encourage them to go on. You gotta raise those boys up. You gotta make sure and be like, hey, no more food. You're looking great, man. Starve maxing to the most. Especially if you couple that with some mewing and some carrot maxing, I think you're on your way to doing something pretty good. Next up is jelqing, ancient techniques to stretch the penis to help add size and girth, which I will be copying and saving this one to my phone. So how do you jelq? Put your index finger or thumb in an O shape, like okay, hand signal. Place the O shape gesture at the base of your banana. Make the O smaller and smaller until you put mild pressure on your penile shaft. Slowly move your finger and thumb toward the Slowly move your finger and thumb toward the head of your penile unit until you reach the tip. Reduce the pressure if this feels painful. Boy, we're not trying to torture ourselves here, right? We're just trying to get bigger members, which in increase will bring us bigger confidence. All right? Repeat this once per day for about 20 minutes. That is a full workout, dude. They give the same instructions for a Bowflex. All right? That's how serious you have to take this. Improper techniques can cause damage to soft tissue. So you can develop Peyronie's disease. That is a great name for a penile disease, dude, which is scar tissue that can build up and create severe curvature on the member. Dude, you might like that. I thought they called that a shooting rainbow. I thought people liked that. Some people have also experienced erectile dysfunction. Next up is probably the one I've seen most commonly, and people have probably also seen most commonly, is edging and, of course, gooning. Edging is masturbating and stopping yourself before orgasm, and then beginning again, keeping yourself close to climax, but never getting there. Gooning is a form of masturbation that involves edging for a long period of time, resulting in hypnotic, trance-like states, which masturbation is so intense that it becomes a state of meditation that consumes you and provides endless pleasure. You either pair it with overstimming, which is as you possibly can, or edging. There is not one way to goon. They all just have one goal: be consumed by masturbation and bliss. Here's a couple comments I thought were applicable. Back in November, I was doing the No Nut November challenge, but I edged for every single day of the month. On December 1st, I started to masturbate and edge like 6 more times before I almost passed out from the intensity of that orgasm. I so much, I had to take a bath and look for a towel to clean everything up. No joke, I like 4 ounces. And of course, the first comment underneath it is just beautiful. Which, boys, that's what we need to do. We need to boost our boys up. That's an incredible feat. An entire month of edging. Wow. If it was me, I would. Well, Nick, here's the thing. Would you say, are you an edger or are you a gooner? You said that with a lot of, that was a very non-Mog way of saying that. You can't just whisper edger, dude. Say it loud and proud, dude.
I'm an edger, and I'm proud.
You're goddamn right. Next up, we have munting. Munting is a variation of necrophilia involving 2 living people and 1 dead person. It can be male or female. It's a corpse. All right, it's a dead corpse. And if you see someone who munts, you need to stay clear of that guy. But if you do, this is how to munt if that's a road that you want to go down, which is find and dig up a semi-decomposed corpse. One person then goes down on said corpse while the other one jumps on the dead person's stomach, causing the juices to be forced out of all orifice. These are drank by the person orally connected to the corpses. I want to throw up a little bit. And I want to say that this has nothing to do with looks maxing. Like I said, it's just a part of the nomenclature of what we're talking about. And there is a munting subreddit, but you have to literally request access and be granted in to see what's happening. So if anybody has that Pandora's box key, I guess maybe share it with the world, because I'm kind of curious, if I'm being honest. Which, lastly, we have rope maxing, which, you know, if you do all these changes, you put your heart and soul into it, and you still can't get laid, you resort to ropes maxing, which is basically unaliving yourself. If you're a true mogger, and you're trying to get your SMV up, then you will goon yourself into enlightenment, and you will know that your brothers are around you, belt chewing, mewing, hard mewing, carrot maxing, leg lengthening, doing everything they can to boost themselves up, but then also boost their boys up. And here's the thing, guys, because like I said, there's no women in here, so we can talk candidly. It's important to have confidence within yourself. I myself am a mogger. I goon from time to time. Hell, I'll even edge if I feel like it. But one thing that's important is boosting up your fellow man. As a man, it's a nice club of people where it's easy to feel down on yourself. Something that women can't understand, all right? So I would say, if you see a man in the street, see if he mews. Compliment a jawline. Offer helpful suggestions, right? Most importantly, worry about your own SMV and try to boost all the other SMVs around you. Because it's not a competition, boys. It's a lifestyle. Goodbye. What are you gonna tell me that you did? Oh, I'm comfortable in my own skin. Look how weak my chin is. Look how bulbous I am, dude. I look like the goddamn Michelin Man. You think I'm stoked about being a non-mog? Fuck that. You're trying to mog to be more mog than any other man around you. I love it, dude. New merch available at meetcandy.store. Promo available until April 26. Buy today. Buy today. How forceful is that? I don't know, if you select puppet shows and you want to support the channel, please buy the merch. It's available until April 26. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Get in and sit on down because today we're going to be talking about Gooner games. And no, these aren't little games you play when you're in Boy Scouts with the boys. You're not playing tummy sticks at your friend's house. They're Gooner games. People are enticed to play video games for many reasons. It's not just about good gameplay or an enriching story. There's actually another aspect that has a sizable portion of the gaming community in a chokehold. Whether it's directly stated or not, many newer games cater their products to horny gamers. Something that has proved incredibly lucrative over the years. Which, listen guys, this isn't anything new, right? People have been doing this since the dawn. Anytime that you could put, man knew to put ink on wall, berry mash on wall in the caves, the cavemen, they were drawing titties. Hit sell.
It's more obvious now, and the graphics are better, so you get to see more
There's
detail.
so much to gooning culture now that feels like before it was in like the olden times where it's like you don't talk about religion, politics, or money, but these things were all like it's all unspoken rule. Right now it was a thing where it's like, well, of course I got this game because it makes me hard and it tickles my fancy, of course. But now it's become so outspoken, and gooner culture is so there's no shame in it anymore, that now it's evolved to something far scarier. Some of the biggest games, ones that you have likely played, are classified gooner games. And today, we're going to talk about some of the biggest ones to come out in recent years. The concept has been hotly debated online. Many games are now being labeled as gooner games, and those who play them refuse to admit that as reality. I think this is the time and place. They just be like, this is why I do it. The thing is that the more you hide behind it, I think that's where the sharks smell blood. Because if you're not with us, you're against us, I think is what it is. I think it's people being like, hey, you think you're better than me playing this for the gameplay? There's not gameplay in this game. It's boobies. It's buttholes.
Did you ever play women characters so you could stare at the behinds? If you stared at a man's behind, that's gay, but if it's a woman...
Oh, I see. No, I don't know. I always thought the guys looked cooler.
I had a bunch of friends who were like, I prefer women because I don't want to stare at a guy's ass for 12 hours.
That's the guy who's definitely very gay. Anytime I was like, well, I'm going to stare at a guy's ass the whole time, I'm like, pretty sure when I'm playing Spawn in a game, I'm not like, ew, yucky, his butt bum. He's Bing Bing. I don't like that. It's like, no, what about everything else on screen? But to be fair, if there was a man caked up, I mean, I might... It's like when it'd be the opposite of what I used to do. What I used to do back in the day is when I had Nintendo 64, I got so scared playing Quake 3 that I'd call my mom in to watch me finish playing a level. I'd be like, hey mom, come check this out, it's really cool. And she'd walk in and I'd be able to play. She's like, what am I looking at? I'm like, You feel less scared now that someone's there, right? Be the opposite. I'd be watching MLB Slugfest 06. Albert Pujols comes up to bat. Hey mom, I'm busy, don't come in here for a while.
My mom did the opposite. She would call me to play video games because she would throw up and get sick because of the motion sickness.
Playing what game? What game?
Spyro for the PlayStation 1. She's like,
Nick, hold my hand. Nick, hold my hand. The purple dragon.
I remember we took like a day off of school and she took off work to beat it. And like overnight, she was like, I had a bowl, like a bucket next to her. Oh my God. She was like, oh.
It's not worth it.
After that, though, she's like, I'm done with video games. So.
I think the only game my mom ever played was, which actually this is a good game, it was Donald Duck's Going Quackers.
I've never played it.
That's what people who like money play. That's just me. Hey, if you're ready to embark on your own PC building journey, look no farther! Check out the Furion collection from our partners at StarForge. The PC is stunning and powerful and comes along with the new Party Desk Mat, Party of Heroes wall art, and also Furion plate light for the PC. Already have a PC that you love but enjoy the show? StarForge has a case bundle too that has the mat, the wall art, the plate light, plus a Furion case to improve the space where you game. If you're looking for a new PC or you're looking to just kind of upgrade your PC setup, head over to StarForge. They're a great sponsor. We appreciate them. Now, back to the video. Back in the day, however, many games cater to this audience unapologetically. Franchises like Dead or Alive, for example, revolve around a cast of predominantly female fighters that don't shy away from showing off their bodies. Team Ninja, the developers of the series, were well known for their iconic and advanced breast physics that focused heavily on these aspects of the game, sometimes even giving you menu options to adjust the amount of breast movement shown during the gameplay, which if you have the tools, why not use them? Am I right? If you're like, I mean, we could give them the option of how jiggly they want it. Why would you, just even for the comedy sakes of it, why wouldn't you?
I recently saw a clip of like, it's like a character model turning and her titties are doing the 6-7.
One of the most intense presets labeled OMG had breast whipping non-stop during fights to the point where it was distracting to some players. Team Ninja knew their core audience. However, as they created a non-fighter series called Dead or Alive Extreme, these games put all the characters on a beach vacation where you could play mini games and, more importantly, build romantic relationships with your favorite characters. Didn't people freak out when the new Dead or Alive came out and it was like they covered all of them? What was the thing? Like, remember there was like a game, there was a game recently within like recent years that was like, they robbed us because they were seeing the character sheets and it's like, you can't even get behind and see anything now because they're clothed.
That was Stellar Blade.
Oh, Stellar Blade.
But
Okay.
I think you're right with Dead or Alive. They were scantily clad and then they kind of made them a little less revealing.
Yeah, because women said it was sexist. Ladies, go play Going Quackers and let us men have fun, right?
And women ruin everything.
Well, that's just absolutely true. Going from a fighting game to where it's just a beach thing where you can role play a relationship and do mini games, next level thinking, dude.
I think when it first came out, there was a lot of... They weren't... Gooners weren't adamant to admit they were gooning to it, but they were
they were definitely... It's just good. It's like better than Tekken.
They were just like, the games are fun. It's actually fun. The story's good.
It's good. I do it because the story, it's actually good. Today, there are still Gooner games that are much more overt, propped up ever more by the growing number of indie developers making their horny dreams a reality. Crushing Force is a loud and proud Gooner game, as the creator warns you up front on the download page that it contains inflation, furries, copious farting, vor, and crushing. Oh yeah.
When I saw gameplay of this, I couldn't believe it was real.
I thought I was impressed with the animation. I saw the thing, I was like, God damn. It's something where it's like, it's funny for a second, but I'm like, this is actual, like, people one-handing it. It'll look like those with the glove on playing Tetris. You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen those guys? You ever sit there one tapping it while you're beating your shit underneath it? Despite being very clear about what it is, many players who poke fun at it report that the mechanics are legitimately good, and the game as a whole has sauce. Which I'm always a sucker for those, like, classic Street Fighter, like, you know what I mean? Like the 2D Marvel vs. Capcom-esque kind of like 2D fighter stuff. The debate surrounding Gooner games becomes more interesting as we move into more mainstream titles. To some, it's clear as day, but many believe the label it doles out unjustly. Which leads us to, I would say, the most obvious of the current age Gooner games. This one, I would say this is probably the Gooner game right now. Marvel Rivals is one of the newest hero shooters to blow up and achieve mass success. It has also seen one of the quickest developments of a Gooner fandom. The game was released in December of 2024, and by March of 2025, articles were already written about how it had become a massive hit with the Rule 34 communities, which if you don't know what Rule 34 is, corn. With only a few months of playtime, people had lost their minds over the characters and skins, and this was starting to affect the community as a whole. Also, I mean, here's the thing. With a thing like, if it's a superhero game, what do you think? Superheroes gonna have bad genetics? They're all gonna be pretty good looking people. Remember the Blob, X-Men, the big fat? Even he was kind of cute. He was a big fatty. Even in horror games, see, you know, also does it kind of right is Resident Evil. They always have like some pretty girl in there, and even a hot guy. I mean, this new one, people are. I'll tell you what, the amount of girls I saw that were flicking their beans to Leon, holy moly, he'd do anything. He'd be like, and the girl like pause it at her streaming setup. Okay, be like one of those. Like,
Just
really?
Pause chat real quick.
Editor cut all that. Do you think the Gooners, these Gooner types who are obsessed with, or like, you know, if you're just like, I'm horned up playing this game, do you think it's just preference, or is it just like the developers try to just be like, they have to have a nice ass, they have to have big titties? You know, I don't see a lot? Bulge. Or even bulging games. Where's the bulge at? I'm talking like a curled up, it's like actually, yeah, it's like a print. How you gonna have Steve Rogers in a game, you don't have one print?
If you're looking at older comics, they definitely, I mean, even Spider-Man's caked up, you know, when he's doing his shit. Women definitely have defined ass and big cleavage. But this was a Chinese company, and I think the Chinese know how to cater to gamers.
I think they know. I guess that's true, is that American studios that do it, they always try to make them like
woke.
I think they try to make them look like, I don't know, like amiibo figures or something. Like very kid friendly versus introducing more of like an Asian influence of art style or something, like almost anime-esque these designs. I think it bridged that gap of people being like, which I think was smart. No one wants to see a fucking, which listen, Jack Kirby's the king. I love Jack Kirby. I love all of them. Frank Miller. I love all the old guys. Sam Keith, rip Sam Keith. Rest in peace to one of the goats, the Max. You ever read the Max? It's good stuff. Man just passed away. Has like one of my favorite Wolverine runs. It doesn't matter. All I'm saying is that for a new age audience, people who are all obsessed with anime and shit, having those characters be more in an anime style, I think it does help a lot. So yeah, they've always been caked up, but it's old-timey 60s caked. Come on, dude. Or even 90s pockets. You just want to see nothing but pockets? No, dude. I want fat and I want mushroom prints. That's why that'd be my advocate, is just be like, yeah, I mean, big asses and big titties are cool. Throw a couple pork chops on the grill there and see what we can do. You know what I mean? Slap those guys together like that. I'm talking environmental damage. I want some beavers in there. It hadn't even been out for half a year, and certain players didn't even want to touch the game because they already knew that the game and its community were filled with degeneracy. Newsflash, that's every game. Is there a single game you can play now without people being like, oh, this game, really, you playing this one, really? You always have to play like a no-name title, and then people are like, what is this? So then they can hop on it.
And then it gets popular, and then everyone's like, well, I played that before, I got popular.
Are gamers the worst fandom?
Yes.
I'm not gonna go to board games, because board game, I don't really the board game culture either. People who play board games, you scare me. But I will say, you know, I was looking at, I want old children's board games, not newer for drinking IPAs, bullshit. I'm talking, remember It from the Pit? You never heard of It from the Pit? Oh, I tried finding one. It's impossible to find like an actual completed one. If anyone has a copy of It from the Pit that they don't have anymore, it's like one of the fun ones where it's like, it's very simple. All you have is a dice, and you have some kind of motorized, it was really big in like the 80s and 90s. I'm not gonna explain the whole thing. It's show a picture, it's really fun. That's the kind of stuff. If someone shows up with, and what is it, Wingspan and I don't know, Space Camper, hey, figure we can have a couple of these and game out tonight. I'm gonna say, get the out of here, dude. But if my boy shows up with Tito's and It from the Pit, or what, it's gonna be a good night. It's gonna be a damn good night. Just smoking cigars and shit, rolling dice and shit, because it's almost like shooting dice with a addict in like a back alley. Almost. Thing got a hold of me. It's not like you had to dig in to find stuff either. Before season 1 even launched, people were making mods to turn all the female characters fat in game, which went viral on Twitter, which is just fun. Which honestly, I think knowing how much pre-production goes into games now, I think that should be an option with everything. So you have like the super hot version, you have a medium version, or maybe you're just like, I don't want to look at this skinny all day, and you look at yourself, you feel bad. Maybe a more realistic version, and then a big fat. Wouldn't that be nice?
Uncharted, I think, started that.
Really?
They had in the game, I'm pretty sure they had a fat Drake model that you could play.
Yeah. No, mouth breathing all the way through there. But behind cover, still getting shot because he's so fat. They need to add that, but it needs to make it easier. Like there's like you can barely run and you can't climb. See, the game like almost breaks because it's just being like, you think some fat ass is gonna be able to like jump and scale the side of a mountain like you do in Uncharted? Yeah, right. There's a whole new caveat where you have to go get like a medical crane that lifts you up the side of the mountain. Marvel also knew their community was filled with gooners because during the summer, they released a swimsuit collection featuring all the female characters in little thongs with more advanced jiggle physics. I mean, dude. I mean, like money. I mean, come on. With each skin also came character-specific victory poses and emotes that showed off the bathing suits in provocative positions. Deadpool, one of the newest additions, shoves his fat, bouncing ass into the camera within the first 10 seconds of the announcement. It's funny. Do you think Ryan Gosling approves? This is actually very funny. Is that a good Ryan Reynolds impression? Pretty much just always sounds like this. Is when he's talking, he always has to go kind of quick, and he kind of talks like that. With the devs and the game's creative director feeding into the fan base's desires, it has created some of the most depraved and desperate players. One person said, which I do love that. Depraved and desperate players, please. One person said that they downloaded the game after having a long shift at work and wanted to play something different because everything else was so repetitive. I'm like, Marvel Rivals, what are you talking about? They were instantly addicted to the game the second they booted it up for the first time. However, in future sessions, they started to notice that they couldn't start the game without popping a chubby. Oh, dang it.
Like Pavlov's dog or whatever, every time he turns on the computer, he just gets hard because he knows. Oh.
Yeah, they hear a bell, you start salivating. It got to the point where they would. I thought you were playing with your. I was like, Jesus.
It's getting hot in here.
Tell me. It got to the point where they would endlessly sit on the menu screen and pull their pud for a good long while before being able to resume the game. What the f are we talking about? Why are we talking about this? Multiple players, both male and female, have admitted to mushing their folds to quote, to Psylocke's wobble meat, and how every single female character in the game makes them go feral. Psylocke's wobble meat.
That's a quote. Someone said that.
How many people do you think that are gooners like this have erectile dysfunction?
God, most.
You think so? It's either they're soft putting it, basically just slapping around like a dead fish in their hand.
Come on.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Work.
Uncle Ben, get up.
Exactly. Yeah. Uncle Ben, get up. Yeah, exactly. With great power. This is your in your hand. With great power comes great responsibility. I think that the only thing that I'm pissed at is where's the mushroom print? We need mushroom prints. We need mushroom prints in these games. It's bullshit. Then also, you know what I do? You know what I do though? You don't do this for women. All the women are beautiful genetic queens. But for the guys, you know what you do? You give a couple of them a small penis. Bring it down to our level a little bit, right? Come on, it's for the boys.
I think that would actually upset fan bases because, like, for example, if Spider-Man had a small.
Dude, Peter Parker has a small. There's no way. There's no way Spider-Man's packing. No, dude. I don't think Tom Holland's packing either. I don't give Zendaya or whatever. I'm talking that I think that he's a little aardvark tongue or something.
Shooting a spidey web at her.
Exactly. Stand still. I'm guessing that. Maybe he's talking to Zendaya. I don't know who he's talking to. All right, well. Overwatch was one of the most popular games for its time. The hero shooter, which carries a wide cast of characters, has an adoring fan base, or at least they used to. It's kind of dead now.
Yeah, Marvel Rivals has taken Overwatch's space.
Which it's the same game, essentially, except one's first person and one's not.
And then, unlike Overwatch, Marvel Rivals has embraced the Gooner.
Oh, so, well, yeah, because Blizzard, right? Blizzard is not going to want to do that. The hottest thing they ever made was Tauren. You ever see a Tauren woman? Overwatch is a unique case. While people are certain that Overwatch is a Gooner game, it's noticeably more tame than many of the other games out there. While the game occasionally features a questionably horny skin from time to time, the Gooner label has mostly been spawned due to players in the community frothing at the mouth over their favorite characters and mostly doing their own art. A lot of community art, which I think unironically made the game stronger. Like the roots of the fan base, because it's like they didn't even have to do that, it was their fans doing it.
Yeah, Blizzard was just like, oh, we don't even have to hornify them. You know, they're...
Yeah.
But see, Marvel Rivals.
Oh, they did it from the get-go. If we're gonna win these people over, we need to flash in the pan kind of thing. One of the most infamous examples of this was a series of posts to the Overwatch forum made by a user named Tyrone. In them, he was hyper-focused on the character's feet, requesting changes be made to showcase them more. Posts like, and I quote, add an emote for every character that allows them to permanently remove their shoes. All males would have socks and females would not. I think it makes a lot of sense. Sometimes you just want to take off your shoes and relax. Am I right? Thank you, Tyrone. I'd like to think he's definitely Shinji's dad. Keep the men's shoes on, but be able to remove the women's. Yeah, it's like, well, don't guys like taking their shoes off too to relax? Shut up. Stand up and look at the ground. What do you see? You see your own feet. Yet in Overwatch, you look down and you don't even see your own feet. Makes no sense at all. Do you think there's like a ton of people that think that? I think that for cleavage. I think a guy gets a girl skin and they want to look down and see cleavage. I'm actually wondering feet. So I know feet online is a meme for like, oh, you're going to show this for free. But I don't know how much people actually find feet attractive.
I don't think it's a lot, but I think it's more than you think.
I mean, probably. You ever tell you at the time when I was like 19, I got with a girl from Athlete's Foot? Ever tell you that? It was unbelievable.
Did you get Athlete's Foot?
Oh my, yeah. It was like all peeled and shit like that. It looked like Freddy Krueger's face. It was up. It was too. I went back. I was 19. What am I supposed to do? Not go back? She just pulled a little Mighty Joe Young. She was like, get in there. Awesome. I couldn't believe it. It was like one of the happiest days. I told everybody. I think I told people too. I was like, she had Athlete's Foot. I didn't give a I just spat her feet and went at it. It was unreal. Also, editor, you might have to cut all that. Because I will say that was not my wife. Okay. But it goes far beyond a few horn dogs drooling over character skins. Overwatch Corn blew up massively at its peak, with the first game alone having over 152,000 posts on Rule 34. As far as animated content, Overwatch was one of the most searched words on Cornhub in 2016, ranking just above. How did Overwatch beat out That's insane. Usage of Source Filmmaker and Blender soared due to the high influx of people ripping the Overwatch models from the game to animate their own steamy videos to upload online. People still seem to attribute innovations and advancements in their technology to the endless development of this type of content, which it is. It's insane. People doing that kind of stuff has done nothing but help improve the software. Isn't that crazy? Many franchises lose their wholesome fan bases once the Gooners learn of their female protagonists. This is especially true for Nier Automata. One of the main characters in in Automata is an android woman named 2B, dressed in a short black dress, thigh-high leather boots, and white bodysuit. And as you can imagine, people have been losing their minds over the character since the game's release in 2018. Right at the game's launch, over 30 adult mods were created and downloaded over 500,000 times. And to this day, Nier Automata has some of the most downloaded NSFW mods on multiple modding websites, which is kind of impressive. If I was the modeler, I'd be flattered. I'd be very flattered. The developer of the game, Yoko Taro, is actually a Gooner himself and clearly made the game with 2B's sex appeal in mind. He's fully accepting of the NSFW content that has come out of the Gooner fanbase. Before the game even launched, there was a rumor that 2B's undercarriage was anatomically correct. Which also, if I'm gonna go the whole route of designing it, I'm gonna make it anatomically correct.
Also, the Japanese people are proud of being Gooners.
Oh yeah, different culture. Way different over there. They don't give a shit. They don't really have sex themselves, but they love the idea of it. Why is that?
It's because it's easier to look at pictures than to interact with people.
Than to talk with someone?
Yeah.
This is true.
Because that was like the weirdest culture shock of going into a store filled with
unbelievable.
hentai, and there's
not only people like hentai, but people that are just like, it's so casually being like, oh, okay, like
they're admiring. It's like they're admiring art, but you know that it's just like
which it is art. It's one of those things where, I don't know, like in the Midwest or whatever, it's kind of a shameful thing. I don't know, being like, oh, I guess I'm not going to go in here and do whatever. But yeah, like we went to, this was like also a game store. Okay. We went to a game store that was like 4 or 5 stories tall, and 2 of the floors, I mean, it was just nothing but and those floors were packed. It was as if it was, I mean, like it was a busy shopping day, but it was so casual. It was unbelievable.
It's a lot of old guys too. And they like bunch together, they'll lift something up, and then like 3 of them will come and be like, oh, what'd you find?
They do. It is a thing. He's like a spread, and the guys are like, It's very communal. It's kind of sweet in a way, I guess. Me and Alison were walking around, and we saw some of that stuff. It wasn't as bad until we went to Nakano Broadway. We went to one of the Mondorock stores. There's like 7 Mondorock stores there, you know. We went to the one of the bookstores, and there was this huge section, whatever. It was like right next. I was not in there for that, but I was looking through one of the books, and I was down this aisle, and this guy, I don't know if I should say what it was, but it was like some pretty depraved shit, okay? And Alison was like, oh my God. And I was like, don't look at it. Go. Don't look at it. Go. But it was just open. But it was another thing, once again, to your point. A guy walked by, he did, he was looking over his shoulder. Yoko's admitted that he's a Gooner as well. When asked about his sexual female character designs, he told reporters, and I quote, I just really like girls.
I had a similar thing happen. Not a reporter, but I was high on acid, and I was having a miserable time, and my coworker, trying to cheer me up, not knowing I was high, he just thought I was sad. He's like, hey man, I heard you like drawing. What do you like to draw? And then I just put a creepy smile, and I was like, girls. The funny thing is, I don't draw girls, so I don't know why I said that.
That is funny.
But
the funny thing is, I don't really do it. I'm just a creep who's high on acid. Where was this at PM's?
Is that Papa Murphy's? We were rolling dough balls.
Getting all hard, pressing up against mozzarella balls and shit.
Yeah, he tried to continue the conversation of like, oh, well, why do you like drawing them? They're curves.
Oh my God, Nick, stop. You're no more. No more of that. I'm quickly pivoting too. Also, we were away from that conversation. You just had to get that out, didn't you? My God. Like Yoko, many of the fans will staunchly defend their obsession with 2B's character design and will gang up on anyone who is tired of seeing her half naked. I think she's cold. Let her have a sweater. You! On more than one occasion, casual fans will post, and I quote, is anyone else sick of the cosplays and horny posting? Is anyone else sick of the cosplays and horny posting? Is anyone else sick of the cosplay and the horny posting?
That is the One Piece subreddit. It's just women cosplaying, horny cosplaying, and of course they get upvoted a bunch.
Is anyone else tired of the cosplay and horny posting? Is anyone else tired of being tempted by the devil? Eat your shit like crazy, animal style. One of the most widely discussed titles in Gooner game genre is undoubtedly Zenless Zone Zero, an anime fantasy gacha that we've briefly discussed on this channel in the past, specifically in regards to a controversy in which developers removed the ability for players to angle the camera down for an upskirt view, and the onslaught of furious criticism led to the creators, MiHoYo, reversing the decision in about the span of 24 hours. News publications referred to this event as Gooner 9/11. which is pretty funny. This game boasts a whopping 80,000 posts on Rule 34, despite only being released in 2024. Some of the internet's toughest soldiers demand that people stop calling ZZZ a Gunner game, explaining how it's a lore-rich game with great gameplay. No matter how well developed a game is, however, you can't escape what's right in front of you. Content uploaded by the Zenless Zone Zero official YouTube don't shy away from this aspect. One promotional video is literally just 1 straight minute of a character, Pulchra, getting a massage as she moans repeatedly. Play a little bit of it.
I'm so sorry.
That's the entire video. That's what the video is. In a character reveal for a newer character called Jane, she's seen interrogating a woman seductively. Within the first 10 seconds, she puts her foot in the tied up woman's face to lift the camera towards her. She just so happens to have her shoe taken off just for this moment. A little foot fetish for the people, dude. We're seeing the birth of dedicated Gunner historians now, folks. Community members are taking it upon themselves to create in-depth charts and analyze each inch of a character's body, their secretions, and more. One brave man made a chart for the 35 characters that existed at the time, specifically to confirm if their boobs, thighs, and ass jiggled during gameplay, cutscenes, or free-roaming segments. Another post revolved around the character Yi, Ishu and Shifu, using lengthy calculations to reveal the likely volume of sweat her armpits produced, as well as the level of stink they had. Similar calculations were done to determine which of the two characters, Nicole and Caesar, produced more breast milk based on the size of their breasts, diet, hydration, stress levels, and other hormonal factors. People are documenting this, all right? This is going to go down in 80 years. This is going to be fascinating. This is going to be, I mean, people are going to be like, what were they talking about? What do you mean? There's the age-old rule. If it's on the internet, there's of it. It holds true, especially in the gaming world, if not more so. Long ago, Gunner games were a niche genre that you couldn't find in most stores, but now it's become a very popular way to guarantee sales within a broader community of gamers. If you ever find yourself unable to play a game without having to take a pleasure pit stop, then it might be time to walk away and do some self-reflection, or double down and goon away, my friends. Goon away. The ending of Signs. Swing away! That's what's going to stop the aliens. Instead of glasses of water, it's going to be a guy being like, if an alien came down, I could feel like a semen would be a thing. They'd be like, no.
Well, they'd be asexual. Be like, what is this?
That'd be a rude first impression. Alien coming down, a guy's just like shooting ropes on him.
Shots on the face.
Do you think ever at any point a human has had sex with an alien? I'm saying in a way where it's like back shots where the guy's like Patrick Bateman looking in the mirror, slamming it.
I can see that. I can see some aliens.
At least one. I mean, one. And throughout all of it, millions of years.
I bet you there's alien civilization did a little road trip to Earth, picked up some caveman, and they were...
That alien probably got arrested. It's like horse here on Earth or something like that. You know, it's like a dog. You know what I mean?
You slept, you let it have sex with you? What are you talking about? It's like, it's called love. Love.
Yeah.
Death penalty. Death penalty.
That's our very Gunner games. Okay. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about how people eat themselves. You know, we've all heard of cannibalism, right? People who eat the flesh of their own kind. Something most people find horrific and utterly fascinating. Well, today we're going to talk about a different kind of cannibalism. One that many of the people watching this video actively participate in. Oh, I bet you didn't know that, did you? Me? Cannibalize? Me? A cannibal? I could never. Liar! I'm talking about self-cannibalism, which refers to the act of eating one's self. Well, Hunter, I'm not cutting myself up and Jeffrey Dahmering myself. No, that's not what we're talking about. Because whether it's nail biting, hair eating, or gobbling boogers, that's technically a form of cannibalism. Ooh, gotcha! We got him.
I'm all three.
That's right. If you ever want to see the most disgusting fingernails on planet Earth, look at these. You're probably thinking, is this a man chained up in a cell? Is this a black and white photo of a man who was a prisoner in, what is it, Azkaban? Is that the wizard one? Sure, I'm keeping it there. Was there Death Eaters flying around? No, those are Nick's hands. Boy's got a few ticks, is what I gotta say. He is wound up tight.
It's hard for me to open a can of soda.
Yeah, no wonder. I'm like, you want a can of soda? Took a bottle of water. So today, we're going to talk about the gross reality of self-cannibalism. But first, let's learn a little more about what self-cannibalism is, right? We have to ask ourselves these questions all the time so we know we're all on the same page. Auto-cannibalism is closely related to... oh my God. God, that hot chicken sandwich earlier. I wish I just got like a burger. They seem like more of a burger place. It doesn't matter. Editor, don't put this in. Autocannibalism is closely related with pica, which is the compulsion to swallow non-food items that provide no nutritional value, like a bed. Show a picture of someone eating a bed.
My name is Jennifer, and I'm addicted to eating mattresses.
Or panties.
Do you think people that eat beds, that's gotta be carbs? Is there carbs in bed?
I guess it depends what the...
Is there carbs in bed? Is there carbs in bed? Yes or no?
Empty calories.
It's like a beer. People who engage with these habits often suffer from things like depression, anxiety, and OCD. I don't know what to do for OCD. For them, this becomes a way of relieving stress. That's actually so funny because that's literally what you told me with your fingernails. Show a picture once again of Nick's fingernails. Show a picture of his toenails. Your toenails like that?
Yeah.
Are they really?
I clip them though. Like I will get clippers and I'll clip them down.
That's probably better than mine, dude. My toenails are rank. I got like a long one. It like grows over the curve of my. Why do I do that? Never once have I ever thought I'm gonna sit down and clip my toenails. Never. I pick up my big one, so it's all like jagged and shit because I just like peel it off.
I remember, I think it was my 6th grade birthday party. I had people over and I just took my sock off and started chewing on my toenail.
I'd ask you to go home, dude.
It was my birthday party.
I'm getting. Okay, did your friend leave?
No, he was just like, "Ew, what are you doing?" And then another friend's just like, "Leave him alone. It's his birthday party."
It's just his birthday. We just have to sit here while he eats his foot. You're just like.
Then I realized I was like, "Oh wait, this is kind of weird. Maybe I shouldn't do this."
Yeah.
In front of people.
Yeah. That's a clue. Like you're holding your foot too. You're like scratching your head with it. People are looking at me weird. Other causes for these impulsions can be impatience, boredom, and irritation. And over time, this can become a serious issue if gone unchecked. Things like stomach ulcers, nausea, and internal bleeding, making this bad habit severely damaging to oneself. Also, I heard that if you eat a bunch of, like I eat my fingernails sometimes, click on those, I heard that they can make tiny cuts in your throat and shit. You know that?
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were gonna say you can get worms that way. Worm eggs will hide under your fingernails, so when you eat them, you get worms.
Have you gotten worms before, Nick?
Well, at one point I thought if I ever had worms, I've never got them treated. So
you like the worms? I've got worms, and I was just like, good neighbors is what they were. The causes are believed to be linked to mental illness, particularly psychosis. These harmful self-grooming habits are known as body-focused repetitive behaviors, or BFRBs, and can be genetic starting at a young age. BFRBs have not been intensely studied and are often misunderstood and underdiagnosed. You think people eat their tongue?
Oh, yeah.
I've seen some. Don't you do that too? Don't you eat like a hole in your tongue? Or your cheek? That's what it was. I had a buddy who would eat the skin on the side of his tongue, whatever. He'd like do that, like chew on it, he'd like chew on it, he'd like spit it. It's just disgusting. BFRB. But with that said, I like to go through the many unique types of autocannibalism to show you just how strange they can get, with each one getting progressively more bizarre.
Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. You find yourself in debt? Are debt collectors calling you looking to take away your home, your car, your paycheck? The good news is, there's still a way out. Whether it's credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and has tons of 5-star reviews on Google, plus a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt has helped tens of thousands find alternative solutions and get out of debt in a fraction of the time. If you're currently struggling with debt, making payments every month, but balances don't seem to be going down, PDS Debt may be able to help. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful, and I went through this for a long portion of my life, and I sincerely hope I never have to go through it again. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. So stop living in debt and get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you so much to PDS Debt for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
Let's start off with by far the most common form of autocannibalism, which is biting your fingernails. How do you say that word? Onychophagia. Oh, these are nothing compared to your nails, dude. It's crazy. How do you feel? You could be a poster boy for onychophagia. We need to make you like a Red Ribbon Army shirt that says BFRB, like the thing. While it's a common form of stress relief in adults, it can lead to a variety of health issues like stomach infections, dental misalignment, and fungal infections, and even jaw pain from excessive biting. A man from Liverpool named Hanneman nearly died from this bad habit. After intense nail biting, he began to break out into a cold sweat and started to shake aggressively.
I don't feel too good.
He rushed to the hospital after seeing his fingernail had swollen up dramatically, and he had contracted sepsis and had to undergo 4 days under a hospital IV drip before recovering.
For that, I feel like he dipped his like finger in poo or something.
He was definitely, yeah, he fucking dipped his finger in poo, because he's probably digging down in there, getting poo in your finger like that. Didn't wipe very good, it's itchy in me bum hole. Whatever, and the next one he's like, huh? And then it's like huge, what? That kind of thing. Why does poo comes from you? Why is it so infectious?
Poo?
Yeah.
It's bacteria, it's your waste.
Yeah, with this. It came from me, what, I can't eat it? Just like shit all over my face. And on top of the potential health risks, many just find that they are ashamed of the way that their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look.
I think there's only been one time where I was afraid for just have a date look at my hands because she was.
Well, just one?
She was
Why?
so beautiful. I didn't want.
You're like, I've only been on a date with one person I ever truly found beautiful. Keep that in mind, ladies. If he's not hiding his hands, you're a dog. But where this really starts to escalate is when the next stage, toenail biting, happens. God, you've done all of these, Nick. Not only does this come with similar risks, but it can cause serious interpersonal conflicts due to the gross nature of the act.
My birthday party.
Literally. God, dude. Do you eat your boogers?
No.
Okay.
I have when I was younger.
Yeah, just no. No. It's fine. We end on no. No. But I have done it before.
When you're little, I feel like that's like a thing.
How little, dude? When you were driving your car?
Yeah. 21.
According to one man, he has to secretly store mouthwash in multiple areas of this house so that he could clean his mouth quickly after kissing his girlfriend due to her excessive toenail biting. Also, dude, bro's down bad. She better have she better have a whop on her if that's the case, dude. Be like, mate, why don't you just leave her? Leave her. Everyone's from Liverpool now. Why don't you just leave her? And he's just like, I can't. Got like cuts and shit from her toenail, whatever, on his lip. I can't. It's too good. It's like the genie granting me a wish every time. Nope, could be that good for me, dude. I'd be like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, man. Biting your toenail. If I came in and something was all curled up like a pretzel, like, I'd be like, and I'd leave. I say, snap, crackle, pop. I'm fucking out of there, dude. Others admit that they are in their 40s and still secretly bite their toenails when their wives are not looking. That's impressive. Do a quick, like, cat stretch real quick. And put it back down. Some even lament that despite the insane amount of pain they're under, they still can't help but rip off their entire nail plates of their toes.
See, I've had this compulsion where I was like, I just want to rip my fingernails and toenails off.
Why?
They're already so low. I was like, I just need to get rid of them. But I don't want the pain. It hurts.
We're starting to move on to much more concerning stages, which are much less commonly practiced. So let's move into dermatophagia. This is where, like I said, like once again, as we start rolling down, try to stay with me. It's gonna get worse. Gonna get kind of gross. Show a picture here. Dermatophagia.
We're gonna have a secret for all those who stay.
Yeah, but at the end of the video, we have a pretty awesome secret. So stick around. Seriously, don't leave. And if you skip in, I'll know and I'll kill you. I'll go to your house, I'll fucking kill you. I'll beat you with a hammer. You want that to happen? Then skip to this timestamp right now. This is a compulsion to bite and consume the skin of your own body. It's commonly performed on the hands, like chewing calluses and sucking on knuckles. Never have I once seen that in my life, and that would be fucking disgusting to see a guy like this. Why that guy feel kind of good though, huh? I'm kind of sitting there, I'm like, It could also include other areas of the body, like biting the lips and cheeks to the point of causing painful sores. People that engage in this habit often have visible scarring on their body and have irritated skin. Similar to the precious types, dermatophagia can often result in infections, and the damage done to the skin can cause people to socially isolate themselves due to the shame and embarrassment of their condition. I just want to say this now, I don't want to sound rude, but anyone who does any of this shit, biting for your all that, hide. And don't come out. Go into a cave, pull a big rock over the opening, and stay there until you die, and let your soul rot in hell for all eternity.
Message received.
Message fucking received. One woman who was living with this disorder for over 20 years has dealt with a constant struggle to get rid of the bad habit, and even the risk of infection didn't motivate her to stop, with her longest break from the habit only lasting 5 weeks.
People in relationships with those affected by this condition reveal that the constant sounds of chewing skin drives them insane. For the rest of I read this, just put that as background audio. One man begs for advice online, explaining that her hands, which are calloused, bleeding, and covered in loose skin, are so damaged that he no longer wants to hold her hand. It's devastating. Listen to that sound. He's like, I'm not touching that. Hold it. You know, she's like sitting there. It's like all looks like a chewed up hot dogs. You want to go for a walk? And be like, I just can't do it, dude. Adversity. You know what's one thing I can't do? Adversity. Any roadblock, I'm out of there. It's got to be perfect.
Could you imagine getting a hand job from those hands?
That'd be awesome. I bet you a hand job from some zombie hands would be insane. Be like a lizard's back or something.
That doesn't sound...
You don't like that?
No.
That doesn't sound very pleasing, honestly. And another woman online discusses her husband who, after recently getting married, witnesses him secretly peeling large pieces of his foot skin and eating it. The second that he comes home from work, pops his sock off, and goes to town. Once again, to the point where she feels too repulsed to kiss him. Peeling off your heel skin like a anaconda shedding its skin is insane. But, you know, as we progress through the types of auto-cannibalism, things only start to get more bleak, like trichophagia. This refers to the act of ingesting one's own hair. Often to relieve stress, it can extend past just the hair on your head, but with some people pulling out beard hairs, eyebrows, eyelashes, and even hair from their genital area. You imagine munching down on some taint hair? This condition is seen mostly in younger children and can cause some pretty alarming health problems outside of usual bald spots that occur from pulling out your hair. Those that consume their hair for several years can slowly develop a trichobezoar to form inside their stomach. What? Just what? This picture. Pretty sure it's just a ball of hair, like a cat. Ugh. Because hair is hard for the body to break down and digest, it gets stuck inside of your body. Essentially, a human hairball forms that can sometimes travel down your gastrointestinal tract and into the bowels as it reaches the limits of your stomach wall. This is known as Rapunzel syndrome and can result in its own terrifying list of complications. Trichophagia, if left untreated, can be life-threatening. The only recourse is invasive surgery, where somebody's got to come in and probably like pull that fucking hair out. Show some pictures of that.
Probably can't show that.
I'll show it. If it's blurred, I'm sorry. Even as a child as old as 9 was rushed to the hospital due to Rapunzel syndrome. Sophie Goss had been constantly pulling out and eating her hair, to the point where her mother started putting olive oil on it at night and giving Sophie gloves to prevent her from yanking on it. So she's probably like, whoop.
She was seasoning it.
Well, I was like, this is gonna taste delicious, probably. But she's probably like, it's probably like oiling it up. She's like, why can I not? At one point, she approached her mother and told her she felt like she was going to die after throwing up a hairball and passing out. She was rushed to the hospital where a hairball the size of her belly had to be removed surgically after it created a hole in her stomach. That's insane, man. Like, I mean, think about it. That's like a hairball like that big, like a hair volleyball. Now let's talk about one of the strangest types of auto-cannibalism, auto-vampirism. Simply put, these people are drinking their own blood, all right? We've seen some people kind of mess with it. Brian Johnson, the man who's living forever. We deal in blood, but these people are drinking their own blood. They're stabbing themselves and like, They're like a giant Capri Sun canister, right? Often self-harming for the sole purpose of doing so. Some believe it is participated by some strictly for sexual pleasure, while others form an unyielding compulsion. Some also believe that consuming such a large amount of iron can actually be toxic to the human body. It's hard to know much about this specific condition, seeing as it's incredibly rare, but one woman, a 38-year-old makeup artist named Georgina Condon, documented her experience with this practice. She began picking scabs off her body and desiring a taste for blood at the age of 12, a feeling she compares to hankering for red steak. Can you imagine pulling off a scab and actually just like looking at the little motherfucker and being like, like a Listerine strip? Supposedly, she is terrified of needles and blades, which stopped being an issue once she met a man named Zamal at the vampire-themed Bloodlust Ball in Brisbane. He became her blood donor, cutting him and feeding from him every week to stay satisfied. She explains that she would never consume blood from another donor, as this would technically be cheating. Some people who want to consume parts of their own body choose to make it a whole event rather than just drinking their own blood. They decide to use it to cook an elaborate meal, like the woman who cooked a human blood sausage. Oh, this looks disgusting. Doesn't it look nasty? Das was gut. Gwen Vandersvan, despite being dissuaded from doing so from her peers, decided to cook a blood sausage using her own blood. She didn't see what the big deal was, seeing as people eat pigs and cows without feeling anything at all. She slowly crafted the blood sausages, deciding to serve them to herself along with a friend. According to her, it was very enjoyable experience. I bet she's real fun. What, so we do it to cows all the time? I can't do it to myself? I hate when people do that shit. Oh, okay. So I guess should we just eat the dogs too? If my fat ass was given blood sausage and I was like, you want that? I'd be like, no. There's no way my blood can be good. I'd be like, no thanks. We now have to talk about the weirdest side of auto-cannibalism. Some people don't just eat their hair or small parts of their skin. They eat their entire limbs off their body. Let's talk about people eating their fingers. David Playpens, who was caught in a nasty motorcycle accident, had one of his fingers turn completely black. He was told he would have to have it amputated, but David had no interest in getting rid of it. He had also been curious about what human flesh tastes like and ultimately decided to take the finger home so they could cook it and eat it. He kept the bones as a souvenir. I've actually wondered what human tastes like, so I'd rather do that. I would say, excuse me? Would you eat, if your leg was gonna be cut off, would you cook and eat part of your leg?
No.
You said that was a lot of uncertainty. Would you?
So is someone going to cook it up and serve it to me?
Yeah, like nice. However nice it could be. I bet my fat ass knives would taste sweet.
I'd be disgusted with it. I don't know. I'd be like, I just feel bad. My leg.
Sad eating your leg. Well, another man from New Zealand who suffered from severe depression decided on a whim that he would cut off one of his fingers for the purpose of cooking it alongside some veggies and eating it. No drugs and alcohol were involved. He was simply assessed by psychiatrists to have a vulnerable personality structure. Whatever the that means.
Did someone tell him to do it?
Yeah, he's like, okay, fine.
Or the thought just popped up, might as well.
Well, I think I will, actually. It was revealed that after being attacked by two men, he fantasized for the first time about not only killing them, but eating them as well. He claimed doing this would, quote, rob them of everything, which he felt they deserved. I do love that he's just like, I want to kill him. I also want to eat him. Only then will they have paid their debt. During a depressive episode, he started battling on insomnia and started having endless thoughts about cutting off his fingers, eventually trying to shoelace around one and slicing it off with a jigsaw. He originally planned to cut off and consume 2 more fingers the next day, but was given more serious medical care before he could do so. He admits that he regretted the decision in the end. It's just like a crazed fucking manic episode, basically. Wonder where the fingers, though.
Probably like the easiest thing to cut off and not like bleed out.
You think so? I feel like it's just something of like it's the first, you have the thought, and what's the first thing you see? He's just like, that's the first thing he saw. I feel like, I'd want, if I was going to eat part of myself, I want this part of your palm. Doesn't that just look juicy? Just scoop that out with a melon baller.
I'd go for a little ham hock.
You like a little ham hock?
Or a little muffin top.
Ooh, my muffin top would taste delicious. My muffin top would be a sweet, baby. Nice little sweet potato with it. I'd be like, God damn, I'm gonna get a little sweet tooth after this. I want ice cream. And to keep the train rolling, how about we talk about the death row inmate who ate his own eyeballs? Eyeballs, ladies and gentlemen. Not just one. Pop both his muffins in. If there's a little melon bar. In 2004, a man named Andre Thomas was imprisoned after murdering both his wife, his 4-year-old son, and a 13-year-old daughter. It was reported that he cut out and held onto the hearts of both of his children and was doing so because God himself directed him to save them from the demons that lived inside of them, aka great mentally well guy. Not only did the doctors diagnose him as a paranoid schizophrenic, but he was also under the influence of a mixture of weed, alcohol, and cough syrup. I feel like the cough syrup was probably more to play there. Yeah, he was smoking reefer. Yeah, he drank a lot of alcohol. And he drank a bunch of cough syrup. Sure, we could blame the cough syrup all day. He was given the death penalty and put on death row, but a later case was made that he did not deserve to be executed, as he was mentally ill man, not sound of mind. Which I say, off, dude. All right, then fine, then kill the monster. You know what I mean? Put him down. Bye-bye. While the man was behind bars, he had become convinced that the government was listening to the thoughts in his head. This motivated him to gouge out both of his eyes. He made the decision to consume his left eye after the fact because, quote, he was certain they would figure out some way to put it back in. Which, wouldn't you hate that? The eyeball thing is crazy, but after reviewing this document, this was supposed to be the first one that we're going to talk about. But in my opinion, it is by far the most grotesque. So if you've made it this far, I appreciate you, but buckle up because I'm saying I want editor load this shit up with the most disgusting B-roll. This is by far the most disgusting section of the video. I'm of course referring to as mucophagy, which mucophagy refers to the act of feeding on your own mucus.
I like the word feeding.
I do too. Like a bib and stuff. For some, this is nothing strange. Who hasn't eaten their buggers at least once, right? As a little kid? Little pick and scratch, little eat, who knows? While most view this act as gross and unsightly, some doctors swear by the health benefits of ingesting your own mucus. According to Dr. Joseph Mercola, consuming your dried mucus acts as a sort of potential vaccine, strengthen your body's immune system by creating antibodies and help it fight future diseases. Researchers at MIT claim that eating boogers can help protect your teeth from cavities, as ingesting it releases salivary mucins that form a barrier on your teeth that blocks bacteria. Others believe that there's not really enough research surrounding booger eating to guarantee the benefits that some people say. And not only that, but it encourages the spreading of germs of household objects, which can lead to more people getting sick.
That's why you eat, with a spoon.
You eat it with a spoon. So outside of proposed health benefits or compulsion, some just enjoy the taste. And here's a nice quote straight from the booger connoisseur's mouth. He says, and I quote, "I've loved picking my nose and eating my boogers for as long as I can remember. Not only is the feeling of picking my nose very satisfying, the more substantial the booger, the more excited I get. The taste is unlike anything I've tried before. Amazing salty flavor. If it's a dried booger, it's usually even more delectable. But runny boogers are fun to be slurped up like spaghetti." A woman that had been married for 5 years has strongly considered getting a divorce after discovering her husband had been hiding a terrible booger eating habit. After walking in on it, she asked what he was doing, to which he smiled and exclaimed, "Eating my booger?" Why does this feel the most disgusting out of everything? This might sound dumb, but it's because he feels so juvenile. Does it feel like when people do it, they're almost like a baby or something? It's kind of like almost like diaper play or some shit with it. Eating my booger. I don't know. Also the texture and the color. She repeatedly voices her disgust over how giddy he was to admit what he was doing, almost as if he was proud of it. His habit caused her to struggle kissing him, grossed out over the thought of his boogery mouth, which I'd be saying, dude, you're like, and you're just picturing in his gums, boogers in his gums or on his tongue or something. Oh god, because that was whatever, that kind of shit. Ugh. It's not clear if they ever got divorced, but she admitted that she no longer respects him the way she used to, which is just awesome.
What if you found out if Allison was a secret booger eater?
I wouldn't care, dude. That's my
What if she's eating the horse's boogers?
If I went down and I saw my wife putting her face on a horse's nostril and she was eating that, I'd probably run. That's insane. That's insane. To be fair though, if it was a big like a big one and she was I just don't know, dude. I just don't know.
Do you think? Okay, well, I think I know this answer, but is it worse to eat other people's boogers?
Yes. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Without a fucking doubt in my mind, yes. Oh my god. But as a final treat, we're going to throw in a story about a cult leader who made his followers eat his waste. So let's talk about the Thai feces eating cult. Tawi Nanra is a Thai cult leader who gained infamy in 2022 after police raided his remote jungle compound in Chayaphum. The 75-year-old man was arrested after the bodies of 11 members were found alongside him. For years, Nanra ran a cult in which he referred to as the father of all religions. He taught his followers that all ailments and illnesses could be cured by eating his skin and various body secretions. His followers would consume his dandruff, mucus, skin, piss, and shit. And the various bodies found belonged to followers that foolishly believed in his treatments, and none of his followers were doing anything by force, with one officer witnessing a member willingly drink urine during the arrest. His followers chased after the police car as the 75-year-old man was taken away. They swore by their teachings, refuting criticism made by the public about their disgusting practices. And one member in regard to eating Nanra's waste states, quote, "There isn't even an odor. Only those with tainted mind may smell it." Which I gotta say goes so hard. You smell shit? Probably because you have a dark soul. That goes kind of hard, dude. He was denied bail and remained in custody as the police began an investigation into the cult's strange activity.
Could you imagine him just sitting there? Do you think he had nose pickers?
Oh, dude, no, I think that he's sitting there and he's doing his teachings. He's like, "Only through me is everything here." And he does this and a girl crawls up. Oh. Probably do it with and shit too. You have to suck my cock and eat my that kind of stuff too.
But only if you want to.
But only if I'm holy. I'm very holy. Listen, auto-cannibalism is a terrifying thing. But there's a treatment for these kinds of conditions like medication and cognitive behavior therapy that can help remove the obsessive compulsions that cause these problems. And if you're someone who just casually bites their nails or perhaps bites a callus or two, keep an eye on yourself. You may think it's stress relieving, but it's not entirely harmless. Thank you so much, and hey, I hope your bellies are full while you're eating your fingernails and skin off the heel of your foot and shit and boogers and all that during this. The booger section of this video, if you made it all the way through, I appreciate you. I don't know why, but shit feels so less invasive than the boogers. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I have a clean mind. I have a clean mind, that's why. Thank you all so much, and I will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.